Chapter 423 The Strongest Starlight Blooms. Luo-he is the name of this fallen supreme god. To be exact, it is a transliteration of the name. It is not important how the name is written or what it means. A long time ago, he was born on a garbage planet at the edge of the universe. When he was 6 years old, Luo-he's father was killed by garbage pouring down from the sky while picking up garbage, and was buried. When he was 11 years old, Luo-he's mother died of overwork. From then on, Luo-he became an orphan who picked up garbage. Fortunately, he picked up a special soul ring from the garbage dump. There was a residual soul of a white-bearded grandfather in the ring. Since then, Luo-he began to prosper and embarked on the road to becoming a god. At the age of 16, he killed an illegitimate son of the interstellar governor, offended the interstellar governor, and began to be hunted down. In the process, Luo-he joined many well-known forces, and was valued every time, and entrusted all the inheritance to Luo-he, hoping that Luo-he could change the world. Not long after, the forces of the interstellar governor came to hunt him down and destroy the forces that harbored Luo-he. The blood feud between the two sides became deeper and deeper. When he was promoted to god, the interstellar governor for revenge came and sniped Luo-he, wanting Luo-he to fall. The white-bearded old man in the ring died in this battle to protect Luo-he. After this battle, the mind of Luo-he, who became a god, began to twist. Maybe not at this moment, but it was twisted a long time ago. After becoming a god, Luo-he wandered around various star fields and began to train. After becoming stronger, he returned strongly, destroyed the power of the interstellar governor, and fulfilled his promise to those who sheltered him. He changed the world, changed the universe. Later, Luo-he participated in several wars among gods, and almost died several times. Luo-he realized, the so-called gods are just bigger ants. He wants to reach the highest step by step, become the supreme god of the universe, and dominate everything. With this goal, Luo-he seemed to have opened a cheat, his strength and realm advanced by leaps and bounds, and one day he really became the supreme god of the universe. He is invincible. Then, affected by his becoming the supreme god, enemies from outer space appeared. Luo-he fought desperately and killed the opponent. When he collected the spoils, he realized that the opponent was just a clone. If the opponent's real body came, he would definitely die. Luo-he learned that his universe was not that strong, and the so-called supreme god was just like that. He wanted to become stronger, but how to go further became a problem. Luo-he left his universe and began to travel. He accidentally got a secret method. Through the secret method, he learned that he could be promoted by sacrificing the universe where he was born and seizing the origin. At the beginning, Luo-he was a little entangled. He thought of those who died for him. He was very hesitant. Only after Luo-he was beaten several times, he made up his mind to use the secret method to sacrifice the entire universe. But Luo-he didn't know that the so-called secret method was a conspiracy. When sacrificing the universe, he was attacked and almost died. In the battle, most of the origin of the universe was taken away, and the endless curses of the sacrificed universe were all attributed to him. Luo-he looked up to the sky and howled. Blood flowed everywhere, and he realized that all this was a conspiracy. But the universe had been sacrificed, and he could not turn back. He thought that if he found a place to heal his wounds, he could recover from his injuries and return to his peak, avenging everyone. However, Luo-he did not expect that. Under the curse, his strength was constantly decreasing. What was even more difficult was that no matter which universe he went to, he would be marked. It would not be long before a lot of strong people would come to hunt him. Only these universes that were heading towards destruction could allow him to stay for a while longer. However, as he took action, it was only a matter of time before he was marked. Therefore, the witch in front of him must be killed quickly. Boom! The void collapsed, and the attack of the fallen supreme god Luo-he was blocked. He showed a surprised look. He did not expect that the witch Su Miao would be so powerful, and could even block his surprise attack. Su Miao had no expression on her face, and gracefully waved the alloy staff, and smashed it hard towards the chaos. There was a little anger in the elegance. Boom! The void exploded. Luo-he was forced back again, and his expression was ugly. The gods who came to Shu Yuan to find opportunities trembled when they sensed this destructive breath. Who is this? Someone seemed to have said just now that this is a fallen supreme god who sacrificed the universe with blood. What are you kidding? Supreme god? The supreme god has come to Shu Yuan. What is there in Shu Yuan? He is not killing the witch. He wants to kill us all. Damn it. Maybe he wants to sacrifice blood in the world. No. I have seen the Supreme God before. The Supreme God can kill us all with a glance. So he is a fallen Supreme God. He has broken the bottom line of God. At most we can destroy other worlds and invade other universes. Sacrificing blood in a universe. How dare he? I hope the witch can kill this fallen Supreme God. The witch actually blocked the attack. Is she not pretending? Maybe the witch can really kill him. Don't set a flag. Time waits for no one. Luo he must fight quickly and decisively. He made a decision and rubbed his hands together. The earth, wind, water, and fire seemed to be evolving the universe again, and infinite laws gathered. He wanted to kill the witch with one blow. This was the strongest killing move he could use at his current level, and it was also the proof that he had been the supreme. This killing move needed some time to brew. Theoretically, he would be in an extremely dangerous state. However, if the witch really dared to take this opportunity to attack her in close range, then it would be the end of the witch. As for the witch's long-range attack, all attacks would become part of his ultimate killing move. Witch, die! Luo he said. The destructive aura covered billions of miles. The gods were horrified. Some demon kings did not have time to escape, and the evil gods were in despair. Reading skills. Su Miao looked at Luo, he who was preparing a killing move, and saw the laws that were constantly interweaving around Luo he. She held the star staff with both hands, and 6 godhood fragments, 2 godhoods, and several demon king fragments were sacrificed and turned into pure magic energy. At the same time, the majestic magic energy was injected into the star staff, and it was compressed crazily. For some reason, Su Miao was a little excited when she sensed this terrifying magical energy. This was the inner world, not the Earth universe. She could use Starlight Blossom without restraint. The most powerful Starlight Blossom so far. Starlight Blossom. Boom! In an instant, the world fell into darkness, and the torrent of starlight formed by the compression of countless star fields rushed towards Luo He. At this moment, Luo He found that he had underestimated the witch Su Miao. The opponent's strength was beyond imagination. However, he was once a genuine supreme god. Witch, die! The thunder gathered by countless laws blasted out, facing Su Miao's Starlight Blossom. In an instant, the mountains collapsed. The sun, the moon, and the stars sank. The world was in chaos, and everything was destroyed. The gods who witnessed this battle all stopped breathing at this moment. Hundreds of demon kings and evil gods, who did not have time to escape, were destroyed in the destructive impact and died tragically on the spot. A few who escaped quickly were still affected and suffered serious injuries. They did not dare to stay for a moment, and fled thousands of miles away in an instant. Even the Shuyuan near the battlefield was destroyed in a corner under the impact of destroying everything, causing great turmoil in the Shuyuan, which looked extremely terrifying. Su Miao tightly grasped the starlight staff with both hands, and continued to input nearly endless magic power into the staff. The dense magic power of the inner world was also gathering crazily, supporting the attack. Perhaps it was because she had been suppressed by the Doomsday for too long. Perhaps she had thought she was weak for too long. Today, facing the attack of a fallen supreme god, Su Miao felt the threat of facing death directly. At this moment, her true heart actually broke free from the protection of absolute reason, and exploded with the strongest attack in her life so far. Then, the result came out. The attack launched by the fallen supreme god Luo He looked powerful, but not only was he restrained, he was even distracted. Ha ha ha! If you can't kill me, you'll be killed. She hadn't seen the godhood of the fallen supreme god yet, and it might be better than the newly acquired godhood. The witch hat flew up, and her long pink hair fluttered. Su Miao, who was holding the starlight staff tightly with both hands, was trembling, but the power of the bursting starlight attack tripled out of thin air. Instantly, the torrent of starlight pierced through the thunder of the law of the fallen supreme god Luo He. How is it possible? The fallen supreme god Luo He showed a look of shock. He couldn't believe that the witch Su Miao could smash his attack. How could this witch have such a strong power? As the fallen supreme god, his methods are more than these. He immediately sacrificed several artifacts. First, a mirror. This mirror is his life artifact, which can reflect any attack from the enemy. Although this life artifact was cursed due to the influence of his declining strength, but it is no problem to use it to kill a witch. However, just as he sacrificed the mirror, preparing to kill the witch Su Miao, Luo He did not expect the curse in his body to erupt. The dark resentment instantly covered his life artifact and activated the curse in the mirror. Luo He screamed. He was extremely angry and tried to reverse the curse. But it was too late. The mirror covered by the dark resentment was hit by the starlight torrent, and it only lasted for 0.06 seconds before it shattered on the spot. In a trance, Luo He saw the dark resentment burning excitedly in the starlight torrent, and was annihilated into nothingness. The witch's attack could actually annihilate the curse of resentment entangled in his body. Luo He seemed to have discovered a new world. He immediately changed his strategy, suppressing the curse that erupted in his body, while actively facing the torrent of starlight. Countless laws intertwined, forming a tortoiseshell-like defensive fortress around Luo He. Success. The rest was to guide the cursed resentful spirits out, and let the cursed resentful spirits actively face the torrent of starlight. If he was lucky, he would be able to completely get rid of these endless cursed resentful spirits, and return to the highest level. Ha ha! Then I will sacrifice this universe with blood. This time, he will definitely succeed. In the future, I will find the enemies who harmed him in the past and kill them all. As for this witch, because of her great contribution, I can reluctantly spare her life, to purify the curse of the evil spirits produced by the blood sacrifice universe next time. The fallen supreme god has been suppressed? Is this the true strength of the witch? The great devil Kinto ran faster. He stood in the distance and looked at the battlefield, trembling with fear. He underestimated the power of the witch Su Miao. He never thought that the witch Su Miao would be so terrifying, and could fight a fallen supreme god. Even if the realm and power of this fallen supreme god fell, he was still in existence that they needed to look up to. Not to mention that this fallen supreme god had once sacrificed a universe. The Bakuin demon god of the Forbidden Abyss died in vain. A three-headed, six-armed demon god said coldly, unless the Forbidden Abyss wants to be the enemy of the witch. A demon god that looks like an ancient tree said, no, now it's not a question of whether the Forbidden Abyss wants to be the enemy of the witch, but whether the Forbidden Abyss should worry about whether the witch will come to the door. No, this fallen supreme god seems to be suppressed, but he still defended against the witch's attack. There is a conspiracy. The fallen supreme god, who can sacrifice the blood of a universe, will not fall so easily. Indeed, the witch's attack is very strong, but it contains so many laws, and the power is so great, the price she paid must be very big. It will be hard to use it a second time. As expected of the fallen supreme god, who has no bottom line, too cunning, too hard to kill. I heard that killing the god of the blood sacrifice universe can gain very special benefits, but it's a pity that this witch can't get it. When the witch loses, we will take action immediately, and we must not let this fallen supreme god leave alive. Otherwise he will definitely find a way to kill us to make up for the losses caused by this battle. Fighting with the fallen supreme god? Is your brain broken? Don't you want the godhood of the fallen supreme god? This is the real deal. The starlight blooming with a surge in power could not break the defense of the fallen supreme god Luo He. Su Miao was a little surprised, but happier. Experimenting with magic requires a good target. And what better material could there be than this fallen supreme god? Just as Su Miao was about to invest some godhood again to increase the output power of starlight bloom, the fallen supreme god Luo He made a new move. He squeezed out some of the curse of the vengeful spirits from his body, opened a small hole in the defense of multiple laws, and let these curses of the vengeful spirits face starlight bloom. Su Miao was confused and puzzled by the operation of this fallen supreme god. Instantly, these curses of resentful spirits began to burn. Sparks spread, and instantly burned into Luo He's tortoise shell, and even Luo He's body began to burn. After so many years, the curse of the resentful spirits of a universe has long been indistinguishable from his body. Ah! Luo He screamed in extreme pain. Die! Die! Luo He, you really deserve to die. How could you bear to kill so many people who admire you? Did you see those children? They all regarded you as a hero. But you ruined everything with your own hands. Traitor. Have you forgotten that the ancestor died to save you? Traitor. Have you forgotten the old man who sacrificed himself to save you? Traitor. Have you forgotten him? Die together. Luo He screamed in pain, trying to suppress the burning curse of resentful spirits. But suppressing the curse of resentful spirits is equivalent to suppressing himself. If he didn't suppress it, his body would continue to burn, until it was destroyed together with the curse of the vengeful spirits. However, if he suppressed it, he would not be able to maintain his defense. He thought he could purify the curse of the vengeful spirits from now on. But he was too smart, and it led him into a desperate situation. What's worse is that under the control of the curse of the vengeful spirits, the law tortoiseshell that had not been healed in time was hit by the torrent of starlight, and was directly blasted. Boom! The torrent of starlight rushed straight to Luo He's body, causing Luo He's body to burn completely. At this moment, Luo He truly understood that the starlight bloom of the witch Su Miao was the nemesis of the cursed souls. Once it burned, it was basically impossible to extinguish. No wonder the cursed souls that were usually hidden madly would break through the confinement and rush out at this moment, wanting to take him to death. At the same time, extremely terrifying thunder appeared in the void of the inner world, and there was a law of destruction in the thunder. Resentment. This was a divine punishment specifically designed to kill fallen supreme gods like him. He was discovered. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The fallen supreme god Luo He opened his arms and laughed loudly. He stared at the witch Su Miao viciously. It was all because of this damn witch. Why didn't she want to give up the godhead? Wouldn't everything be fine if she gave up the godhead? Now, it's all over. But even if he would die here today, he would never let the witch have a good time. Witch, let's die together. The fallen supreme god Luo He offered a needle. It is unknown what material this needle is made of, but its appearance caused the world and the inner world to shake, and the power of the divine punishment brewing in the void increased several times. With this needle, the fallen supreme god Luo He killed countless powerful enemies. However, every time this needle is used, it costs a lot, and it is impossible without hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. He would not have used it before, but this time he is about to die. So what is there to worry about? Unfortunately, until today, he still has not figured out what material this needle is made of. However, it is absolutely fine to use it to kill the witch. Luo He forced the long black needle to kill Su Miao. Here, Su Miao noticed the long black needle that Luo He had sacrificed, and the shadow of death almost instantly enveloped him. Sensing the crisis, Su Miao left behind a magical phantom clone and prepared to run away. Suddenly, the long black needle that Luo He had sacrificed caught fire. The long black needle caught fire, and the terrifying energy contained in it collapsed, exploding with a bang, blowing the fallen supreme god Luo He to pieces. The magic phantom clone left by Su Miao was directly destroyed by the shock wave. Even a main god who ventured into the battlefield and tried to take advantage of the situation was killed on the spot in this devastating explosion. For a moment, blood rained down from the sky, which was shocking. How is it possible? The severely injured Luo He fell from the void. His whole body was burning with sparks, and the burning was getting more and more intense. Boom! The fallen supreme god fell to the ground, smashing the ground into an abyss, and the sparks in the abyss were raging, and it was unknown how long it would burn. Vaguely, the god saw many phantoms flying out of the abyss and saluting towards the void, and then turned into ashes in the sparks. What? The fallen supreme god was killed by the witch? The witch died too. It won't be long. A new restricted area will be generated here. No, the fallen supreme god is not dead yet. You can see that the divine punishment in the sky has not dissipated. She is not dead even now? It's a pity for the witch. If she continues to grow, I don't know how terrifying she will be. Next, when the divine punishment is over, it will be time to harvest. Hee. Chapter 424 Supreme Godhead, good stuff. The divine punishment with black flames fell. The abyss where the fallen supreme god Luo He fell was blasted into a chaotic void. The lingering Luo He stayed at the bottom of the abyss and looked up at the sky, staggering and smiling. You really don't give me a chance to live. The second and third destructive divine punishments fell together, as if they were going to destroy the inner world together. Luo He closed his eyes. No matter what, he had no regrets in being able to kill the witch before he died. That witch was also a genius of her generation. If she hadn't died, her future achievements would have been extraordinary. But the feeling of strangling a genius was really pleasant. Boom! The second and third divine punishments hit Luo He, completely destroying his soul. The scattered soul and the curse of the vengeful spirit were engulfed by the sparks and burned fiercely. At the last moment of his consciousness, Luo He suddenly discovered something. The witch had died. So why could the sparks still burn so fiercely? The divine punishment was so terrifying. So why could the witch's sparks continue to burn? This was beyond his cognition. It's unscientific. The fallen supreme god Luo He fell. He never got the final answer until his death. The divine punishment has dissipated. The fallen supreme god is dead. I don't know who shouted this. A large number of demon kings and evil gods flew up and rushed into the abyss. Get out of the way, the godhood belongs to me. Who do you think you are? You can get your hands on the supreme godhood. Get out of the way, who told you to get your hands on it? Boom boom boom, they didn't even get close to the abyss, but the gods fought for the supreme godhood in the abyss. If it was the supreme godhead in some ancient tomb, everyone would worry about whether there would be any conspiracy during the fight, whether it might be taken over and attacked, but this supreme godhead would not have such a problem. Because this supreme god had fallen, his realm and strength had dropped, he was severely injured by the witch, and was on the verge of death, and finally was baptized by the divine punishment. The remaining godhead was unprecedentedly clean. For a time, the gods fought in chaos, and the sky was dark. In the ruins, Siwoo's face was a little bad. He witnessed the battle between the witch Su Miao and the fallen supreme god, and even broke a corner of his ruins. If he hadn't controlled Si Heng's power, Xu Yuan would not be as simple as a corner collapse. Witch Su Miao, so terrifying. It's a pity, Witch Su Miao fell, everything is over. If it weren't for the critical moment of the body's revival, he would have wanted to go out and fight for the supreme godhood. The great devil Kino looked at the void. He didn't believe that Witch Su Miao fell. But, suddenly, the gods close to the abyss stopped tacitly. I saw a space crack appear in the void, and then the witch Su Miao, who should have fallen, walked out intact. Su Miao stood in the void, holding the star staff in his hand, with long pink hair flying. He didn't say anything, but he put great pressure on the gods. I suddenly remembered that I haven't fed the cat for a few days. I should go back to feed the cat. Oh, I have a big business to discuss. Let's stop here today. Oh, it's time for the meeting. We'll fight next time. Ah, I'm seriously injured. I'll leave first. My wife is furious. I have to buy a gift to take back. Goodbye. In the blink of an eye, the main god who killed people in the abyss ran away. The few who didn't run rushed into the abyss. However, there was still a little old man left in the void. He wanted to go down and take out the supreme godhead, but the sparks in the abyss burned too fiercely. This kind of fire was specifically designed to restrain him, and if he really went down, he would be burned along with it. However, he didn't expect the real owner to come back alive. It just so happened that the witch Su Miao would definitely take the supreme godhead, and then he would just intercept it. Su Miao ignored the little old man, and pointed the starlight staff towards the abyss, and the ownerless supreme godhead flew out of the abyss, and came in front of Su Miao. As if sensing Su Miao's presence, the cursed ghosts hidden deep in the supreme godhead flew out one after another, and voluntarily headed for the sparks. Among them, several extremely powerful cursed ghosts stood in the void and saluted Su Miao, expressing their gratitude. Su Miao watched silently, and accepted their gratitude calmly. Suddenly, endless merits crossed the universe and the stars and fell towards Su Miao. Looking at this merit, Su Miao blinked, feeling that it was a bit strange. And it was not just ordinary strange. Although she practiced Tai Chi heart flow and studied Tao and magic, her major was magic, and she was a witch. As a witch, she has a huge amount of merits. Isn't it too strange? And where does this merit come from? Su Miao tried to trace it, but couldn't find the source. However, she could guess a little. On the one hand, she killed the fallen supreme god Luo He, avenged the resentful spirits of a universe, and freed them. The fact that these resentful spirits bowed to her and thanked her before being completely purified by the starlight bloom can illustrate this point. Secondly, to the inner world, the fallen supreme god Luo He is a highly poisonous foreign body. She helped solve the problem, and was recognized and thanked by the universe. With so many merits, Su Miao felt that she could become a powerful main god with merits. Or, she could devour this supreme godhead, and then use merits to baptize it, becoming a half-step supreme god, or even directly promoted to the supreme god. Of course, the premise is that there is no worry about the cursed ghosts remaining in the godhead. However, Su Miao did not want either of these two options. Merits. She planned to research an incarnation that did not need to return. And it didn't matter if the personality was independent in the future. The supreme godhead, just use it to research the field, and it's okay to throw it away after the research is finished. No, it's too dangerous. This supreme godhead, in the future, should be crushed, and used as energy or something like that, just in case. Seeing the sparks on the supreme godhead extinguished, the little old man who had just been forced to flee due to the impact of merit rushed over bravely. This weird Lord God was an ordinary weird long ago, accidentally devoured the broken demon King Kor, and was promoted to God, and gained some rationality. To say rationality may be a little inaccurate. To be precise, he has a partially rational brain. Because its growth depends on devouring, in a sense. It is a collection of various unclear meanings. The brain is, and so is the mind. Before becoming a god, these were all chaotic. After becoming a god, it was equivalent to making the partially faulty brain and the mind function normally. The fate of being promoted to a god made this part of the rationality determine the path of devouring and becoming stronger. In this way he murdered, attacked and devoured many demon kings, evil gods, and became stronger and stronger. Hundreds of years ago, he devoured the godhead of a seriously injured main god, and finally gained the strength he has today. At the level of main god, it is very difficult to devour other main gods, unless the other party breaks out on the battlefield and kills the world to have a chance to pick up a few godheads. Otherwise, it is too difficult for a weird main god like him to improve further. This is the purpose of his coming to Shuyuan. He was lucky and saw a lot of demon king cores, evil godheads, and this supreme godhead. As long as he could devour, he might become the supreme. He wanted to improve too much. Driven by instinct, the weird Lord God directly transformed into an indescribable state and rushed towards the supreme godhead, whose sparks were gradually extinguished. He saw the battle of the witch Su Miao very clearly just now. Without a specific body, she could not be restrained. Without a specific body, she could not be targeted. It was foolproof. As for the horrific attack that the witch had previously erupted in the battle with the fallen supreme god, he had countless brains to make rational inferences and believe that with Su Miao's current strength, it would definitely not erupt a second time. If his enemy was another main god, this inference might be correct. But he was facing the witch Su Miao. Su Miao was not even sure how strong she was. Noticing the indescribable weird main god rushing towards him, Su Miao pointed his staff at the void. Starlight bloom. After the battle just now, Su Miao had a new understanding and could instantly bloom starlight. Although the power of this starlight bloom was not as strong as the attack that killed the fallen supreme god Luo He, its power should not be underestimated. The weird lord was paralyzed. He seemed to face Su Miao's starlight bloom head-on, and the middle part was directly blown away. The remaining part of the sparks spread, and the huge void was burned. Ah! Woo! The void was filled with ghostly howls. The weird lord was lucky, and the starlight bloom just restrained him. It didn't take long for it to be burned to only a colorful crystal core, which was very beautiful. This was much more beautiful than the one she had picked up in the other world before. It is hard to imagine that such an ugly and indescribable grotesque main god has such a beautiful crystal core in his body. The creation of heaven and earth is so magical. Su Miao put away the 7-color crystal core, studied it briefly, and found that this crystal core is more useful as energy. Good stuff. Su Miao put the 7-color crystal core into the magic space. At this time, the spark on the Supreme Godhead in front of him had gone out. Su Miao put the Supreme Godhead into the magic space. Why is she still alive? Horrible. She almost died just now. The fallen Supreme God fell. But she was unharmed. And she could even kill a weird main god in seconds. Who knows the origin of this witch? I don't know. She seemed to have appeared out of thin air. No. It was GMO Xieshen who pulled this witch from another world. Where is GMO Xieshen? I want to talk to him. He has been crushed to death by the witch. When the gods saw Su Miao put away his supreme godhood, they immediately stopped discussing, fearing that they would be targeted. Su Miao just glanced at the gods and ignored them. With this supreme godhood, the godhoods of the gods, the cores, etc., it doesn't matter whether they are needed or not. However, it seems that some extraordinary changes are happening in the ruins. In the ruins, the winged sky demon god, the ghost demon god, and the cursed shrimp head went through dangers and flew to the highest island in the sky. Here, they found corpses everywhere. Even after a long time, it can still be seen that the owners of these corpses are extremely powerful. Many of these corpses were once powerful people at the level of the main god, a few were half-step supreme gods, and even quasi-supreme gods. Shuyuan, what exactly happened here? Even though the winged sky demon god had seen many things, he had never seen the scene in front of him. Everyone, this place is unusual. A graceful evil god came out and said, under normal circumstances, the corpse of the main god would not rot for 100,000 years, even if it rotted. It would not turn into bones. Nonsense. Half-step supreme gods, quasi-supreme gods have all turned into bones. Something extremely horrible must have happened here. However, Maybe the reopening of the abyss has something to do with these bones. Maybe they will become a new batch of bones. Therefore, several main gods were very cautious and did not dare to move forward. The cursed shrimp head looked around, turned around and wanted to go under the island, but just after flying away from the island, he encountered an inexplicable strong wind and was blown back. When the winged sky demon god and the ghost demon god saw this scene, their expressions changed. It was obvious that they fell into a trap. Are you going to sit and wait for death? The winged sky demon god said, no matter what is inside, I want to go in and take a look first. Unable to leave, they walked inside. At this time, all their actions were under Siwoo's observation. The Lord God, it's the Lord God again. Siwoo's mouth curled up slightly. To kill the Lord God, it was obviously impossible with the strength of his body. However, the main body was about to revive, and these Lord Gods would become the energy supplement needed after the main body was revived. He turned and walked towards the formation deep in the island, and the ancient formation began to revive. Siwoo's body gradually dissipated. I don't know how long it took. Some huge monster in the depths of the island opened its eyes. After millions of years of time, this body was reduced to nothing but skin and bones. However, compared to previous revivals, this time he was more energetic. Nothing. He uttered a syllable. Suddenly, a complex magic array lit up on the island. The winged sky demon, the ghost demon, the cursed shrimp head, and several evil gods, who were exploring the island, were horrified. A strong sense of crisis descended. The first was an evil god. He took a few steps, and watched his body weaken and wither. It seemed to have turned into pure energy, and was swallowed by some terrifying existence. Ah! He let out a shrill scream, becoming the first main god to fall after landing on the big island. Fresh bones were thrown down. At this moment, the gods understood where the bones on the big island came from. The cursed shrimp head seemed to have sensed something. It flew high into the sky, and released curses indiscriminately at the void. Damn shrimp head, what are you doing? Fuck, I'm fucking caught. This shrimp head is crazy, must kill it, otherwise we'll fall first. I don't think we need to do it. Several main gods looked into the void, only to see that the cursed shrimp head seemed to be caught by some invisible big hand. The cursed shrimp head struggled desperately, trying to release the curse desperately, almost contaminating the entire void, but this struggle was useless. The dark sun fell, wrapped the cursed shrimp head, absorbed, digested, fused. In the end, only a fragile shrimp shell fell to the ground. Too weak. After killing two main gods in succession, Siwoo smiled coldly. Compared to the main gods, who came a few times before, these main gods are too useless. He had just revived. The energy provided by the evil god, the demon king who died in Shuyuan, was being digested bit by bit, and his strength was only 1/10 of that. As long as the opponent fought hard, he would fall into endless trouble. Unfortunately, they were timid. Just thinking about this, the winged sky demon god, who couldn't find an opponent, sacrificed his artifact, and blasted the big island fiercely. Chapter 425 Siwoo, kill him. The winged sky demon god struck with one blow, and the island was shaken, and it was in danger of collapse. As expected of the Lord God, you found the key to breaking the formation so quickly. Siwoo looked at the winged sky demon god and praised him. Why has Shuyuan been in a broken state for many years? It is because the Lord God was resisting and it was broken in the self-explosion. This winged sky demon god must be killed. According to the original plan, he had to kill a few more people before he could attack a strong man like the winged sky demon god. However, time waits for no one. Winged sky demon god, I find you guilty. Siwoo appeared holding the black code and announced in the sky. In an instant, endless dark sin spread towards Siwoo, directly imprisoning the winged sky demon god inside. The winged sky demon god struggled hard, but seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and unable to break free. Is it you? The ghost demon god and several evil gods looked at the skinny Siwoo and attacked together. Judging from the state of the winged sky demon god, it would be difficult for him to get rid of the imprisonment in a short time. If they don't take action, winged sky demon god might die, and then they will be the next. Boom boom boom, a fierce battle broke out on the big island. The fierce battle made the whole Shuyuan turbulent. In addition, Su Miao had previously shattered a corner of Shuyuan, making Shuyuan even more unstable. The flaw in Shuyuan allowed Su Miao to see through the complex laws and see the situation inside. She saw Siwoo, who had thin skin and flesh, and the main gods such as Inhun demon god, who were in a bitter battle. Su Miao watched quietly, without any intention of helping anyone. These demon gods, the evil gods, had ill intentions towards her before. It would be best if they died in the abyss. If they survived and could come out, she would finish them off. As for the skinny Siwu, from the power he used, Su Miao was able to confirm his identity. Siwu, who controls 6 powers, is really strong. It's just that the battle lasted a little long. Conspirator, I will never let you succeed even if I die. The winged sky demon god has a bad temper. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more dangerous, he actually blew himself up. Boom! The devastating explosion swept in all directions. Siwu was targeting the Hun demon god and several other evil gods. And he could not be distracted. In an instant, the sins used to trap the lock-winged sky demon god scattered. And Siwu, who was attacked by many evil gods, failed to maintain the balance of Shuyuan. And the Shuyuan island exploded. The explosion of the Shuyuan island was equivalent to the collapse of the core of Shuyuan, and the collapse of the entire Shuyuan. In the past, this impact was not great. However, this time, Shuyuan was destroyed by Su Miao during the battle. In order to maintain this destroyed corner, Siwu had consumed a lot of power. Now he encountered a ruthless person who was willing to self-destruct. In this case, it became impossible to continue to maintain balance. Because in general, they will explode only when they are severely injured and weakened to the limit. The power of the explosion in this case is limited, and it is easy to prevent. However, this winged sky demon god exploded in his peak state. Damn it! For a while, many demon kings and evil gods who entered the Shuyuan exploded one after another, and only a few demon kings and evil gods escaped in the chaos. It was just that some of them were unlucky and fled to the witch Su Miao. What's worse is that they had obvious malice towards Su Miao before entering the Shuyuan. Su Miao gracefully waved the starlight staff, binding the 6 demon kings and evil gods that had escaped, and then blasted them out with a starlight explosion. The 6 demon kings and evil gods did not even struggle and fell on the spot. Only 3 godheads remained at the scene. As for the demon king cores, they were all shattered. Su Miao thought that he had controlled the force very accurately, but he did not expect that he still exceeded it. Su Miao waved the starlight staff and collected the 3 godheads. If you look closely, you will find that there are many cracks on the godhead, and it is about to break. Su Miao blinked her eyes. She had to learn how to control her power accurately. Shuyuan was collapsing. Siwu felt his scalp tingling, and he was going crazy. He was angrier than ever before. You know, all the demon kings who were tricked into Shuyuan, the evil gods were his food. If the food exploded, or died, they would be transformed into the purest energy to be absorbed by the body. Now, he was at the critical moment of absorption and digestion. Who would have thought that Shuyuan would collapse? He didn't know how much energy he would lose at once. You all deserve to die. Siwu was extremely angry. This wave of losses was too great, so great that he could not bear it. He did not dare to provoke the witch Su Miao outside, but you main gods, does he not dare to kill you? Boom boom boom. Woo! Siwu burst out with power. In an instant, his body transformed between reality and nothingness, directly invaded the body of an evil god, and then manipulated the body of the evil god to attack the ghost evil god in reverse. Under the impact of multiple laws, the controlled evil god was directly blown up. After plotting against many evil gods in succession, Siwu poured more sins into the body of the Hun demon god. The Hun demon god thought Siwu would erode his body, but he didn't expect that when Siwu really dealt with him, his killing moves would change. Not only did his preparedness not work at all, but he also fell into an extremely dangerous situation. You. The Hun demon god only said a few words. The next second, he was crushed and swallowed by Siwu. Compared with other demon gods, evil gods, he liked the Hun demon god very much, because you don't need to remove the bones to eat. But now is not the time to taste it. Seeing Shuyuan enter a state of great collapse, Siwu flew to a high altitude, and the 6 powers were fully operational, and quickly absorbed the scattered energy of the gods. As more and more energy entered the body, Siwu's skinny body began to become full. It was as if the mechanical skeleton had flesh and blood, and gradually looked like a person. However, even if he swallowed a huge amount of energy, Siwu's face was pale. Obviously, he didn't swallow enough. After careful consideration, Siwu put all the harvested divine powers into his mouth, one at a time, and ate them all like candy beans. Suddenly, Siwu's momentum surged again, and his face became much better. In fact, He wanted to save these divine powers for later. However, there was the witch Su Miao watching outside. So he had to go out in the strongest state. Boom! Xu Yuan completely collapsed. And Siwu walked out of the collapsed Xu Yuan. Siwu glanced at Su Miao on the peak. And he felt a little aggrieved for some reason. Who could have thought that the ant that could be crushed to death at any time would become so powerful one day? So powerful that he had to be wary. He had been managing Xu Yuan for many years. And every time he opened it, he had a great harvest. And this time it was even greater. However, Xu Yuan was broken by Su Miao. It was like a fisherman's net filled with a lot of fish. And the net suddenly broke. And most of the fish inside were broken and washed away by the water. Su Miao. Long time no see. Siwu said, I am really lucky to see you in the other world. Su Miao looked at Siwu, waiting for Siwu's next words. She was observing the evil in Siwu. At present, the evil in Siwu was very weak. First of all, I want to thank you. Without you, I would not have recovered so quickly, let alone such a good harvest. This refers to the several main gods, who were killed just now. Although the large amount of energy emitted by the dead demon king and the evil god was dissipated due to the collapse of the abyss, the godhood of several main gods was a real harvest. It's a pity for the winged sky demon god. This cub is too cruel. The first thing activated by self-destruction is the godhood. This directly destroyed the chance of resurrection. However, if the winged sky demon god didn't do this, the destructive power wouldn't be so terrifying. I believe you have already seen that the 12 divisions is my tool organization. For your sake, I will not hunt down the rest of the people. Siwu said calmly. Su Miao blinked, just looked at Siwu, still didn't speak. She was waiting for Siwu to finish. This is polite. Siwu said, Su Miao, with your strength, I think there is a place that will be very suitable for you. Su Miao blinked, a little curious. Siwu did not keep the secret, and directly said, Star Sea. As soon as the words fell, the gods who were not far away all looked over. Star Sea, this is a legend that exists in the cognition of the gods, and only a few know the truth. He actually knows about the Star Sea? Looking at his strength, he is also at the level of a main god, but he can kill other main gods in seconds. I just suspected his origin, and I didn't expect it to be related to the Star Sea. Indeed, only from the Star Sea can you have such terrifying strength. What surprised me is that the witch is not from the Star Sea. Star Sea, what is that? It's better not to know what you shouldn't know, otherwise it will not be of any benefit to you. Some gods were shocked, some were confused, and wanted to know more. Seeing that Su Miao had no reaction, Siwu continued, the Star Sea is the legendary place where the gods live forever. There are many main gods. The supreme god can be seen everywhere, and the rulers are ordinary. Only in the Star Sea can you witness more and reach unimaginable realms. In addition, Su Miao, do you know? If the gods are not in the Star Sea, except for a few old antiques, they basically cannot escape the fate of falling. But in the Star Sea, you can escape this fate. Is there such a place? Su Miao was a little confused. With such a good place, why would there be so many evil gods gathered in the inner world? Doesn't the so-called Star Sea welcome evil gods to stay? Siwu said, I wonder if you are interested. Su Miao, to go to the Star Sea with me? Su Miao said, were you killed out of the Star Sea? Siwu was speechless for a moment. For some people, being too smart is not a good thing. He hates smart people. Siwu laughed at himself. Yes. I have some enemies in the Star Sea. But these are harmless. I am preparing to go back for revenge after my resurrection this time. I invited you. But I didn't mean to use you. It was just a simple invitation. Outsiders must have formal procedures to enter the Star Sea. Otherwise they may encounter divine punishment on the way and be wiped out on the spot. Therefore, it will be much more convenient to have a guide. Siwu knew Su Miao's personality very well. He really had no intention of cooperating. But if Su Miao really entered the Star Realm Sea, it would definitely cause a huge disturbance. At that time, those enemies would be lucky if they didn't meet Su Miao. And they would be unlucky if they did. As for whether Su Miao would cause a disaster in the Star Realm Sea in the future, whether he lived or died, it had nothing to do with him. After all, he was just a guide. Siwu said, Su Miao, what do you think? Su Miao said, have you finished what you said? Siwu was stunned for a moment, and added, I'm done. Oh, there is one more thing. His expression changed slightly, and he said, I don't know how Sishu took away Sion's power, but as far as I know, See, Tian's power should be in your little follower Lin Jiujiu. Generally speaking, the way to take away the power is to kill the other party. Otherwise the power cannot be taken away. Su Miao. I think you understand what I mean. Su Miao said. I stripped it off and gave it to Si Shu. The person is fine. Si Wu was silent. His intuition told him that his current situation was very dangerous. Su Miao, there is a treasure in the Star Sea. To be honest, it will be very dangerous to go to the Star Sea. I have just recovered, and my strength is only 1/10 of what it was. I hope to team up with you to go together. I will lead the way for you, and lead you into the Star Sea, and I can successfully return to the Star Sea. This is a win-win situation. Si Wu finished speaking. However, he was still responded by Su Miao's silence. A few minutes later, Su Miao asked, I don't need it. Si Wu said, we are fellow villagers, but you want to kill me? Su Miao said, before entering the ruins, you were looking at me, and your eyes were not pure. After entering the ruins, you would look at me from time to time, which was a sign that you were guilty, and wanted to kill me. Telling me about the Star Sea, arousing my curiosity, you wanted to kill me. All of the above judgments were made based on the maliciousness in Si Wu. This judgment may be wrong, but the possibility of error is very low. Because when the Star Sea was mentioned, Si Wu's malice deepened. Moreover, Si Wu had just exploded. He had enemies in the Star Sea, and Si Wu was killed. Now, Si Wu used the identity of Guide to lead her into the Star Sea. If those enemies saw it, would they not target her? At that time, Su Miao would not even be a tool, but directly become cannon fodder. Si Wu was silent. What kind of train of thought is this? He wanted to roar, but his upbringing did not allow him to do so. He came from the Star Realm Sea, and was not comparable to the uncivilized fools in the wild areas of this universe. He originally thought that he could look up to the witch Su Miao, but he did not expect that Su Miao was also one of the fools. Oh no, I was tricked. Si Wu's heart tightened. He looked into the void, and there was an evil god in the void who made a face at Si Wu, and instantly drilled into the space crack and disappeared. Su Miao slowly raised the starlight staff, and asked politely again, are you done? Si Wu's eyes became sharp. Su Miao, I gave you a great opportunity, but I didn't expect you to want to kill me. He immediately took action. His body instantly turned into nothingness, and fled into the distance. Su Miao, others don't know your origins, but I do. Ha ha ha. Boom. Starlight exploded. The starlight exploded and shattered the void, causing a huge explosion in the void, and the world was in chaos. Su Miao frowned slightly while holding the starlight staff, as expected of Si Wu. After saying a lot of nonsense, he ran away directly. However, what Si Wu didn't know was that after being attacked by Su Miao, his malice towards Su Miao became stronger. Su Miao blinked, took a step forward, and quickly chased after him. Si Wu from the Star Realm Sea was too dangerous. Chapter 426, The Terrifying and Weird Domain. This witch Su Miao is really too much. She is shameless. He is willing to contribute the secrets of the Star Sea, but she is still hunting him down. He didn't care about Su Miao killing members of the 12 divisions one after another. He didn't care about destroying the ruins, which caused him heavy losses. He never expected that. His concession gave the witch Su Miao the illusion that he was weak and could be bullied, and even wanted to hunt him down. Hateful. If his recovery hadn't failed to return to the peak, he would have had to have a fight with Su Miao. However, considering the strength of the witch Su Miao, if he really fights with Su Miao, both will suffer. In this way, the endless years of silence in the abyss will be in vain. With both sides suffering, he will never have the chance to return to the Star Sea, let alone revenge. When thinking of the enemies in the Star Sea, the rage deep in Si Wu's heart will involuntarily surge. This is a curse given to him by one of his enemies. It does not hurt, but it is extremely difficult to deal with. Master Xiang, if you can return to the Star Sea one day, as long as the anger in your heart is boiling, I will be able to find you in the first time. If I can kill you once, I can kill you 1,000 times. I am waiting for you to come back. During this time, I will take good care of your palace, your beloved concubine, your maids. If you die in the wild universe of the lower world, don't blame me for laughing at you. Ha ha! Recalling the memories of the long time ago, Si Wu's silent mood is difficult to calm down. But his running speed did not slow down at all. Instead, it became faster. They all deserved to die. They all deserved to be killed. Si Wu looked back, and the witch Su Miao was still chasing him. He had used all kinds of methods. Why was Su Miao still chasing him? This was a way of escaping from the Star Realm Sea, and the witch Su Miao should not be able to catch up with her strength. But Su Miao was following him leisurely, as if she was not worried about losing his trace at all. He was locked in. Could it be? Siwu thought of something. Perhaps Su Miao's method of tracking him was similar to that of the enemies in the Star Sea. As long as he had anger towards Su Miao in his heart, Su Miao could keep him locked. If he hadn't known Su Miao's origin, Siwu would have suspected that Su Miao was also from the Star Sea. Thinking of this, Siwu emptied his mind, removed all distractions, and blocked all hatred and anger towards Su Miao. By accident, Siwu's malice towards Su Miao disappeared. Su Miao stopped in the void. The malice in Siwu disappeared, and he disappeared. As expected of the master behind the scenes of the 12 divisions, he is too cautious and too powerful. He runs away when he disagrees with someone, and doesn't give anyone a chance to attack. He'll go back to Earth first, and wait and see on Earth. After thinking for a while, Su Miao turned and walked toward Shi Yuan. She needed to ask the devil and the evil god who stayed at the scene for directions. Just as she was about to leave, Su Miao unexpectedly found that Siwu's malice had emerged again. Su Miao stopped and looked at Siwu's direction with doubt, and wondered whether to continue chasing him. I didn't expect it, which Su Miao is so strong. Siwu, who escaped from the dead, was still in fear. He was almost chased by witch Su Miao. From the situation just now, it can be basically confirmed that the witch has similar tracking methods as the enemy. Fortunately, he took countermeasures in advance, otherwise it would be dangerous. He looked in a direction with a dim gaze. There is a passage back to the Earth. Do you want to go back to the Earth? Siwu was thinking about a question. Just a second, Siwu immediately rejected this idea. Although returning to Earth would give him a chance to regain other powers, the risk of encountering the witch Su Miao was even greater. As for capturing Su Miao's 2 followers, Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiran, this idea was rejected by Siwu in an instant, because the witch Su Miao was essentially a lunatic. Whether she had hostages in her hands or not was of no use to Su Miao. This conclusion could be drawn by studying the cases where Su Miao had taken action. Su Miao didn't care if there were innocent people around. She didn't care if she could throw away the hand-rolled nuclear bombs, like the purple fireball at will. And she didn't care if innocent people lived or died. As for Su Miao's parents, capturing them might be useful, but from the information collected by the 12 divisions, Su Miao's parents have been missing for decades. They might be found before the end of the world, but after the end of the world, less than 200 million people died out of the tens of billions of people in the world. In addition, the witch Su Miao couldn't find her parents despite her great ability. The result is hard to say. Perhaps, finding her parents has long become an anchor point for Su Miao not to get lost. With this anchor point, the witch Su Miao will be normal, but without this anchor point, Siwu dare not imagine how crazy Su Miao will become. Go directly to the Star Sea. Siwu made a decision, determined the direction, and prepared to leave the inner world first. Suddenly, Siwu, who had been flying for a while, felt that the surrounding environment changed. Domain. He actually fell into the domain without knowing it. Could it be that the witch Su Miao was chasing him? Siwu quickly determined that this was not the place. He attacked the domain several times in succession. But all the attacks were eliminated. Not only that, there seemed to be extremely abnormal laws entangled in this domain, which seriously interfered with his defense. Suddenly, a strange gray mist appeared in front of Siwu. There seemed to be some huge monster hidden inside. Siwu was about to explore, but he unexpectedly saw the huge monster floating in the gray mist. Those were corpses. Corpses that had been dead for countless tens of thousands of years. Some corpses were broken. Some corpses were incomplete. Unlike rotten corpses, they were dripping blood. Theoretically, it was impossible for such a long time to pass. But the corpses were indeed dripping blood. However, where would the blood of the corpses flow? Siwu subconsciously looked down. The surrounding scenery changed again. He appeared in a hazy blood-red forest. There were all kinds of strange plants growing here, either black or blood-red, as if they grew from corpse blood. There were extremely strange sounds coming from the forest, looming, creepy. Oh no, I fell into their rhythm. Siwu's expression changed. He immediately restrained his emotions, trying to control himself from being affected. However, here, it was completely impossible to restrain his emotions again. Within the scope of vision, Siwu saw some shapeless little people singing strange songs and walking in front of him, playing tricks. Siwu immediately used his power. His body turned into nothingness, raised his nothingness hand, and crushed all the little people to death. These strange little people didn't even leave a trace. However, the next second, the area where the strange little people disappeared seemed to be splashed with melted paint, leaving a pool of traces. Hee hee, hee hee hee. A strange laugh sounded. Laughter came from all directions, surrounding Siwoo, who had turned into nothingness, as if laughing at his current state. Siwoo snorted coldly and fled into the distance in a state of nothingness. He was already certain that this was the realm of the weird. In fact, Shuyuan was the forbidden area he built to imitate the realm of the weird. He just didn't expect that Siwoo would encounter this level of weirdness one day. All because of the witch Su Miao. If the witch Su Miao hadn't been chasing him, this wouldn't have happened. Not good. Siwoo quickly became alert. He had just escaped from the pursuit of the witch Su Miao, and now he had emotions directed at Su Miao, which was like lighting a lamp for Su Miao in the dark. He hoped that this weird field could isolate his emotions, and would not be noticed by the witch Su Miao. Unfortunately, Siwoo's emotions were amplified. Su Miao noticed it at the first time. In an instant, Siwoo's malice was as strong as a star. If it was only a little bit, Su Miao would hesitate and return to Earth first. But in this situation, she really couldn't ignore it. Su Miao came quickly. After flying for a while, Su Miao suddenly found something wrong ahead, and she quickly stopped. There were extremely chaotic laws ahead, like a black hole generated by countless spider webs, swallowing everything. This was a strange area that Su Miao had never seen before, and Siwoo was inside. A trap? Su Miao's face sank. No wonder Siwoo dared to reveal such strong malice, just to attract her in, and trap her in it. If she hadn't been very sensitive to the laws, she might have fallen into the trap. Siwoo is too mean. Too vicious. He must die. Su Miao held the starlight staff, staring at the strange field ahead, and decided to have another starlight bloom. Such a good target is rare. However, just as Su Miao was about to take action, she found that her current reserve of magic power was not enough to support a stronger starlight bloom. She needed some energy, so she might as well summon some demon kings and evil gods first. Let them hand over the treasures that can provide energy. Kill those with malicious intentions. Let go of those without malicious intentions. Thinking of this, Su Miao took out the Book of the Abyss, waved the starlight staff, and arranged 10 summoning magic circles in the void. This time, the summoners summoned randomly, and no matter who responded, it would be right to pull them over. In the weird area, Siwoo tried to suppress his emotions, but the more he suppressed, the more his emotions were amplified. It was just that a long time had passed, and the witch Su Miao did not appear, which made Siwoo feel a little relieved. However, this did not rule out the possibility that the witch Su Miao was also trapped here. This area is too weird. It seems that forcible destruction is not enough to get out of the predicament. Then there is only one way left. That is to find the grotesque entity in the area. But if the grotesque entity is killed, he can get out. Siwoo continued to move forward. As he walked, he saw a brand new forest. However, the forest here is more like tentacles than a forest. Countless tentacles swayed left and right, making it difficult to see clearly. Siwoo used his power, exploded with a bang, defeated the tentacles in front, and forced a way out. He moved quickly, and soon arrived at a plain. There were many lakes on the plain. The water was clear, like a mirror. Siwoo looked from afar, and vaguely saw something reflected in the lake. A super huge head. The skin on the head was all rotten, dripping with thick water, and every drop of thick water turned into strange tentacles. This was nothing, but this super huge head had the breath of a quasi-supreme god. The shriveled eyeballs inside could still move. It looked at Siwoo. Siwoo's scalp tingled. He felt discovered. However, the super huge head floated away, and did not come over. Siwoo looked into the void, but there was nothing in the void. If it were not for the strange tentacles that occasionally appeared on the ground, he would have thought it was fake. The quasi-supreme gods have fallen here? Siwoo's heart trembled. The level of this bizarre realm was beyond his imagination. Siwoo looked at the lake again. He seemed to have seen something flash by in the reflection of the lake light. As strong as he was, he couldn't see clearly what it was. After hesitating for a moment, Siwoo continued to move forward. Suddenly, strange water oozed out of the sky and the ground. In the blink of an eye, the lakes on the ground connected to form a sea. The sea was churning, but the broken sea surface could vaguely reflect an indescribable thing. It appeared silently and caused strange turmoil. A palm covered with eyeballs flew across the sky, But it didn't fly far, and a large part of it disappeared out of thin air. The sound of chewing flesh and bone sounded in the sky. Crunchy. And it sounded delicious. Weird blood flowed out from the cracks in the palm. It was terrified and continued to fly. But the next second, the entire palm disappeared. It was completely eaten. In the void, there were multiple tumor-like strange things. They rushed to the sea like meteorites. Who knew that the sea was churning? The tumor-like strange things touched the sea water. They actually smoked directly, melted, and dissipated. Siwoo looked down at the sea water below, terrified. He knew that there was something wrong with the water, but he didn't expect the problem to be so big. What are you doing here? Why don't you run away? Suddenly Siwoo heard a voice. He saw a man in black clothes in front of him and said, "Quick, change into this set of clothes, or you will be discovered by him." The man in black clothes took out a similar black clothes from somewhere and handed it to Siwoo. "He is coming soon. And this umbrella, don't let it get wet in the rain, or you will be gone if you get wet in the rain." He handed over another black umbrella. Dong, 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 a strange sound came from afar. The man in black became more and more anxious. "I'll stop it, you go quickly, go to the west of the town, find them, they will take you away from here." Without waiting for Siwoo to respond, the man in black ran away. It was only then that Siwoo noticed that the sea had disappeared, and in front of him was a small town of unknown age and civilization. He saw a woman in colorful clothes running away in the distance, and her body separated as she ran, but the man in black, who happened to be standing not far from the woman, was fine. This black clothes can be worn. Siwoo hesitated for a moment, and decisively changed into black clothes. As for the man who said he was going to stop something, Siwoo looked over there. He saw a bright red eyeball appear next to the man, and the bright red eyeball cracked, and 2 rows of sharp teeth emerged from it. With a click, the man was eaten by the bright red eyeball. Siwoo took a deep breath, and walked quickly to the west of the town. Find them, who are they? No. Why would I play this game with them? Siwoo was alert again, and realized that he was no longer in a state of nothingness, but was solidified into a human form. He tried to restore the state of nothingness, but no matter how he used his power, he could not succeed. Siwoo's face sank. What on earth is going on? Chapter 427 Magic Girl Restaurant. Siwoo fled quickly. While fleeing, he tried to regain his power, tried to use the law, but it was useless. His law power was imprisoned, and he became a complete mortal. He could clearly use some of it just now. Could it be this clothes? Siwoo looked at the black clothes on his body. His expression was uncertain. He had seen the consequences of not wearing black clothes, so he took it one step at a time. He had seen many weird gods in the other world, but this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying one. After running for a while, Siwoo felt something was wrong. He actually felt hungry. And very hungry. As a powerful god, Siwoo never thought that he would be hungry one day. At this time, the surrounding streets turned into a dark neighborhood with light rain. There were vague and strange figures in the shops on both sides of the block. They were making fragrant wontons, steaming octopus balls, baking delicious roast chicken, cakes. Young man, come and have something. Fresh roast rabbit. Eat it so you can hurry on your way. Crispy roast chicken. 1 portion. Free. Want wontons? Hee hee. If you don't eat, you can't get there. Don't be stubborn. You are just like us before. You don't eat, and finally fall down on the roadside because of hunger, and then inherit a shop like us. Hee hee. What are these things? Siwoo looked at the owners of these shops in doubt, and saw the food in front of them. His mouth was watering, and he actually felt even hungrier. However, this is the weird realm. Who dares to eat the things in the weird realm? Although he was very hungry, Siwoo forced himself to move forward. This hunger must be an illusion, he firmly believed. On the contrary, if he ate these things, he would never be able to leave here. As for what these shop owners are, Siwoo did not pursue it. Nor did he intend to pursue it. Even if he took a step back, the things that appeared in a street in the weird realm were all what he could see when he lived on Earth. Which was the biggest flaw. Siwoo said nothing and continued to move forward. He doesn't want to eat, he's done. Done? He must think we want to harm him. There's nothing we can do. The guide must have died early. Don't worry about him. Just watch. No matter how strong he is outside, he will fall soon. The shop owners were talking. Siwoo didn't care at all and walked at a faster speed. However, as he walked, he felt his body getting hungrier and hungrier, and even faintly turned back to the skinny state when Su Yuan's original body was just revived. This discovery made Siwoo shudder. Not only that, he felt his body becoming weaker and weaker, as if he would collapse soon. How could this happen? Siwoo forced himself to be alert, trying not to collapse. However, he never thought he would be so weak. When he was about to fall into a coma, an old man whose figure could not be seen clearly came to Siwoo, and brought a small dried fish to Siwoo's mouth. Eat quickly, eat enough, and you will have the strength to escape. It is catching up. What is it? Siwoo didn't know, but when he heard this, he felt extremely scared. Coupled with his hunger, Siwoo could not resist the food brought by the old man. He opened his mouth and ate the dried fish. It was delicious. After eating just a little, Siwoo felt his strength restored. Don't worry. There are still dried fish. Eat slowly, the old man said faintly. Siwoo woke up again. He spit out the dried fish that was put into his mouth again and fled far away in panic. Behind him, the strange old man and the shop owner, who had turned into human beings, looked at him, smiled, and stopped talking. But where is the exit of this strange realm? Where should he go? Siwoo was confused. What's more terrifying is that everything here is changing towards reality in his eyes. This change is too terrifying. He saw corpses lying all over the ground. The corpses were bleeding. They looked hideous and horrible. It was horrible to look at. Why are you eating? Their food cannot be eaten. Suddenly, a person in red clothes came to Siwoo. Black clothes are no longer suitable for you. You are infected with his breath. Continuing to wear them will only make you discovered faster. Quickly change into this red clothes. Siwoo looked at the person in red clothes, not knowing whether to choose to trust or not. However, the other party's words provided very important information. The dried fish he had just eaten was problematic. Here are the clothes for you. After changing, walk along this path out of town. Remember, never look back. No matter who talks to you on the road, don't respond. He's coming. The man in red clothes looked into the distance nervously. I don't know what you were before, and why you attracted like this. You must escape, otherwise you will be swallowed, and we will all be dead. No, its minions are chasing us. I'll help you lead them away. After handing over the clothes, the man in red clothes picked up a brick and chased after him. Siwoo looked at the red clothes in his hand, hesitated for a moment, put on the red clothes, and fled to the path according to the man's instructions. This strange field was too terrifying, and it suppressed his power of laws. He had to find a solution. It was all the fault of the dam which Su Miao. The path was indeed a path, about 6 feet wide, with dense weeds on both sides. But for some reason, the weeds turned into dense tentacles, and there was a huge indescribable existence under the bloody shadow. Seemingly looking for something, Siwoo noticed someone in the bush and looked up. The person stiffened on the spot and gradually decayed. You can't look directly at it. Is it that thing? Siwoo hurried on his way. But strange scenes appeared again and again. He was shocked to find that the path under his feet had become a road paved with bones. The skulls he occasionally encountered among the bones would light up with faint bone fire and stare at him in the void. As he stared, the skeleton path began to bleed, and the blood flowed like a stream, spreading all around, and directly turned into a bloody road. The further he walked, the more bizarre and terrifying what he saw and heard. He didn't know how long it had been, but a familiar figure appeared in front of him. This was a girl with blue ponytails. The girl held a black cat-headed staff in her hand. She waved her hand and smiled slightly. You don't have to run. And you don't have to be afraid. You are already dead. Didn't you notice? What? Siwoo looked at the girl with blue ponytails, and then looked at himself. He didn't know when a familiar spark ignited on his body. This was the attack of the witch Su Miao. Not only himself, but also that indescribable thing, which had long been swallowed by the raging starfire. Until this moment, Siwoo realized that he had long become a part of this weird and bizarre world. The blue twin-tailed girl waved her cute cat-headed staff, and recreated the scene of Su Miao destroying the bizarre domain in front of Siwoo. In the void, Su Miao unfolded multiple magic circles, crushing and filling multiple godheads. Siwoo saw the true strength of the witch Su Miao. Boom! The void was dark, and a torrent of starlight blasted out. There are countless laws inside, many of which he cannot even see clearly. Starlight bursts through the weird realm, igniting and purifying all kinds of indescribable things in the realm. How terrifying is the power of the witch Su Miao! Ha ha ha! Siwoo laughed miserably. He has been silent in the abyss for 1,000,000 years, just to revive one day and return to the Star Sea for revenge. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a heaven-defying existence as the witch Su Miao, and encounter such terrifying and indescribable weirdness during his escape? And finally, he even needed to be awakened by someone when he died. How pathetic is this? Thank you. Just when Si Wu was about to disappear, he asked, "What is your relationship with Si Shu?" The girl with blue twin ponytails tilted her head. "Oh, that little girl. She came to my shop to eat before. She said she liked my twin ponytails very much." Si Wu smiled bitterly. "So that's it. Was this destroyed by Su Miao?" "Yes. Thank you this." Si Wuxing was annihilated and dissipated. A few hours ago, Su Miao threw the offering into the magic circle outside the weird area, and summoned it directly. A demon god responded. Su Miao took advantage of the situation and pulled the demon god over. The demon god looked at the witch Su Miao in front of him with a confused face. What are you?" Su Miao waved the starlight staff in his hand, binding the demon god in place, stabbed the god-slaying silver sword, picked out the demon god's godhead and put it away, and threw the weak demon god aside. You. This demon god is too noisy." Su Miao simply sealed the demon god's mouth, and sealed the demon consciousness together. Oh right. Su Miao remembered something. She held the demon upside down with the magician's hand, shaking it, shaking out a bunch of rare materials and strange items. She picked up a few and threw them into the magic circle to continue summoning. 10 seconds later, an evil god responded to the summon. The other party was ready to condense the plane projection to come down, to receive this rare sacrifice. However, the plane projection was not condensed, and the main body was pulled over. The evil god was confused. The next step was a familiar routine. The evil god was picked up, shaking off all his assets, and throwing them next to the bound demon god. The evil god and the demon god looked at each other, tears welling up in their eyes. But they dared not speak out against the evil deeds of the witch. How could there be such an evil witch? Using sacrifices to defraud them? Using such high-end sacrifices to defraud? Which demon king, evil god, could withstand the test? Unfortunately, the incident had already happened, and it was too late to regret. However, it didn't take long for them to regret, and their mentality soon balanced, because they saw the witch use similar methods to lure one evil god, demon king after another. Then these evil gods, demon kings, without exception, had their divinity core and thrown aside. 10. That's about enough. Su Miao blinked and stopped summoning. If she continued, she was worried that she would attract the attention of some powerful beings. Su Miao turned and looked at the captured demon kings and evil gods. The reason they were not killed was because they still had some value. As for letting them go, that was impossible. They had just taken away their godheads and cores. This hatred was too great. You could tell by looking at their malicious intent that was not concealed at all. Your Highness, spare my life. The first demon who was captured desperately blinked Caslin's big eyes, hoping that the witch Su Miao would spare her life because she was a female. Su Miao ignored the other party's plea for mercy, waved the starlight staff, and sent all the 10 demon kings and evil gods into the weird domain, swallowing 10 demon kings and evil gods. I believe the weird domain will be very happy. It will take at least several dozen seconds to digest. Right? Taking advantage of this time, Su Miao adjusted his position, unfolded the layers of magic arrays, aimed at the center of the weird domain and the position of Si Wusuo, and threw all the newly harvested demon king cores and evil godheads into it, turning them into the purest destructive magic energy, compressed them to the extreme, and exploded. Starlight blooms. Boom! The torrent of starlight penetrates the weird domain. Worried that the weird domain that took in Si Wu was too strong, Su Miao's attack this time was even stronger than the last time. The malice generated by the 10 demon kings and evil gods that were previously deployed dissipated directly. The weird domain seemed like thatched grass that was on fire, with blazing sparks, which was spectacular. There were extremely terrifying tentacles that tried to expand out and fight back at Su Miao, but when these tentacles moved, the sparks burned more fiercely. Gradually, the weird domain was burned out, and Si Wu's malice was also burned out in the starlight. I don't know how long it has been. A colorful weird core is left in the void. This weird core is as big as a basketball. The main god-level weird core obtained outside the abyss before cannot be compared with this one. How powerful must the weirdness that expands the domain here be to have such a big core? Su Miao put away the weird core and looked at the void vigilantly. It seems that someone is there. She immediately grasped the starlight staff, ready to bombard the void at any time. The newly obtained weird core can be used for charging, although it would be a bit wasteful to do so. Don't do it. The blue twin-tailed girl came out, looked at Su Miao and smiled. Su Miao, long time no see. Meow? Su Miao looked at the blue twin-tailed girl and widened her eyes. It's you, stir-fried chicken rice. The blue twin-tailed girl blinked, wanted to hit someone, afraid of beating someone to death. Su Miao realized that she said the wrong thing. No, it's you, you gave me the potions and the pre. The blue twin-tailed girl interrupted Su Miao. Let's talk somewhere else. In an instant, Su Miao found that she came to a restaurant. The decoration style of the restaurant is full of cute girlish atmosphere. At this time, she noticed the name of the restaurant written on the wall, Magical Girl Restaurant. Su Miao was sure that, before the end of the world, the restaurant where she ate was here. Sit down, what would you like to eat? The girl with blue ponytails asked. Dry fried chicken rice? Su Miao nodded subconsciously. Okay. The girl with blue ponytails said, another mixed juice? Su Miao said, okay. She had a lot of questions to ask, but she was attracted by the scene in front of her before she asked. I saw a beautiful elf flying out of the spring water in the back kitchen, using the magic circle to cook quickly. It was like a dream, full of artistic beauty. It was so cute. The blue twin-tailed girl put the juice on the table and waved. Su Miao. The meal will take a while. Meow. Drink the juice first. Thank you. Su Miao had no doubts and took a sip of the juice. In an instant, she felt that the magic power consumed by the continuous release of starlight bloom was all restored, and the strange gray fog that had been contaminated on her body at some point was dispelled, and it was instantly purified. Chapter 428: The Source of Doomsday and the Destruction of the Universe. Su Miao was amazed at the effect of the juice. After a long while, Su Miao came back to his senses, looked at the blue twin-tailed girl, and asked, Are you a magical girl? Looking back on everything in the past, Su Miao could not find a second reason except to explain it with magic. And, the name of this restaurant is the Magical Girl Restaurant. Under normal circumstances, people who come here will ignore the name of the restaurant, but Su Miao, who has experienced a lot in the Doomsday, cannot ignore it. The blue twin-tailed girl nodded. Yes. Meow. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xian Meow Meow. Xian Meow Meow. It's hard to imagine. It could be her. Su Miao remembered Xian Meow Meow, who posted various spam messages on the Night Snack app forum. The magic girl Xian Meow Meow said, Su Miao, you can ask me anything you want to know, and I will answer you. Su Miao sorted out her thoughts and asked, Did you deliberately give me alchemy? The magic girl Xian Meow Meow nodded. Well, it's just that you don't seem to follow the instructions left for you in alchemy, and you threw all kinds of magic potion residues everywhere, causing many disasters. Su Miao was speechless. This, she really didn't know how to say it. Some of the magic potions were used to deal with the mutant beast tide, insect plague, and some were to concentrate the residue. I'll take a look at it later when I have time. Magic Girl Heart Meow Meow said, Okay, next question Meow. Su Miao said, Did you arrange the Book of Prophecy as well? Magic Girl Heart Meow blinked and shook her head. How should I answer Meow? The Book of Prophecy is prepared for you. I can't say who it is specifically for. If I have to say it, Su Miao, you are the chosen one. Su Miao was puzzled. I am the chosen one? What does this mean? Magic Girl Heart Meow Meow said, When a universe encounters a devastating crisis, the universes of heaven will mechanically choose people who can save themselves, and you are one of the chosen ones. Don't take this identity too seriously. Theoretically, it's like when the human body is sick, some new cells are selected to evolve into corresponding immune cells. It should be easier for you to understand Meow. Su Miao originally wanted to ask if it was the same as the Son of Luck mentioned in the novel, but he didn't expect it to be immune cells. Magical Girl Xian Meow Meow said, You want to think that you are the Son of Luck. And there is nothing wrong with that. It's just that there are too many Sons of Luck. Humans can mutate into people with special abilities, which is also one of them. Don't worry. I didn't use mind reading on you. I don't like this kind of thing. Noticing the change in Su Miao's expression, Xian Meow Meow added, and continued, So far, hundreds of millions of similar Sons of Luck have died. You are one of the few survivors. Naturally, you are targeted by the will that wants to destroy the universe. This is why you will encounter various dangers along the way. However, Su Miao, you are very outrageous in this regard. Often, the danger does not approach you, but you solve it directly. This makes it impossible for the will against you to accurately assess your strength. Su Miao was speechless. This is how she encountered danger. She thought of something and asked, "Why does the end of the world come?" Magic Girl Xi and Meow nodded. "Well, you should have investigated this matter. The universe where the Earth is located is falling into destruction." Su Miao asked, "Why is the universe falling into destruction?" Magic Girl Xi and Meow took a glass, put a lot of nutrient pearl balls into the glass ball, and poured some water into it to make the pearl balls float. Su Miao looked at it in confusion, and didn't understand what Xi and Meow was going to demonstrate. "Look, these are universes." Magical Girl Heart Meow spread out her left hand, and a flower seedling appeared in her palm. She put the seedling into the glass. In an instant, the flower seedling grew a huge root system, and tightly grasped the pearl balls. Some of the pearl balls were pierced, and some of the pearl balls collapsed directly. As the flowers bloomed, the root system became larger and larger, and none of the pearl balls in the glass were spared, and all of them were captured. This is the Star Realm Sea. Now do you understand? Meow? Magical Girl Heart Meow said with a smile. Su Miao looked at the destroyed pearl ball and asked, "Is this what is happening?" Magic Girl Heart Meow nodded. "Yes." Meow. Su Miao asked. "Why?" Magic Girl Heart Meow said. "A long time ago, a god walked out of his universe, and saw a more vast void, an endless universe. He wandered for a long time, and it often took a long time to meet similar beings. He felt very lonely. One day, he decided to open up a new world outside the universe, so that beings with the same strength could communicate conveniently. Considering that there are too few of his kind, he established connections between the Star Sea and many universes, hoping that someone would come to the Star Sea. This is the prototype of the Star Sea." Su Miao blinked. "Doesn't the creator of this Star Sea know what will happen in the future?" Magical Girl Heart Meow said. "At the beginning, the Star Sea and many universes benefited each other, allowing more strong people to grow, break through, and enter the Star Sea. Some gods who entered the Star Sea felt that it was a pity to enter alone, and wanted to bring their families, friends, slaves. For the Star Sea, these extra people are just a drop in the ocean. But as time went by, the Star Sea became crowded. So, some supreme beings in the Star Sea began to expand, gradually evolving the mutual benefit with many universes into domination. As for now, for the Star Sea, these universes are the nutrients and soil that feed the Star Sea." Su Miao was shocked when he heard this. She couldn't believe it. But she had to believe it. And there was no reason not to believe it. Destroying the universe. Wouldn't it be the same as destroying her? And her parents? Relatives? Friends? Even though she didn't want to save the world or the universe. Such behavior made Su Miao angry, and wanted to destroy the entire Star Sea. If possible. She hoped that a burst of starlight could directly blow up the Star Sea. However, considering the fact that the Star Sea has taken root in countless universes, if the Star Sea explodes, those universes may also explode, including the universe where the Earth is, and they will all be destroyed. Su Miao was very scared. Magic Girl Heart Meow said, "Remember the fallen supreme god Luo, he you killed?" Su Miao nodded. "This is one of the few gods that he killed with his own hands and has some impression of. The other party was very generous, giving such a big godhood." Magical Girl Xi and Meow said, "This fallen supreme god is called Luo he, and his strength is rated at the peak of level 7. And he is almost at level 8. Due to the limitations of the universe, he has been stuck at level 8 for a long time. But as long as he persists, he will be able to enter level 8 sooner or later, and upgrade his universe together. But at this time, he was targeted by the people of the Star Sea. They designed a scheme, and told Luo he that he could be promoted to level 8 by sacrificing the origin universe. Luo he believed it, and betrayed his universe, which directly led to the origin of the universe being intercepted. And he was cursed and his strength fell." Su Miao said, "You mean I will be targeted too?" Magical Girl Xi and Meow nodded, "Yes. Anyone who reaches a certain strength will be targeted, especially those who come from the universe to find as the nourishment of the Star Sea. They will find a way to nip the trouble in the bud." Su Miao wanted to ask Xi and Meow why she wanted to help, and whether there was a conspiracy. But this thought was wiped out by her as soon as it came up, because it's totally unnecessary. Su Miao asked, "Excuse me, do you know where my parents are?" Magic Girl Heart Meow's blue twin ponytail swayed cutely. She was surprised by Su Miao's jumping thoughts. "I know." Meow. Su Miao asked anxiously, "Are they still alive?" Magic Girl Heart Meow said, "Alive." Su Miao asked, "Where?" Magic Girl Heart Meow said, In a city in the other world, it's a paradise. I don't recommend you to go, but if you insist on going, I won't stop you. Meow. Su Meow asked, is it dangerous? Magic Girl Heart Meow Meow said, is it dangerous? The girl Xi Meow Meow said, it's hard to say. Meow. After thinking for a while, she took out a map and gave it to Su Meow. The city is here. When you go there, if someone asks you who told you, don't say it was Meow. Su Meow looked at the map and was very excited. Thank you. The magic girl Xi Meow Meow said, no need to thank me. Su Meow suddenly remembered the mysterious blonde girl he met in shelter number 1 and asked, excuse me. I met in shelter number 1. The magic girl Xi Meow Meow said, well, it was the magic girl Meow. More. Xi Meow Meow was not going to say. Su Meow asked, what's her name? Magic Girl Heart Meow Meow tilted her head. You have to ask her this question, Meow. What I can tell you is that if you want to go to the Star Sea in the future, with her there, you don't have to worry about things here for the time being. Su Meow remembered something the mysterious blonde girl said, and nodded. Well, she wants me to plant a real-world tree, but I have no idea. Magic Girl Heart Meow Meow glanced at the demonstration potted plant next to her. The method, I've already told you, Meow. Su Meow looked at the potted plant, and soon understood. The Star Sea has all the material she wants. As long as she breaks through the Star Sea, she can have whatever she wants, and then she can plant the real-world tree. Magic Girl Heart Meow Meow said, Su Meow, are there any questions? Su Meow said, Magic. Magic Girl Heart Meow Meow shook her head. You are a witch. Our system of magic is not suitable for you to learn, and you are now on the right path, and your future growth is limitless. If I give you a magic book now, it will limit your growth and take you astray. It's not good. Meow. Su Meow carefully recalled her attack methods, which were too monotonous. Magic Girl Xi Meow Meow said, do you want to say that you are too dependent on Starlight Bloom? No. Meow, in fact, you have a better one, which you have researched all the way by yourself. This is all I can tell you. Meow. Su Meow suddenly thought of something. Xi Meow Meow, can you blow up the Star Sea? Magic Girl Xi Meow Meow said, this? Meow. She raised her hand, and the glass used for demonstration shattered. Although I am here, the interference I can do is limited. More needs to be done by you. Su Meow. I believe you have read the novel about the Son of Luck whose opportunity was intercepted. If I were to complete it, you might lose your opportunity. Let me give you a simple example. If I killed the fallen supreme god Luo He, those merits would come to me instead of you. Without these merits, you would encounter unimaginable troubles in the future. Su Meow blinked. I don't care. Better than me at slacking off. Magical Girl Heart said sincerely, besides these, my interference will destroy your universe. This is not what I want to see. The destruction of the universe where the Earth is located. This is really not okay. Su Meow nodded. Then she can only go to the Star Sea. Magical Girl Heart Meow Meow said, okay, are you going to see your parents? I can help you send them nearby. Meow. Su Meow said, I'm going to see them. Magical Girl Heart Meow Meow said, well, these fried chicken rice bowls are for you. See you again if we're lucky. Meow. The 10-pack fried chicken rice bowls were delivered to Su Meow, and the teleportation magic circle lit up under Su Meow's feet, and disappeared in an instant. After doing all this, Magical Girl Heart Meow Meow's blue twin ponytail shook, and the Magic Girl restaurant around her disappeared. Then, she tore the space apart and left this universe. For a long time in the future, she would not come here. Meow. Outside the abyss, the great demon King Colette hurried to the battlefield ruins. He looked at the huge abyss, the countless demon kings, and the fragments of the evil gods, and took a deep breath. The witch Su Meow really went on a killing spree. The great demon King Colette was terrified by the remaining breath in the battlefield ruins. How many terrifying beings died here? Were they all killed by Su Meow? Where is your highness? The great demon King Colette looked around and noticed that there were still some demon kings and evil gods in the distance. It's just that these demon kings and evil gods were all seriously injured, and it was not convenient to move for the time being. Those who could run away ran away. After a while, the great demon King Colette finally found the great demon King Kento. This guy actually hid 100,000 miles away from the abyss. It was simply outrageous. I ask you, where is Her Highness the Witch? The great demon King Colette asked anxiously. The great demon King Kento said, I don't know. His voice was a little trembling. Where did Her Highness the Witch Su Meow go? Is this something he is qualified to ask? The great demon King Colette was numb. What happened here? The great demon King Kinto took out a memory ball very straightforwardly and sent it out. This was extracted from a dead demon king. After reading the memory, the great demon Colette was numb. It was too horrible. Just by reading the memory, he deeply felt the despair of the owner of the memory. In addition, from this memory, the great demon Colette felt fortunate for his decision to slide down. However, the next question was a whole new one. How should he send the magic potion he had worked so hard to find to His Highness Su Miao? If he delayed His Highness's time, what if His Highness beat him to death? He had to find His Highness the Witch as soon as possible. Chapter 429. Are you going to save the world? Will Dad and Mom forget you? Su Miao stumbled and appeared in the void with 10 packed chicken rice bowls in her hands. She immediately put the chicken rice bowls into the magic space and took another look at the unfamiliar environment around her and determined the location here. Checking the map, this location is very far away from the city mentioned by Magic Girl Heart Meow Meow. If it were an ordinary person, it might take several years to reach it. However, for Su Miao at the moment, it was not too far. After walking for about a week, passing through several dangerous restricted areas, and obtaining 6 beautiful weird crystal cores, Su Miao arrived at the city mentioned by Magic Girl Heart Meow Meow. Su Miao stood in the void and looked around. If there was no map provided by Magic Girl Heart Meow Meow, she didn't know when she could find this place. In the chaos, the city emerged like a phantom. The towering buildings seemed to be woven by light and shadow, which was both real and illusory. The streets were wide and peaceful, without the hustle and bustle of cars and horses. Only the wind whispered softly. The street lights were soft, casting mottled light and shadows, covering this strange city with a mysterious veil. There seemed to be an extremely dangerous atmosphere in the city. The dangerous atmosphere disappeared in a flash, which was a warning to outsiders. Su Miao held his cold expression, standing on the deserted road, walking towards the city ahead. The city gate, there was no guard, but there was a tiny light curtain. This light curtain was not dangerous. At least for Su Miao. There was no danger. Su Miao passed through the light curtain, entered the city, walked on the stone road, looked at the pedestrians on the road, and the shops on both sides. The pedestrians here, to be precise, are subhumans. Human bodies, with cat ears and cat tails, cow horns and human bodies, cow tails, and girls with horse ears and horse tails. They look like characters from games and anime. There is not much expression on their faces, and they walk by in a hurry with steady steps. The buildings on both sides of the street are very abstract. Su Miao felt very touched by this style, because these buildings seem to be built with ancient stones, building fragments, and magic, etc., full of the epic and absurdity of the years. However, it must be said that these buildings are very practical, at least very practical here. For some reason, there are many deserted cities in the inner world. It looks like it is composed of countless broken worlds. Regarding the inner world, Su Miao forgot to ask Xi and Miao Miao. Su Miao was observing the city, and she found that there was a very special aura fluctuation in the city. No, it is the fluctuation of the law. The source of this special aura is in the square not far ahead. Su Miao walked a few steps and came to the city square. The square is very large, as big as 5 or 6 football fields. In the center of the square, there is a statue. This statue is a witch. There is a pool around the statue, and there are some water lilies blooming in the pool. It is worth mentioning that there is no tree around the pool in the center of the square, but there are a few fallen leaves floating in the pool. I don't know where these fallen leaves came from. They look very strange. Su Miao looked at the statue and understood the source of the danger. There is a very strong power of faith on this statue, and these beliefs are about to give birth to their own will. However, these beliefs have never been harvested, but simply left here to protect the city. According to Su Miao's observation, if these powers of faith are gathered together, they will be stronger than the fallen supreme god Luohi. It's outrageous. Your Highness the Witch. A beautiful cat-eared girl knelt down devoutly in front of Su Miao. Your Highness, have you come? She was very excited, and said with tears in her eyes, thank you for protecting us. Your Highness, it is my lifelong honor to meet Your Highness. There is no doubt that this is a fanatic. Su Miao did not want to be misunderstood. I am not her, you have made a mistake. The cat-eared girl was stunned for a moment, looking at Su Miao, and then at the statue, and she could not tell them apart. Suddenly, a beam of light flew out from the statue and landed in front of Su Miao. Su Miao stretched out her finger, pointed it on the light, and instantly understood it. Thank you. Her figure disappeared instantly. The cattered girl looked at the place where Su Miao disappeared, and then looked at the statue that had existed for who knows how many years, and was shocked. In the chaos, she seemed to touch something. She screamed cutely, "Miracle! Your Highness's miracle!" 10 seconds later, 3 people in gray robes, whose faces could not be seen clearly, came to the center of the square. They first knelt devoutly in front of the witch's statue, then looked at the cattered girl. What happened here? The cattered girl said with excited tears, 3 high priests. A miracle. I saw a miracle. The 3 high priests looked at each other and asked, "Don't be excited. Speak slowly." The cattered girl said, I just saw a witch with long pink hair standing here. I thought it was the Highness who came. I was very excited. But the witch with long pink hair replied that it was not the Highness who protected us. I was confused and couldn't tell what was going on. Just then, the Highness's statue flew out a little light and fell in front of the witch with long pink hair. She looked at the statue of the Highness and said thank you, and then disappeared. The 3 high priests showed shocked expressions. The witch they believe in has long pink hair. This one also has long pink hair, but is she the same person? Did they do something wrong and are not recognized by His Highness? No, it is impossible. If His Highness did not recognize them, he would not have saved the city so many times when it was in danger. Maybe this witch with long pink hair is not the one they believe in. She is just passing by. Or she knows the one they believe in. She is even His Highness' friend. It must be like this, otherwise the statue of His Highness would not react like this. Think about the dangerous beings who came here before. Without exception, they were murdered by His Highness. But this time it was an equal exchange, which directly explained the problem. Thank you for your protection. The 3 chief priests bowed to the witch statue, informed the whole city that a witch has descended on the city. Let everyone respect her as much as they believe in Her Highness. 3 days later, a witch tea party will be held in the city square. Su Miao heard what the 3 chief priests said in the square. It was not that Su Miao wanted to listen, but their appearance aroused Su Miao's curiosity. These 3 people, no, they should not be called people, but humans, a weird mixture. It is hard to say what they are specifically. This is not a big deal. The key is their strength. The strongest one has entered the level of the main god. The remaining 2 are close to the main god, with strong strength. According to Su Miao's understanding of the inner world during this period, with such strength, it is enough to dominate the inner world, but they still devoutly believe in a witch who is too lazy to harvest their faith. Su Miao blinked, and did not think about these things. Just now, the witch statue sent her a message, which contained the location of her parents, and the coordinates of the Star Sea. Su Miao took a step out, and came to a secluded neighborhood in the city. The target was a small shop. The shop was emitting a warm yellow light. The shop owners were an old couple, who had many stories in their eyes, and looked very energetic. There were all kinds of items in the shop, including slate books, special instrument fragments, strange machinery, various books, and some groceries. Most of the products have strong traces of years. It should be buried for a long time. This is what they have worked hard on the world along the way. Su Miao stopped. Don't dare to step forward. She took out a family portrait from the magic space. Family portrait, her parents holding her and grandpa for 3 months. Grandma stood together. The parents in the photo are very young. The 2 old people in front of them were very old. But their spirit has never changed. Su Miao took a deep breath and walked forward slowly. Dad? Mom? She had practiced calling them for a long time in front of photos, but she had never really faced them. When she got here, Su Miao felt the familiar feeling of social phobia coming back. However, this time she couldn't keep her cold expression to disguise herself. Su Miao wanted to enter an absolutely rational state, but her inner fluctuations did not allow her to do so, and her subconscious mind did not want to do so. Girl, what do you want to buy? The gray-haired mother stood at the door of the store and called Su Miao. The busy father turned around when he heard the voice and looked at Su Miao with a smile. Don't worry, our prices are affordable. Su Miao took a few steps forward, and tears flowed out involuntarily. When the mother saw the scene, she hurriedly asked, Girl, what's wrong with you? You are so beautiful. It's not good to cry. Have you encountered any difficulties? You can tell me. We will help you. Girl, let me tell you. We have a daughter, who should be the same age as you, if she is okay in the Doomsday. At this point, the mother's tears rolled in her eyes, and she quickly wiped them away. Oh, I accidentally let dust fall into my eyes just now. She smiled and said gently, "Come, girl. Sit down first. The store just distributed some spring water. You drink some and take it easy." For some reason, as she approached Su Miao, the mother's tears still flowed. "Girl, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I don't know why. But when I see you, I think of my daughter. As if you were our daughter." Once the tears fell, they could not be stopped. Dad came over, looked at Su Miao, and then looked at his wife. And a sad look appeared on his face. Su Miao said, "Dad, Mom, I am Su Miao." She opened her arms, threw herself into her mother's arms, and cried, "I am Su Miao. I finally found you." The tearful mother was stunned for a moment, a little confused. Dad was even more shocked. After coming back to his senses, the three of them hugged each other and cried for a long time. "Oh, I have to go buy some vegetables." Mom stood up and said she didn't expect that the end of the earth would come, and they would be stranded in the dangerous inner world, and they would see their daughter again one day. There is nothing happier than this. Dad immediately took out a jade card from the back and handed it over. "Buy more. Let's be extravagant." Su Miao said, "No need to buy. We have everything here." The parents looked at Su Miao with empty hands. "Where are the vegetables?" Su Miao raised his hand and took out tomatoes, potatoes, corn, cabbage, steak, beef, long beans, raspberries, strawberries, watermelons, mulberries, apricots, peaches. Due to the limitation of space, Su Miao only took out a little of each. And even so, he could hardly let go. Seeing so many supplies, the two old men were extremely shocked. They had only been in the other world for a few years, and the world on Earth had completely changed. "So many. We can't eat them all." "Yes, and there's no place to store them." When they were in the other world, the space storage device was in the research and development stage. They didn't have any, and they didn't know about it. Su Miao immediately took out 2 space storage devices and gave them to his parents, and told them how to use them. Looking at the logo of Shelter Number 1, the two were very happy. With this logo, it means that Shelter Number 1 is developing very well, and they don't have to worry about the continuation of the human race. The two old people, after all, had seen all kinds of storms, and they quickly accepted everything Su Miao brought. The mother immediately collected the supplies that Su Miao had brought out and cooked a large table of sumptuous dishes. The family of 3 gathered around the table, eating and asking about the past. Su Miao learned about his parents' work and their experience in the other world. Their luck was relatively good. More than 300 people entered the other world, encountered crises such as twisted space nodes, bizarre attacks, strange creatures, self-mutation, and mineral radiation, and survived. 32 people successfully came to this special city and survived. Meow meow. What did you experience before and after the apocalypse? Mom asked with concern. Su Miao roughly recounted her life with Grandpa and Grandma, and what happened after the apocalypse. She skipped the characters such as Magical Girl Heart Meow Meow. Even so, the two old people felt like they were listening to myths and legends when they heard Su Miao's experiences, and they were extremely outrageous myths and legends. After Su Miao finished speaking, they stared at each other in astonishment for a long time before they came back to their senses. Is this true or false? If it is false, it means that Su Miao experienced the apocalypse and his brain is broken. If it is true, it means that their daughter Su Miao, as a witch, can directly bring about the twilight of the gods. Rounding it off, their daughter Su Miao is a supreme god. How can people understand this? Besides, the two of them have been engaged in science for their entire lives. Does science no longer exist? Meow meow. Is everything you said true? Dad asked. Su Miao nodded. Well, I came to find you this time. Shelter Number 1 is currently developing very well. I can take you back to Earth. Back to Shelter Number 1, where it will be safe. Or you can stay here, it's also safe here. Mom quickly caught the key point in Su Miao's words. Meow meow, do you have anything to do? Su Miao nodded. Yes, something. Mom asked, are you leaving the Earth? Su Miao said, yes, to another universe. Mom asked worriedly, are you going to save the world? Dad, will Mom forget you? Chapter 430 Mind Purification Potion. Su Miao stayed for 2 days, left the city, and left without her parents. She stood in the void, turned around and looked at this special city, took a step, and disappeared. Our colleagues are here. We have several new projects about the inner world that need to be studied. It is expected to take a lot of time. If we leave the inner world, we will not be able to study. The study is expected to take several years. When you return to Earth, you can tell us and shelter number 1 that we are still alive. We will go back when we finish our research. Mom grabbed Su Miao's hand and kept talking for a long time. We are waiting for you to come back and pick us up. This sentence is the key point. Su Miao heard it clearly and remembered it firmly. Dad stood aside and said, I will take care of your mother. Don't worry. It's okay. Before leaving, Su Miao left a few space storage containers for his parents. There were all kinds of supplies in them, enough for them to eat and use for decades. In addition, there were several magic potions in them, which Su Miao had repeatedly verified, especially the life potion. Drinking one, ordinary people can extend their life by 50 years, and all functions of the body will be comprehensively improved. Of course, this is not effective repeatedly. People who have drunk it can drink up to 5 servings. Extending life by 200 years is not a problem. In addition to the life potion, there are also many mutant fruits, which are very helpful to the health of parents. According to Su Miao's observation of the law of life, these materials can extend the life of parents by at least 300 years. 300 years. Su Miao hopes it won't take that long. After walking a few steps, Su Miao found that a wisp of soul she controlled had a sense in the distance. The great devil Colette was very nervous. He came out of the forbidden abyss with the magic potion despite being seriously injured, and hurried to Shiyuan, but did not see His Highness Su Miao. Thinking of the gods who died in the Shiyuan battlefield, he became more and more afraid. What should he do? Colette. Suddenly, a voice came from the void, which shocked the great demon King Colette. Your Highness. The great demon King Colette immediately knelt on one knee in the direction of the voice. I have fulfilled your mission, and found the magic potion you need. As he said, he offered the magic potion he had worked so hard to find. Su Miao walked out of the void, looking at the wounded demon King Colette, and was a little surprised. This demon king is very interesting. Su Miao raised his hand and took the potion offered by demon King Colette in front of him and took a look. It was indeed what she needed, and it seemed to be more effective. Xia Xuan's problem was no longer a problem. Su Miao put the potion into the magic space, raised his hand, and threw out a colorful weird crystal core. This is for you. Demon King Colette saw the colorful weird crystal core, smiled, and was ecstatic. Thank you for your gift, Your Highness. He felt more and more that sliding down and kneeling was right. With this colorful weird crystal core, he will be able to go further, and his future is limitless. Su Miao asked, give me a map of the inner world. This should not let the great devil Colette realize that she can't find her way home. The great devil Colette shuddered and immediately offered a map. Your Highness, this is my treasured map of the inner world. Su Miao took the map expressionlessly. It is called a map, but in fact it is a sphere. The sky is round and the earth is square, like an infinite Rubik's Cube. Various areas are marked on it. The areas will have relevant locations, products, and the demons and evil gods that control the areas. In addition, there are many restricted areas on it, such as the Forbidden Abyss, which has updated the possible dangers inside. There is also the Ruins, which has updated the words destroyed, the gods have fallen, and so on. Su Miao suddenly noticed that the great demon King Colette marked the restricted areas on the map with levels. For example, the Forbidden Abyss, which has 7 written on it, but most of them are 6. Soon, Su Miao found the coordinates to return to Earth. The relevant area was marked 9. Was this when the evil god was bragging? And did he expand the relevant levels? Or maybe it was adopted by the Kirishima Demon Council, where the great demon Colette was. It doesn't matter. Anyway, through this map, Su Miao found the way home. After putting away the map, a teleportation magic circle lit up under Su Miao's feet, and he disappeared in an instant. The great demon Colette looked at the void where Su Miao left, saluted again, and turned to fly to Kirishima. He was going back to heal his wounds. No, he was going back to break through the realm. I hope he can complete a higher level task for His Highness Su Miao next time. 3 days later, Su Miao returned to Earth through the World Channel. The magic town seemed to have undergone new evolutions during this period of time. Su Miao observed it, made minor adjustments to the magic town, and then returned to the camp. In the camp, Lin Jiujia was practicing Tai Chi heart flow outside the Alloy Villa, and he looked very stable. Judging by the strength of the warrior, This was entering the Grandmaster realm. Sister Su Miao. Lin Jiujia was very happy to find Su Miao's return. Hearing the voice, the Mina bird rushed out. Your Highness. Your Highness. Welcome home. Su Miao touched Lin Jiujia's head, and then touched the Mina bird Su Luoli, who had turned into a little girl. Well, I'm back. She looked at the alloy villa. Xia Xian fell into a coma in the villa. Lin Jiujia said, Sister Su Miao. Xian has been in a coma for a month, and she has been having nightmares for this month. Su Miao said, well, I know. Entering the villa, Su Miao came to Xia Xian's room. Xia Xian, lying on the bed, had a pale face, and a look of pain on his face. Su Miao said, you go out first. Lin Jiujia, Su Luoli immediately walked out of the room and closed the door. At this time, the exhausted magic phantom clone Su Miao flew out from Xia Xian's brows. Huh, you have caused me a lot of trouble this time. I'll leave the rest to you. As he said that, the magic phantom clone, which had become very faint, disappeared. Su Miao understood what had happened during this period of time. Xia Xian used mind reading too much, which caused her to be polluted beyond purification. If it weren't for the protection of the magic phantom clone she left behind, Xia Xian might have died. Su Miao raised his hand, and the thread of the familiar law fell down, stabilizing Xia Xian's situation. Suddenly, Xia Xian, who was trapped in a nightmare, seemed to see the light. She fell asleep peacefully. However, it was not over. Various laws intertwined in the room, turning the entire room into a closed space. Su Miao grabbed Xia Xian in the air, and a remnant soul of the evil god was detained. Which, how dare you ruin my good deeds, you know I am? The remnant soul of the evil god screamed. Su Miao blinked, clenched his hands, and the sparks burned, annihilating the remnant soul of the evil god. He casually threw an ordinary starlight bloom to purify the room. Su Miao walked out of the room, looking at Lin Jiujia, who was full of expectation. Su Luoli said, it's basically okay, you stay in the camp, I'll go out and make a magic potion for Xiaoan to heal her. Su Luoli said, don't worry. Your Highness, we will definitely protect Xiaoan. Lin Jiujia nodded, yes. Su Miao smiled slightly, and disappeared from the two of them. Looking at Su Miao, who suddenly disappeared, Lin Jiujia and Su Luoli showed shocked expressions. His Highness Su Miao had already exceeded their cognition. It's right here. Su Miao came to a barren mountain. The weather was good today. The outdoor temperature was -3 degrees Celsius. It was not polar night. Standing on the top of the mountain, you could see far away. The scenery under the Doomsday was spectacular at any height. It was all the work of nature. But the price of this spectacular view was too high. Su Miao did not appreciate the scenery too much. She took out the magic tongs pot from the magic space, looked at the magic circle on it, and threw it aside. It is not impossible to use the previous magic tongs pot to refine potions, but there are too many restrictions. If you want to refine more advanced ones, you need a better magic tongs pot. Su Miao searched in the magic space and found a lot of metal materials. Some of these metal materials were given by shelter number 1. Some were picked up on the road, and many were given by the Demon King and evil god of the world at the cost of their lives. When Su Miao got these materials, he didn't think about how to use them. He didn't expect to use them now. With a wave of the starlight staff, purple flames appeared in the void, melting all the metal materials. Following Su Miao's idea, the metal liquid took shape on its own, and constructed magic patterns in it. Gradually, the prototype of a magic potion cauldron was refined. Cauldron? Looking at the cauldron that appeared in the void, Su Miao had a glimmer of enlightenment in his heart. This is the naturalness mentioned in Tao and magic. She originally wanted to refine a magic tongs pot, but a cauldron was naturally formed. Not only that, the magic array pattern in the cauldron was integrated very well, and there was no need for secondary carving. In fact, any secondary carving of an object will cause damage to a certain extent. It's time to integrate the law. Su Miao waved the starlight staff, integrating the laws into the cauldron, and making the magic potion cauldron go a step further. This process lasted 14 days. The workload was very heavy. Looking at the formed magic potion cauldron, Su Miao was in a good mood. She placed the cauldron on a rock, first threw in 6 large water balls, and the potion cauldron looked full. Then, Su Miao injected magic power into the potion cauldron, and the magic circle inside the cauldron lit up, and naturally heated the water, and the water boiled in the blink of an eye. Oh, that's right. Su Miao raised her left hand, and the potion of magic flew out, turning the pages, and stopped at one of the pages. The page was written with the heart purification potion, which was the magic potion she was going to make. According to the introduction in the potion of magic, the heart purification potion was a very advanced magic potion, which was very difficult to make, and there were various dangers in the process of making it, and it was not recommended for ordinary witches to learn to make it, and they could only do it after their strength was improved. Su Miao glanced at the book potions, and began to throw potions one by one into Dingley. Each time she threw them in, she stirred them with the star staff. Of course, she did not use the head of the staff, but the bottom of the staff. She had neglected to use the holy sword that she had used to stir potions. She had not prepared a new one, so she could only use the star staff. But, to be honest, stirring with the star staff was really useful. Su Miao suddenly remembered an anime she had seen before, in which a magical girl who had saved the world suddenly had an idea to try to cook. She might not even know what a spatula is, so she might as well use the magic girl's staff as a spatula. This scene is so happy. I feel happy just thinking about it. And all my worries are purified. No. Why do I think so much? Su Miao came back to her senses, and looked at the potion liquid that was mixing and changing color in the potion cauldron. She was startled. She understood the danger of the pure mind potion. She almost fell for it. Su Miao simply entered an absolutely elegant state, and added new potions to the potion cauldron in an orderly manner. During this period, the various anomalies brought about by the refining process of the pure heart potion still existed, but they could no longer affect Su Miao's steps and judgment. To be honest, if she had immersed herself in it just now, the refining of this pot of pure heart potion would have failed. Although the great demon king Colette offered a lot of potions, however, there were only 5 important main medicines, which meant that it could be refined 5 times at most. After 5 failures, it would be very difficult for her to collect materials again. Looking at the appearance of the great demon king Colette, Su Miao knew that Colette almost died for these potions. How could there be so many potions that could almost kill a great demon king? Even if she could find them in the future, it was still a question whether Xiaoxuan could hold on for that long. Don't think that Xiaoxuan is in a coma now. However, if she is not treated early, the Xiaoxuan who wakes up in the future may be Xiaoxuan with a completely new personality. By then, will Xiaoxuan with a completely new personality still be the Xiaoxuan she knew before? It's hard to say. For example, a person has 2 personalities, A, B, and the memories of personality A and personality B are not shared. In this case, it is really difficult to determine whether personality A and personality B are the same person, even if they belong to the same body. Su Miao's adventure in the other world this time has brought her a reward, an evil book sent by an evil god she summoned. The evil book introduces how to separate each personality and make them independent gods. According to the experimental records, this evil god has cut out 131 personalities so far. Among them, 31 have become gods. It's crazy. However, the Taoist classics also mention the operation of 1 qi into 3 pure ones, and beheading 3 corpses. In addition, because of the magic phantom clones that Su Miao used every time, she was a little difficult to judge. In short, compared to the unknown personality of Xiaoxuan in the future, Su Miao prefers the current Xiaoxuan. It would be best if there is no split personality. Su Miao continued to refine the potion. 3 days later, as the liquid in the potion cauldron changed from black to light blue, and from light blue to colorless and transparent, Su Miao knew that the soul purification potion was complete. 6 crystal bottles flew out. Su Miao waved the starlight staff, and collected the soul purification potion into the crystal bottle. It was good to get 6 soul purification potions at a time. As the soul purification potion was recovered, the remaining liquid in the potion cauldron shrank rapidly, and turned into a dark gelatinous residue. Su Miao subconsciously wanted to throw it away, but suddenly remembered Xi and Miao Miu's complaints, and simply threw it towards the magic town. The potion residue entered the magic town, and flew straight towards the world channel. Not long after, this portion of potion residue fell into the inner world. Throwing it into the inner world, not on Earth. It shouldn't be considered as throwing it away randomly. Chapter 431 Librarian, should be alright? Su Miao put away the magic potion cauldron and returned to the camp. It was early morning when Su Miao returned to the villa. Lin Jiujiu and the Mina were both asleep. Unlike usual, the Mina did not notice Su Miao coming back. It was not that the Mina's detection ability had weakened. On the contrary, the Mina had become stronger. It was just that Su Miao was stronger, so strong that it was beyond the Minus cognition. Without disturbing Lin Jiujiu and the Minus sleep, Su Miao came to Xia Xian's room. Looking at the sleeping Xia Xian, Su Miao raised his hand to let Xia Xian float up. With a single move of his hand, Xia Xian's clothes were all removed. Then, Su Miao took out a pure mind potion. He opened the bottle and fed Xia Xian the pure mind potion. Suddenly, Xia Xian's body began to glow. This state was very similar to the state of burning sparks, but it was completely different. Su Miao blinked and threw a large water ball to wrap up the glowing Xia Xian. A large amount of dark matter escaped and merged into the large water ball. However, under the influence of the pure mind potion, these dark negative substances were purified and annihilated in a very short time. As more and more dark substances were purified, Xia Xian's body began to become transparent. Looking at Xia Xian now, Su Miao didn't quite understand what pure and flawless meant before, but Xia Xian now is. Xia Xian had a dream, in which she came to a fairyland-like world. There was a large spring here, and the spring water was very clear. I don't know who pushed her, causing her to accidentally fall into the spring. She took a big gulp of the spring water, and felt that the spring water was sweet and delicious, very delicious. Xia Xian soaked in the spring water, felt unprecedented relaxation, unprecedented comfort. In the real world, the pure Xia Xian was visible to Su Miao. Confirming that the pure mind potion had purified Xia Xian from the inside out, Su Miao observed it carefully again, and separated the polluted water ball from Xia Xian. Xia Xian was sent back to bed. Su Miao helped cover her with a quilt, and waited until around 9 a.m. She was almost ready to wake up. As for clothes, let Xia Xian wear them herself. The remaining polluted water ball was taken out of the camp by Su Miao. It was first purified by Starlight Bloom in the void, and then completely eliminated by the purple fireball. When Starlight Bloom was purifying, something special struggled to save it, but it was burned to ashes by the starfire. Done. The remaining Lin Jiujiu. In theory, it would be better for Lin Jiujiu to drink a portion. However, Su Miao thought about it and rejected this idea. Judging from the current situation, it is best for Lin Jiujiu not to drink the pure mind potion. In addition, Siwu is dead. Si Tian's power has been completely integrated with Lin Jiujiu, and has truly become the power controlled by Lin Jiujiu. So Su Miao does not need to worry about it. Next, it is time to consider the follow-up. Su Miao returned to the second floor of the villa, sat on a chair in the living room, opened the magic notebook, and looked at the things that needed to be done recorded in the notebook. What she needs to do now is to continue to deduce magic. Magic based on various laws. The most important of these is the collapse of the void. This involves space magic. However, it is too difficult to comprehend the laws of space. I read a novel before, and it mentioned this sentence: whoever comprehends the laws of space and time is equivalent to controlling everything, and this novel can also be finished. Because the protagonist has completely mastered the laws of space and time, there is basically no difficulty that can stump the protagonist. The story will become boring accordingly. Although this is said in the novel, the principle is the same. If she can fully master the laws of space, when the void collapses, she will be safe in the Star Sea. Recalling the information mentioned by the magical girl Xi and Miao Miao, Su Miao found that there was a big problem. The Star Sea was the culprit that caused the Earth universe to fall into Doomsday destruction, but Xi and Miao Miao didn't say how to solve this problem. Is this for her to figure it out by herself? Su Miao thought about it. There are several ways to solve this problem. The first one is to cut off the connection between the Star Sea and the Earth universe, in professional terms, which is called the connection between heaven and earth. However, this method is only a temporary solution. When the star realm sea expands to a certain extent, it will still extend its tentacles to the Earth universe. At that time, various terrifying doomsday disasters will follow one after another, and they will be more terrifying than this time. The second idea is quite crazy. That is to destroy the entire star realm sea, leaving no room for it. Because the current star realm sea survives by swallowing the origins of countless universes. If one is destroyed, it will target the next one. Greedily. Only complete destruction can solve this problem. However, if the Star Sea is to be destroyed, a whole new set of problems will arise. When the Star Sea explodes, will the related universes be affected? If they are affected, will they explode? There are many problems here. In addition, how should the Star Sea be destroyed? To accommodate so many powerful gods, the Star Sea must be very large. It is definitely not possible to rely solely on the blooming of starlight. In addition, if the star sea knows that she is going to destroy it, will it be aware of it? Just like in normal times. Su Miao can sense when she encounters someone who is malicious towards her. The will of the star sea must be more advanced. This also needs to be considered. We can't destroy it directly. Do we need to capture the center of the star sea or something? But does the star sea have a center? Su Miao looked at the magic notebook in front of him and thought. After reading the magic notebook for a while, Su Miao took out some mixed juice from the magic space and drank a sip. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Su Miao took out his mobile phone. He had been in the inner world for so long and hadn't been online. Regarding his parents, Su Miao has not contacted shelter number 1 for the time being. Let's just consider them missing for the time being. There is a little selfishness on Su Miao's part, and he is cautious. He also wants to avoid bringing trouble to his parents. The reason is very simple. It is unreasonable for such a city with a large population and peace to appear in the other world, even if this city has a powerful main god. Also, it involves witches, which will be very dangerous. Su Miao opened the Midnight Snack app. Familiar sections, familiar friends, and various interesting posts. After the Doomsday, many people are pessimistic, even if they awaken to become capable people. However, there are more people who put down the principles of being human and become people who enjoy having fun. Every day we live is worth it. It's the Doomsday. Why bother about so many things? Just be happy. What? Your loved ones, relatives, brothers and sisters died? You have to celebrate for them. You finally escaped from this hell. Look, if there is no Doomsday, can I fly? Impossible. Indeed. I think of 007 before the Doomsday. And I feel that the Doomsday is really good. Inspired by this kind of thinking, the Night Snack app is the first to bear the brunt. And there are so many interesting posts on it. For example, this post was posted by the familiar Miss Irina. It's just that the title is a bit explosive. What does a slice of a Demon King look like poster, Irina? Everyone, as before. Let me first state the conclusion. The Demon King is a special species that condenses into a Demon King core, and is not much more advanced than humans. Due to some accidents, I went to the other world again, successfully captured 2 Demon Kings, and picked up 6 Demon King corpses. Out of curiosity about the Demon Kings, I conducted a slice study on these Demon Kings. Special note, slicing the Demon King is very dangerous. Please do not imitate it. The first time, I cut the Demon King's hands, legs, disassembled the Demon King's shoulders, ribs and other body parts, and took out the Demon King's internal organs. I have to explain here that I made a serious mistake, believing that the Demon King was humanoid. In fact, the Demon King is not humanoid. They have a body. In the case of severe damage, the Demon King will return to its original state, which seriously affects my experiment. But it doesn't matter, fortunately. We were well prepared, and the experiment was not stopped. After analysis and research, the Demon King's body structure is more sophisticated and stronger than humans. To give a simple example, the Demon King's body can accommodate a very large amount of energy. Due to the existence of this huge energy, they will condense a core to carry this power. This energy application method is more advanced than that of humans. It's just that most Demon Kings are quite rough when applying energy, which makes them look stronger after condensing the Demon King core, but in fact it limits future development. Therefore, don't be afraid when you see it. If the Demon King dares to show his health bar, you can kill him. It must be noted that not all Demon Kings have the ability to revive by dripping blood. Most Demon Kings do not have this ability. It's just that the Demon King's recovery ability is stronger. This part of the recovery ability is related to some laws in the Demon King's core. But from the research on the Demon Kings I cut, they are not very good at using the laws. To be precise, these Demon Kings comprehended the laws by chance, but they don't know how to use them. There is a huge amount of energy inside the Demon King's core. How to use it is still under research, so please don't worry. In addition, after the Demon King falls, the world will rain blood within a certain range, which is harmful to the human body, so don't drink it. Oh, I forgot one more thing. For some reason, the flesh and blood of the Demon King cannot be eaten. If you eat it rashly, people who eat the flesh and blood of the Demon King will be contaminated and become a weird monster. So please be careful. Above, that's all. Below are some research photos and slicing videos. The photos and videos have all been processed, don't worry. First floor. Star. Hardcore witch Irina. Last time she cut the monster in the meteorite. This time she cut the Demon King. It's so scary. Second floor. Feizue. I cried to death. Irina is really teaching everyone how to cut the Demon King seriously. Third floor. Tomjang. I was worried that the video would be bloody, but I didn't expect it to be full of artistic beauty. Fourth floor. Kajiro_Kai. Too cruel. Fifth floor. Sister Control saves the world. You didn't see it, the Demon King was crying, hope Irina will spare his life. Sixth floor. TFGCHSEHV2. Don't look at this Demon King as pitiful, how cunning is he inside? If it wasn't for the witch Su Miao, the one who wanted to invade the earth several times before, the consequences would be disastrous. Seventh floor. The ultimate door. I don't know why, I really want to know if Su Miao would catch and slice the Demon King if he met him. Eighth floor. Mantu Ka. Is there a possibility that His Highness Su Miao started with a nuclear explosion? 9th floor. Abed Mevel. It is not impossible. 10th floor. Humu large square ding. Blood rain from the sky. I saw a place where blood rained continuously some time ago. 11th floor. Osuk. I know this. Someone saw His Highness Su Miao's temporary camp nearby. 12th floor. Kehua diver. Then, there is only one possibility. His Highness Su Miao killed many demon kings. 13th floor. Dasasa Dongfeng. Hiss, I dare not imagine it. 14th floor. Panda Tony. The end of the world is really fun. 15th floor. Link Honghao. It's crazy. Looking at the post, Su Miao was silent. Irina, also known as the witch Feng Xiaosher, is really amazing. Normal people wouldn't dare to do such dangerous research. Right? In addition, what is Feng Xiaosher's strength? Su Miao is very curious. But it's just curiosity. In addition to this post, Irina's new posts include what does the slice of the Weird Lord look like. The Weird Crystal Core is very useful as an energy source. Analysis of the map of the other world. Analysis of mineral resources in the other world. Analysis of species in the other world. Analysis of plants in the other world. This is a real research maniac. I believe her research will bring great help to the people with abilities on Earth. Su Miao glanced at a new post. The 12 departments had a fight in the inner world. And the powerful organization was in name only posted by CE Latest News. The 12 department members discovered the ancient mysterious realm of ruins in the inner world. In order to compete for the treasures in the secret realm, Si Shu plotted against Si Zui, Si Hung, Si Sui, and fought with Si Wu. This fight directly led to the fall of Si Hung, Si Sui, Si Zui, Si Wu, and Si Li. Alas, such an unfortunate thing happened. I can only say it out to make everyone happy. However, I must remind you, the overall strength of the 12 divisions has become stronger after losing these members, haha. First floor. Eternal Supreme. I seriously doubt CE's condition. Second floor. The other shore fantasy butterfly. Hiss, I remember CE liked to like and watch beautiful women's fun, how could he post it? Third floor. Sister Control saves the world. I thought it was fake, I checked it, and found that this CE's account is real. It has been certified by the 12 divisions. Fourth floor. Si Ming, 5th floor. Kitten loves brushing teeth. Ha ha, Si Ming caught him so quickly. Sixth floor. Bookworm. Is this a conspiracy of the secretary? 7th floor. Science director. I saw the members of the 12 departments declare war on the forum before. I was surprised. I didn't expect them to really fight. 8th floor. High Ion. With so many members of the 12 departments falling, have they really become stronger? 9th floor. Autumn Love. Did you notice that? The secretary did not die in this fight. 10th floor. Little Grass Curious. Scared 11th floor. Regalia. Fortunately, the fight was not on Earth otherwise. I don't know what would have happened. 12th floor. Irina. Seeing this post, Su Miao suddenly remembered something. In the other world, the secretary was teleported away by her. I don't know where she was teleported to. Should be okay? Chapter 432 Celebration. After browsing the posts on the Midnight Snack app for a while, Su Miao started to browse the short videos on several apps. Affected by the apocalypse, the review of major apps is all intelligent AI. In order to prevent important intelligence from being overlooked, very few videos will be restricted from being released. Therefore, when browsing short videos, you can see all kinds of weird behaviors. Some people are hung upside down by mutated trees. Some go on adventures in dangerous areas. some are dragged away by fish while fishing. Even if there are many videos proving that the relevant areas are dangerous, there will still be warriors who challenge them one after another, and then repeat the same mistakes until they are completely defeated. It is worth mentioning that Su Miao discovered that some of the video publishers were mutant animals. They would configure a mynah bird or a parrot as a translator. However, some mynah birds and parrots were not very honest in their translation. The mutant animals wanted to express something east, but the mynah birds and parrots meant something west, which led to many jokes and even conflicts. Later, in order to avoid such situations, the mutant animals had to study human language, type by themselves, and then use AI dubbing to express their meaning. I am a snow fox from the Arctic. I don't sell peaches. Royal Cicada, Online Disco. The Rabbit King said, His Highness Su Miao is the best in the world. Looking at these short videos, Su Miao looked strange. Especially this Rabbit King, half of his ear was dislocated. Leave a message on the Midnight Snack app. The Rabbit King has always been very stubborn. I didn't expect to see this after watching the video again after a while. In the past, Su Miao might have gone back, killed this rabbit, and had a meal of roasted rabbit meat. But now, she no longer has such an idea. There was no way. Opening the Rabbit King's homepage, there were hundreds of videos of His Highness Su Miao is the best in the world. This guy even joined a strange organization called His Highness Su Miao's Believer Club. It was outrageous. In addition, several royal mutant animals danced in the form of little human girls, danced and so on, which was too cute. Su Miao was sure that, in a few years, these videos would become their indelible black history. After thinking for a while, Su Miao downloaded all the videos that he thought were cute. When they realize it, or when they want to hold a celebration, Su Miao will take it out according to the situation. It will be very interesting then. You don't know the time when watching short videos. More than 2 hours pass without you noticing. Xia Xian woke up. She sat up from the bed, and the quilt slipped off. She subconsciously wanted to pick up the water cup to drink some water, and suddenly found that her body was smoother. She picked up the quilt and looked down. And she was not wearing anything. Ah! Xia Xian screamed. She tried to recall, and found that she had no memory of last night. She looked at the bedside again, and her clothes were all neatly folded aside. Did I sleepwalk? Xia Xian calmed down. She stood up from the bed, picked up the pink panties, and prepared to put them on. Xian, what's wrong? Suddenly, the door opened, and Lin Jiujiu, the starling, rushed in, looking at the scene in front of her. The air suddenly became quiet. His, Xian's praise. Xian's skin is so good. So cute. This is a misunderstanding. How can I cover it up? You, get out. Xia Xian blushed, turned her back immediately, and shouted loudly. Lin Jiujiu immediately left the room and quietly closed the door. Mina said, Jiujiu, Xian is awake. Lin Jiujiu said, yeah. At this time, they noticed Su Miao sitting in the living room watching videos. Sister Su Miao, Lin Jiujiu exclaimed. Mina understood instantly. Your Highness. Is Xian okay? Su Miao put down her phone, took out some fruits from the magic space, and put them on the table. Yeah. It's okay. Sit down and have breakfast. Wait until noon. Let's celebrate. While talking, Xia Xian changed into her favorite nano-material JK uniform and walked out. Although it was not intentional, Lin Jiujiu and Beige's voices explained everything. She had been in a coma for a long time, and it was Sister Su Miao who came back to heal her. In addition, Xia Xian found that her heart was no longer confused. The crazy feeling disappeared completely. Sister Su Miao. Thank you, Xia Xian said. Su Miao nodded. It's okay. Just recover. Pay more attention in the future. Don't make the same mistake again. Xia Xian said, yes. She looked around and asked doubtfully, Sister Su Miao, where is Zhang Qian? Su Miao said, not long after you fell into a coma. Jiujiu sent her to shelter number 1, and they planned to focus on training her there. Xia Xian said, she seems to have been eroded as well. Su Miao said, her condition is not too serious. I set a seal in her body. This is a pure soul potion. In a few days, you, Jiujiu, and Su Luoli will go to shelter number 1 to give it to Zhang Qian. Wait for her to drink the potion, and she will be fine. About Zhang Qian, the magic phantom clone's memory is that shelter number 1 sent a message that they were going to take Zhang Qian in for protection. At first, The clone did not agree, but the mysterious blonde girl sent a message, and she agreed. Is this to be trained to be a magic girl? Su Miao guessed. I just don't know. If Zhang Qian really becomes a magical girl, whether the curse and erosion in her body can be resolved, or not. Regardless of whether it can be resolved or not, let Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xuan, and Su Luoli deliver the potion. She has to pack up and go to the Star Sea. Hearing that Zhang Qian is fine, Xia Xuan is relieved. Seeing Xia Xuan's reaction, Su Miao is speechless. Xuan herself almost died. But the first thing she did when she woke up was to care about Zhang Qian. I have said to Xia Xuan and Lin Jiujiu before, make sure you are safe before saving others. Don't get yourself involved. One-for-one exchange is a loss, not worth it. But this matter was caused by the temporary assessment she arranged for Xia Xuan and Lin Jiujiu. Su Miao blinked, not saying much. To celebrate Xia Xuan's recovery, Su Miao took out a variety of delicacies from the magic space. There was even a stir-fried chicken rice bowl given by the magic girl Miao Miao. She reluctantly took out an extra portion, divided it into 3 portions, and gave a small portion to Xia Xuan, Lin Jiujiu, Su Luoli each. It's not that Su Miao is stingy, but the food provided by Xi and Miao Miao is too good. Drinking a mouthful of juice can restore the magic, physical strength, and energy that killed the quasi-supreme god. It's hard to imagine what kind of effect the dry-fried chicken rice provided by Xi and Miao Miao will bring. This dry-fried chicken rice is delicious, but there are some special things. You have to eat it a little bit at a time. Su Miao added, if you feel an energy explosion after eating it, stop immediately. The mutant fruits, roast beef, roast rabbit meat on the table are all available. There will be no problem. Dry-fried chicken rice? Xia Xuan, Lin Jiujiu, Su Luoli looked at the food distributed to them, smelled it, and it smelled very fragrant. Just smelling it made them feel refreshed, energetic, and hungry. Su Luoli was the first to pick up the chopsticks. She took a small bite first, and it tasted delicious, and there was nothing wrong with her body. Then, she took another small bite, and there was still nothing wrong. After a few bites, she finished the small portion in front of her. After eating the dry-fried chicken rice, Su Luoli looked around in confusion and burped. Su Miao looked at Su Luoli and asked, Luoli, are you okay? Su Luoli said, Your Highness, the dry-fried chicken rice is delicious. Boom! Su Luoli returned to the form of a little starling and fell asleep. In just a blink of an eye, for colorful feathers grew on the starling's head, plus the previous one. A total of 5. At the starling's tail, long colorful tail feathers appeared, which were somewhat similar to those of the golden pheasant. The difference is that the golden pheasant's tail feathers are gray. The starling's newly grown tail feathers are colorful. It is said that the phoenix does not look like a phoenix. And it is said that the blue phoenix does not look like a blue phoenix. Su Miao is not sure what it is. If you have to say it, it is a new species of starling. Well, that's it. Su Miao checked the starling's body and confirmed that it was fine. She said, the starling has begun a new evolution. Delicious food. You can eat the dry-fried chicken rice bowl I gave you. I will take her back to her room first. With Sister Su Miao's words, Xia Xuan and Lin Jiujiu were relieved. The two began to eat the stir-fried chicken rice. After just one bite, their eyes lit up. It was so delicious. I don't know where Sister Su Miao bought it from. After a few bites, they were still not satisfied and wanted to eat more. But they were very sleepy. Dong, dong. Xia Xuan fell asleep again after being awake for only a few hours. This time, Lin Jiujiu was there to accompany her. Su Miao came out of the starling's room, looking at the finished stir-fried chicken rice, and the sleeping Xia Xuan. Lin Jiujiu was speechless. To celebrate Xia Xuan's recovery, a large table of dishes was prepared for lunch. Before they could even eat, the main person who ate fell down. Su Miao was helpless. She checked Xia Xuan and Lin Jiujiu one after another, confirming that they were too full and had too much energy. So they had to fall into a coma, which made her feel a little relieved. If nothing unexpected happened, the two of them would start a new evolution. After sending Xia Xuan and Lin Jiujiu back to their rooms, Su Miao returned to the dining table and silently ate her own portion of stir-fried chicken rice. She had no problem eating this stir-fried chicken rice bowl, and she just thought it was very delicious. Su Miao had no intention of roasting the prepared meat. She threw out a ball of light blue flame directly and roasted all the meat. With the help of magic, there was no burnt, and it was all roasted just right. Su Miao suddenly remembered the elves that could cook automatically that she saw in Xi and Miao Miao's restaurant, and she was very envious. I wish she could have such an elf someday. After eating a few servings of the barbecue, Su Miao put all the rest into the magic space, and she would eat the rest later. I have to say, the meat of these mutant animals is really delicious after being made into barbecue. On the contrary, some animals have become worse after mutation. For example, some mutant beef. This is very interesting. 15 days later, Xia Xian and Lin Jiujie woke up one after another. As for the starling Su Luoli, it seems that she needs some time to wake up. The starling in her sleep sometimes turns into a human form, and sometimes turns into her original form, and the change is very big. This change is mainly in human form. She is almost 1.4 meters tall now. Evolved from a lowly to a girl. But still cute. Sister Su Miao, I seem to have become stronger, especially in martial arts. I have directly become a grandmaster. Lin Jiujie said happily, my abilities have also become stronger, but I can't tell exactly how strong. She touched her purple-blue hair, and said, I can see some special threads. These threads are pure white. I want to touch them, but I can't. They seem to be ethereal, as if they don't exist at all. But I just look at these threads, and I seem to understand a lot of things. Sister Su Miao, do you know what this is? Laws? Su Miao blinked. The members of the 12 divisions are very strong and outrageous. She knows that. But it is the first time that Su Miao has seen someone as outrageous as Lin Jiujie. But if I have to say something, the most outrageous one is Xi and Miao Miao. Right? The effect of this stir-fried chicken rice is so amazing? Su Miao said, this is the law. If you can see it, just look at it more. Regarding the law, you need to go through 3 stages, comprehend the law, control the law, and apply the law. This will make you stronger. But there is one thing you have to remember. Don't integrate yourself into the law. This is an extremely dangerous behavior. In other words, this is equivalent to becoming a Taoist. Lin Jiujie nodded, yes. Sister Su Miao. I remember it. Su Miao looked at Xia Xiaoan. Xia Xiaoan immediately said, Sister Su Miao, I seem to have become a martial arts master. The improvement in my ability is mainly in thunder. I don't know about the ability of mind control. I seem to have seen special silk threads, same as electric current, very special. The law of thunder? Su Miao said, yes, very good, you and Jiujie, you have to learn to control the law, apply the law. Xia Xiaoan nodded, very happy, seemingly expecting something in her eyes. Same as Lin Jiujie. In the past, Su Miao might not understand, but now she can see it at a glance. She stretched out her left and right hands, touched Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiujie's head. Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiujie was very happy. 12 days later, Su Luoli, who had become a girl, walked out of the room, and saw her appearance in the mirror, and screamed. It was probably Xia Xiaoan's screaming reaction, after waking up, that was transmitted to Su Luoli. She seemed to have suffered a very serious blow. Your Highness Su Miao, I have grown up. Yeah, very cute. Su Miao searched in the magic space, and found some extra skirts and JK uniforms to give to Su Luoli. Su Luoli was worried about growing up. She didn't want to grow up. But when she saw His Highness Su Miao gave her beautiful new clothes, she immediately smiled, and all her worries disappeared. At noon, Su Miao took out a lot of delicious food to celebrate Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiujie, Su Luoli's awakening. Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiujie, Su Luoli was looking forward to it. But there was no stir-fried chicken rice. Not to mention that the 3 of them might continue to sleep after eating. Su Miao also wanted to keep some for herself. There were only 7 portions left in the magic space. Whether she can continue to eat after finishing the meal is a problem. Because she has been watching videos these days, she found an event when posting, and Xi and Miao Miao, who liked to reply to water posts, never appeared again. Going back in time, it was after Xi and Miao Miao met her. Su Miao clapped her hands, looked at the food on the table, and said, let's eat. Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiujie, Su Luoli cheered, great, thank you Sister Su Miao, Your Highness. Chapter 433, Leaving the Earth Universe. Su Miao looked at the pile of magic notebooks on the table, and inexplicably had the illusion that she had taken the college entrance examination without realizing it. She counted them. There were 31 books in total, big and small, and there were many A4 paper photocopied sketches of magic circles. After the college entrance examination, her desk was in a similar situation. There were many waste drafts inside. Su Miao searched in the magic space and found a smart copier. This copier looked old, like a must-have machine for all kinds of companies 100 years ago, huge, heavy, and took up space, but it was always easy to use. Not only that, this smart copier can quickly read the text on the book paper and enter the text into the computer for intelligent typesetting. It is said that this function was developed by an archaeological team to read bamboo slips. A few minutes later, the entered data was displayed on the screen. In order to facilitate reading, Su Miao connected the holographic computer to the smart copier system, and in the blink of an eye, 26 screens appeared above the smart copier. Each screen displayed part of the notes. Su Miao read quickly, conformed, deleted some content, integrated some content. This took an entire afternoon. Finally, I got a magic notebook with brand new A4 paper. This way, when I want to read the magic notebook, I don't need to flip through it one by one. However, this magic notebook is 8 centimeters thick, which is a bit inconvenient to use. As for magic books, so far, the most complex ones are Blood Magic. Other similar books include Pei Xiamia's Book of Life, Su Cheng's Book of Books, and Si Zui's Dark Code. Su Miao thought about it and decided to change her magic notebook into a magic book. This way, there is no need to rewrite it every once in a while. For safety reasons, Su Miao made 2 more copies, to prevent one copy from being damaged and not having a backup. With the backup, Su Miao began to experiment. First, she added some law threads to the magic notebook. 30 seconds later, the magic notebook exploded. Ah! This. Su Miao took out a pile of A4 paper, and decided to study it first. Xia Xiaoan Lin Jiujiu, Su Luoli looked at Sister Su Miao, who was in the research state, and did not dare to disturb her. In fact, they felt it when Su Miao was building the magic town. Su Miao was the familiar Sister Su Miao, but Sister Su Miao was getting farther and farther away from them. Therefore, during this period of time, they studied and practiced harder and harder. 3 months passed unknowingly. Su Miao looked at the rough magic notebook in front of him. Anyway, it was barely completed. So, it was time to set off for the Star Sea. On this day, it was drizzling outside. Su Miao placed various delicacies on the table. Xia Xuan, Lin Jiujiu, and Su Luoli gathered together, looking at the food on the table, feeling a little surprised, and a little worried. Although Sister Su Miao would do this normally, this time it felt different. Su Miao said, "Eat." Although they were confused, Xia Xuan, Lin Jiujiu, and Su Luoli were not slow at all when eating. Half an hour later, all the food on the table was eaten. Since they became stronger last time, their appetites have become particularly large, and they don't even know how much they have eaten. Xiaoan Jiujiu, Luoli, I will be away from Earth for a while, Su Miao said. Xia Xuan, Lin Jiujiu, Su Luoli's body trembled, and a trace of worry appeared in her eyes. Your Highness, is it the inner world? Su Luoli asked. Su Miao shook her head, no. Although the inner world is rich in resources, it is no longer important to her. The place I am going to this time is very dangerous. If I take you there, you will die. Su Miao looked calm. Xia Xian asked, Sister Su Miao, can we know where it is? Su Miao thought for a while, and said, Star Sea. Lin Jiujiu said, Sister Su Miao, where is the Star Sea? Su Miao said, a very far place, needing to cross the universe, cross the long river of time, very far away. Xia Xuan, Lin Jiujiu, Su Luoli was confused. They understood every word Su Miao said, but they couldn't understand the combination. If they had to say something, it was the same as the lines in the novels they read every day. Crossing the universe. They could at least understand it with the parallel universe and multidimensional universe they knew. But crossing the long river of time, it was really incomprehensible. Su Miao said, when you get to the future, you will know when you are strong enough. Xia Xuan, Lin Jiujiu, Su Luoli nodded. Su Miao said, I have contacted shelter number 1 for you. When I leave, you can choose to go to shelter number 1, or you can choose to stay in the camp. Whether you go to shelter number 1 or not, the shelter will contact you. In addition, the camp I left on Earth, you need to check it out when you have time. Speaking of this, we have to talk about the report sent by shelter number 1. Because of the various mutant trees she left behind, many people who tried to break in died inside. Those mutant plants are too cruel. This really needs someone to deal with it. Give the task to Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xuan, and Su Luoli. The 3 nodded. Su Miao said, Magic Town, I have open security permissions for you. It is developing into a world of fantasy and reality. You can go in and experience it, but you must not get stuck in it. If anything tries to come out, you can deal with it according to the situation. Xiaoxian asked, Sister Su Miao, what will try to come out? Su Miao said, when you have time. You can form a team to take a look, and you will understand. Xiaoxian, Lin Jiujiu, Su Luli nodded. They will go tomorrow. Then, Su Miao took out several space storage containers from the magic space. There are various supplies in it, you plan to use them. Xiaoxian, Lin Jiujiu, Su Luli looked at the space storage container on the table, and saw the piles of supplies in it, and seriously suspected that Sister Su Miao had given all the inventory to them. It was almost true. Su Miao didn't say much. In fact, she seemed to have no longer needed to eat and drink water to maintain her life. Su Miao had studied this matter when she was able to kill the Demon King. But eating and drinking had long become a habit, and she could not give it up in a short period of time. Moreover, she was really happy to eat with Xiaoxian, Lin Jiujiu, and Su Luli. Therefore, she gave away most of the supplies. According to the AI calculation of the intelligent computer, the supplies Su Miao had were enough for shelter number 1 to eat for 20 years. If they were evenly divided among Xiaoxian, Lin Jiujiu, and Su Luli, the number of years they could eat would naturally be higher. There was one more thing. In the past, Xiaoxian, Lin Jiujiu, and Su Luli needed protection. But the past was the past, and the present is now. Su Luli is an emperor-level mutant. Because she was severely injured by the Great Western King, she has always been very cautious, fearing that she would repeat the same mistake, even though she has toured the world twice, killed some powerful people who had argued with her on the internet, and even several emperor-level mutants. Su Luli still doesn't think she is that strong. Lin Jiujiu is even more so. She has seen a lot of high-end games with Su Miao, and fell asleep many times after the battle. She doesn't understand how powerful it is to truly control the power of Ction, comprehend, and control the laws. Xiaoxian was even more like this. The last time the evil god had left a huge psychological shadow on Xiaoxian. If it weren't for Su Miao's timely refining of the pure mind potion, Xiaoxian would have become an indescribable monster that was neither human nor ghost. Therefore, Xiaoxian didn't know how strong she was. Thinking of Xiaoxian again, Lin Jiujiu's last report on their becoming martial arts masters, Su Miao felt very interesting. It seems that they have no idea how strong martial arts masters are. At present, they only have a mechanical concept. Of course, if Xiaoxian, Lin Jiujiu, and Su Luli want to enter the inner world, this level of strength is not enough. It's time to let them go and let them grow freely. Su Miao touched Xiaoxian's head, Lin Jiujiu's head, and Su Luli's head. Okay, I'm leaving. Putting the backpack on the table into the magic space, Su Miao took out the starlight staff and walked downstairs. Sister Su Miao, Xiaoxian, Lin Jiujiu, and Su Luli quickly caught up, all the way to the door of the villa. Su Miao smiled slightly. Don't worry. I will be back soon. Xiaoxian, Lin Jiujiu, Su Luli's tears flowed down. Well, Sister Su Miao, we will wait for you here. Su Miao waved her hand and stepped into the sky 30,000 meters high. Standing in the sky, Su Miao looked down at the earth and took out her mobile phone to take a photo of the earth. The earth is really beautiful, even if it is in a state of collapse at the end of the world. Su Miao took another step, walked out of the atmosphere, and came to the void of the universe. Here, she saw the gray mist. These gray mists are constantly spreading towards the earth, eroding, destroying. To describe by analogy, they are toxic substances produced when cells age, toxic substances produced when matter decays, and the culprits for the Earth's universe entering Doomsday. Su Miao took a few more photos and walked towards the depths of the universe. There is a stargate here. The stargate was left by an ancient god. The god who left the stargate had drifted away to an unknown place a long time ago. And the stargate was naturally abandoned for countless years, until today when someone came here, affected by the gray mist. The energy stored in the stargate is less than 50%. This amount of energy is fine for general interstellar teleportation, but it is still difficult to use it to reach the place Su Miao wants to go. Su Miao waved the starlight staff, and a huge amount of magic power was injected into the stargate, allowing this long silent stargate to reopen. According to the instructions, Su Miao adjusted the coordinates and teleported out in an instant. This is a very unfamiliar starry sky. Standing in the void of the universe, Su Miao can see countless galaxies, and none of them can be observed on Earth. Without appreciating the beautiful scenery here too much, Su Miao immediately used the law of space to sense everything around her. According to the information provided by Xi and Miao Miao, there is a way for her to enter the long river of time. Through the long river of time, she can easily leave the universe where the Earth is and reach the outside of the universe. The reason for doing so is that it is safer, more secretive, and less likely to attract the attention of the Star Realm Sea. After all, no one will have a problem standing on the long river of time to intercept. However, if you do not pass through the long river of time and directly break through the fetal membrane of the Earth's universe to leave, the Star Realm Sea will definitely send strong men to encircle and suppress you. Xingjihai is very skilled at this kind of thing. For Xingjihai, the Earth and the universe are already nutrients. There are grasshoppers jumping out of the nutrients and trying to resist. Should we not crush them to death or keep them for the new year? It's here. After searching for a while, Su Miao found the space node mentioned by Xi and Miao Miao. Su Miao took a deep breath, and the Xingyu staff moved forward, opening up a dark space crack. Through the space crack, Su Miao saw the chaotic space turbulence and the long river of time hidden in the space turbulence. The moment he saw the long river of time, Su Miao seemed to understand something. The so-called long river of time is essentially composed of endless laws. It is a long river of laws and a river of Tao. Su Miao entered the space crack and came to the bank of the long river of time. Standing here, Su Miao looked at the other side of the long river of time and had the illusion of facing the sea. Human beings are too small. Quasi-supreme gods are too small here. Su Miao stood by the long river for 7 days and 7 nights. Thousands of laws are flowing. Such a scene is too exciting. She wanted to know, if she caught a quasi-supreme god or something and washed it in the long river of time, what would be the effect? Just thinking about this, Su Miao saw the body of a supreme god slowly drifting in front of her. The body emitted a faint light, trying to attract Su Miao's attention. Su Miao glanced at it and stopped looking. In the blink of an eye, the body was washed away to an unknown place. Time flies, day and night. Su Miao's mind inexplicably popped up this sentence. Could it be that Confucius in the ancient books stood in front of the long river of time and watched a pile of corpses drifting past? Su Miao smiled knowingly, took a step forward, and stepped firmly on the long river of time. The first step, she did it. The next step is the most important second step. The long river of time has 2 functions. One is to connect the past, the present, the future, and the other is to cross time and space. The first function, Xi and Miao Miao specifically warned Su Miao not to try to cross the long river of time to the past to solve the source of the disaster. This will cause many problems, and even more terrible disasters, and others may try to use this method to hunt down her past. Your past is protected by someone. Anyone who dares to cross the long river of time to kill you will be killed. But if you leave the present time and go to the more distant past, it is equivalent to sending your weak self to the dangerous area. Xi and Miao Miao said. Su Miao nodded to indicate that he remembered. Only using the function of crossing time and space is equivalent to using a wormhole when traveling through the universe. And there will be no problem in this regard. Stepping on the long river of time, Su Miao determined her coordinates and walked step by step towards the distance. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Su Miao felt a pair of eyes looking at him. Who has trespassed into the long river of time? Did you bring the document to leave the universe? A stone man thousands of feet tall opened his eyes on the bank of the long river of time. He looked at Su Miao, and then quickly closed his eyes. Oh, it's the witch. It's okay. You can go over. Chapter 434 Chaos Changhe. Is there really a long river of time? Su Miao glanced at the stone man who closed his eyes, a little surprised. Since the Shuren does not have extra thoughts, she is too lazy to manage it, directly through the time of the Earth universe. The river is exhausted, enter the unknown world. Look at the disappearing witch, the stone man was relieved, almost broken again. Keep a long river, is it easy? Is this left the Earth universe? Su Miao stood in the void. Look at the dark space, the look is weird. How to describe the outside of the universe? The wall of the universe? The gap of the universe? Or the endless void? Let's describe it as the outside of the universe. Su Miao blinked, and set the current location as the origin of the coordinates. Next, what she needs to do is to find the long river of chaos outside the universe. Use the human body as an analogy. Suppose a cell is a universe. The DNA in the cell is the long river of time. The long river of chaos is the blood system that connects the cell universes. Through the long river of chaos, she can reach where she wants to go. Of course, the danger of the chaos river is far greater than that of the time river. So we need to be more careful. In this way, the star sea that destroyed many cellular universes is a deteriorating foreign body and must be eliminated. Su Miao waved the starlight staff, and a complex magic circle lit up under his feet. A few minutes later, Su Miao found the direction. Let's go! Su Miao walked into the distance. The universe is full of nothingness and chaos. Walking here feels very strange, and it is difficult to adapt in a short time. There is no sound, no light, and it seems that there is nothing. Only occasionally after walking for a while, you will encounter a cosmic barrier. If an ordinary person were exiled to such a place, he would definitely go crazy. However, Su Miao was very adaptable to such an environment. After walking a long way, Su Miao came to a big river. This was a dark river, with occasional waves and a few stars of light. This was a tributary of the Chaos River. The Chaos River was extremely dangerous. Su Miao took out a map and took a look to confirm the location of this tributary. After confirming the location, Su Miao was not in a hurry to leave for the time being, but stood on the shore and began to study the Chaos River. The Chaos River is a law, but the laws inside are extremely disordered and full of destructive power. If you don't pay attention, you will be swept into the Chaos River. Su Miao began to study the Chaos River. The more he studied, the more he found that the essence of the Chaos River, the essence of the Time River, and the essence of ordinary rivers are the same. It's like the world of micro-light particles, the world of cells, the human body, and the universe are extremely similar. Could it be that this universe and the universe outside are essentially the same person? Or some other creature? If so, what are mortals? What are plants, insects, and animals? What are gods? If you think in this way, the more you think, the more frightened you feel. Understand? But can't understand. The unknown is the most terrifying. If this endless universe is made up of one person, are there countless people besides this person, as well as unknown continents? The sky, the world, the space, the universe. Endless. It seems to have nothing to do with me. Su Miao said to herself. If you can't figure out this kind of thing, you don't need to think too much. She waved the starlight staff and made a temporary camp in the tributary of the Chaos River. If there is a camp, there must be trees. Su Miao took out a mutant sapling from the magic space, and after only a second of thinking, she took the mutant sapling back into the magic space. If this mutant tree could take root in the Chaos River, it would be fine. If the roots spread to the universe in the endless void, then what she did would be the same as the one who created the star sea. Who knows when the roots of this mutant tree will find the Earth universe, which would be a lot of fun. In the spirit of saving trouble, it is not necessary. Su Miao set up a temporary magic defense barrier, and took out tables, chairs, and stir-fried chicken rice in the camp. When you encounter a problem, eat first. After eating, you will have the energy to study. There will definitely be no problem. Dry-fried chicken rice, delicious. This research lasted for 3 years. 3 years later, Su Miao successfully stood on the Chaos River, as if walking on flat ground. Standing on the tributary of the Chaos River, Su Miao seemed to have an epiphany, as if she understood something, and as if she understood nothing. She spread out her right hand, and a chaotic void appeared in her palm. The chaotic void collapsed in an instant. Su Miao's eyes emitted a faint golden light. The magic of void collapse really succeeded. It's time to move on. Su Miao walked on the Chaos River, crossed the tributaries of the Chaos River, and accelerated her pace. A few days later, she came to a wide Chaos River. Here you can vaguely see something floating up and down in the Chaos River. Some are broken universes, some are new universes, and some are unknown things. From the perspective of ordinary people, it's all kinds of garbage that occasionally floats out of the rushing flood. This is almost the main trunk of the Chaos River. It will be very fast to reach the star sea through here. But the danger level of the main trunk and tributaries is different, so you need to be more careful. Su Miao stepped onto the Chaos River again and walked towards the star sea. After walking a section of the river, a small boat drifted over from a distance. An old man sat on the boat. The old man didn't know how long he had been sitting on the boat. He saw the witch Su Miao walking on the Chaos River, and his face showed an extremely shocked look. He was silent, and dared not move. Su Miao was a little surprised. Is it still possible to take a boat on this Chaos River? But this boat looks a little fragile, and is about to collapse? Help! Senior, help! The old man on the boat asked Su Miao for help. Su Miao blinked, ignoring the old man, and continued to walk away. She only knew how to walk on the Chaos River, but she had no idea how to save people. If she did not operate properly, she would be dragged into the Chaos River, and it was hard to say whether she could survive. It's over. Looking at the figure of the witch Su Miao going away, the old man on the boat showed despair. Not long after, the boat broke, and the old man fell into the Chaos River. A wave flashed by, and the old man could no longer be seen, as if he had never existed. After walking for a while, Su Miao saw another small boat. There was a person standing on the boat. It was more like a soul than a person. The soul saw Su Miao and looked a little confused. Compared with the boat the old man was on just now, this boat was much more stable. There was a complex law atmosphere inside. However, looking at the law atmosphere in this boat, it seemed that it was running out of fuel. Was it traveling across the universe with a system? Su Miao still did not interfere. She continued to move forward. She had a long way to go and needed to save time. Not long after, Su Miao saw several souls who were traveling through time. Some had systems. Some had the will of the universe. Some had the laws of the universe. And some had the origin of the universe. These souls had one thing in common. They all came from the universe that was being destroyed. How could someone walk on the river of chaos? One soul showed a shocked look. He seemed to know a lot. And the look he gave Su Miao was full of fear. Fear. And a little hostility. Hostility, in Su Miao's eyes, was malice. As black as ink, it is easy to identify. Su Miao stopped and looked at the soul on the boat. The soul was broken. It was obvious that it had experienced a very tragic battle, and its breath was extremely weak. In addition, unlike other souls that travel through time, this soul was very strong in a sense. It was a remnant soul of the Supreme God level. Even if it was a remnant soul, it still had the pressure of the Lord God, but this pressure was nothing to the Chaos River. Also, this soul did not carry a system, but a large portion of the origin of the universe. The remaining power could not support him to contain this large amount of the origin of the universe. So he could only carry it outside. Sir, it's all a misunderstanding. The soul body saw Su Miao's eyes on him, and hurriedly saluted. He understood that it was the hostility just now that made the other party notice. I am from the Emperor of the Star Realm Sea. Su Miao did not waste time talking to this soul body, and pointed the star-shining staff, directly bound the soul body, and casually controlled it to approach the Chaos River. The soul body showed an extremely terrified look. He struggled, twisted, and did not want to get close to the river. In extreme fear, he threw out the origin of the universe he was holding. Su Miao took it, through a starlight burst, confirmed that there was no residual soul left, and directly put it into the magic space. As for the controlled soul, the moment it touched the chaotic river, his soul instantly collapsed, disappeared, and his soul was destroyed. Su Miao ignored the remaining small boat and let it drift away. Did everyone in the Star Realm Sea come out directly to plunder the origin of the universe? Su Miao glanced at the origin of the universe in the magic space. Thinking. The origin of the universe stores the memory of the universe from birth, development, peak, old age, and annihilation. It is very useful for understanding the laws, controlling the laws, consolidating the universe, and increasing the life of the universe. After walking for a while, Su Miao left the Chaos River and came to a void. There are pieces of land floating in the void. These lands are protected by special barriers, which can allow the creatures inside to survive. Looking at the appearance of these lands, Su Miao guessed that they survive from some destroyed universes. Even if there is protection, isn't it too dangerous to stay in this chaos and nothingness? When the energy is exhausted, these lands and the life inside will be destroyed. Right? Su Miao took a look from a distance, but didn't go in to visit. According to the novel routine, should there be a fight between passerby A and passerby B, and a plot like don't meddle in other people's business, it shouldn't be that serious. Right? Just thinking about this, the void in the distance shook, and two powerful gods really came to kill. Su Miao was holding the starlight staff, and was stunned. She was just thinking about it. But was she serious? When the Star Realm Sea is doing things, outsiders should not meddle in other people's business. An extremely domineering divine thought swept over, persuading Su Miao to leave. It seemed that if Su Miao didn't leave, he would be killed together. The Star Realm Sea. The Star Realm Sea again. Too domineering. At this time, another divine thought swept over and said, "Friend, leave quickly. It's dangerous here. The beasts in the Star Realm Sea will bite people with the goal of destroying their souls." It seems that he cares about Su Miao. But in fact, This person intends to let the powerful people in the star realm see who are chasing him pay attention to Su Miao. As long as the people chasing him can be distracted, he will have a chance to escape. As for Su Miao's life or death, he doesn't care at all. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them fought closer and closer. As if they had agreed. Su Miao held the starlight staff and frowned slightly. How many times has he met the gods of the Star Sea? After getting closer, Su Miao saw the appearance of the two warring parties clearly. One is a demon god, and the other is also a demon god. Both are at the peak of level 7. Seeing the strength of the two demon gods, Su Miao's expression became even weirder. No, with such little strength, you can start a war in the void, arrogant? Su Miao felt that she needed to adjust her cognition. The battlefield approached Su Miao, and the two fighting demons were stunned for a moment. They found that they could not see Su Miao's true realm and strength. If they had to say something, it was that he looked like an ant. But how could an ant walk in this void? Is it to join the Star Sea? The demon of the Star Sea smiled. You are here to join the Star Sea, but joining the Star Sea requires a letter of surrender. Kill this person, and I will personally introduce you. What's wrong with not being able to see his strength? What's wrong with being stronger than him? You still have to obey his orders. Ha ha, great. Why, aren't you going to do it yet? The Star Sea demon god said loudly. You don't want to enter the Star Sea? Let me tell you, there are countless strong people who want to enter the Star Sea every day, and you can't enter without a recommendation. Ha ha. It feels so good to be able to command the strong. But after several seconds, there was no sign of Su Miao taking action. Friend, don't believe the lies of the Star Sea. Anyone who is deceived into entering is either arranged to mine or develop, which is very dangerous. 3 million years ago, the Star Sea killed hundreds of thousands of demon gods through this method, and used the divine power of these demon gods as the energy to maintain the operation of the Star Sea. It was extremely brutal, the injured demon god said. Is that all? Su Miao blinked. But no matter what the situation is, these two demons can die. Starry Sky Domain. Su Miao waved the starry staff. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The two demons looked at the unfamiliar starry sky with shocked expressions. What are you going to do? The Starry Sea demon realized something and asked loudly. But the voice was obviously not strong enough. The other demon was excited. Ha ha, the lackey of the Starry Sea, you are finished. Bound. Su Miao waved the starry staff again, and the two demons were imprisoned in place. Especially the demon god, who was gloating over other people's misfortunes. The expression on his face was particularly wonderful. Your Excellency, we are not enemies. Not enemies? Then why did they transfer the battlefield to her side? Was it for fun? Su Miao's hand trembled. The star staff in his hand turned into a silver sword of god slaying. With a flash of sword light, the godhood of two demon gods was picked out. Although the godhood of these two demon gods is not as good as that of the fallen quasi-supreme god Luo He, they are of great reference value. Look at her current domain. It is gradually improved by referring to various godhoods. Ah! The two demon gods who lost their godhood realized it later, and screamed in extreme fear. Your Highness, spare me! Spare me! Spare me! Chapter 435 Star City in Chaos. Starlight blooms. Boom! The torrent of starlight falls, completely annihilating the two demons in one wave, leaving nothing behind, very clean. After dealing with the two demons, Su Miao put away the star staff, released the domain, and continued to move forward. The demons from the Star Sea can appear here, which means we are close to the Star Sea. It's just that the demons from the Star Sea are so weak, which is surprising. And these two demons are really poor. The space storage device is full of stones. These stones may be treasures for ordinary gods and demons, but they are a burden to Su Miao and are basically useless. The only useful ones are some shiny stones, which contain very rich energy and some laws. However, after seeing the vastness and terror of the Chaos River, these laws are nothing. As for the magic medicine, Su Miao did not see it. Perhaps the two demons consumed all of them during the battle. Su Miao continued to walk in the void, and after walking for a while, a towering demon shadow appeared in front of him. Noticing Su Miao's appearance, the demon blocked Su Miao's way. Friend, have you seen a demon being hunted? He looks like this, and that. Oh, it's the friend of the demon being hunted. Su Miao said, no. In an instant, the chaotic space around him turned into a demon hell. The terrifying demon was extremely angry. Which? You lied? You have seen it. Why did you lie to me? I know. You must be a lackey of the Star Sea. You lackeys who want to enter the Star Sea. You will die. I will kill. As soon as the voice fell, multiple destructive laws broke out, and the demon wanted to blow Su Miao up in one wave, leaving only the residual soul to extract the memory. Su Miao did not make any unnecessary movements, but gracefully moved the starlight staff forward. The void collapsed. Without any signs, the terrifying demon's attack was shattered, and the law of heaven and earth and the hell realm he displayed were all shattered. Spare my life. The terrified demon apologized while trying to escape. He had never expected that the random which he met would be so terrifying. He thought that she was just like the gods who wanted to enter the Star Realm Sea before, and they were all scum who could be easily controlled. However, this witch was seriously out of her depth. What was that attack just now? He had the illusion of facing the Chaos River directly. The Chaos River. Yes, that was the Chaos River. 100,000 years ago, he had the honor of coming to the Chaos River. But he was only slightly closer, and he was almost affected by the Chaos River, and his body and soul were destroyed. The more he thought about it, the more horrible it became, and the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. The demon god who had long forgotten death experienced the fear of death at this moment. However, it was too late. The void collapse released by the witch was like a black hole that swallowed up dimensions. No matter how far he felt he had escaped, he actually did not leave the swallowing range. After a blink of an eye, the collapsed void returned to chaos, and there was no trace of this unknown demon god. Is the power of the void collapse so strong? Looking at the chaotic void, Su Miao felt complicated, because the opponent's godhood was destroyed. The destructive power seemed to be stronger than the starlight bloom to some extent, and it consumed very little magic power. Su Miao continued to travel. After walking for more than a month, she saw a city in the chaotic void. To be precise, it was a super huge land. Judging from the state of this land, it should be formed by many planets blending together, with this land as the center. There are 64 pillars, supporting the whole world. These pillars are essentially the base points of the formation that protect the entire land. There are complex law fluctuations on each pillar. After being fully activated, the power it exerts must be very terrifying. Su Miao looked at the city, thought about it, and decided to go over and take a look. Since the last time, Su Miao believes that he is no longer so socially anxious. Moreover, she was very curious about the existence of such a large city in the vast chaos. It would be a pity if she didn't come to see it. She might not see the city again in the future, unless it ran away. In addition, according to the various intelligences obtained earlier, Su Miao guessed that this city should be home to a large number of gods who wanted to enter the Star Realm Sea. With curiosity, Su Miao walked towards the city. This was the Star Realm City. There were 2 level 7 demon gods standing at the gate of the city, who looked like guards. They glanced at Su Miao and had no further reaction. There is no need to register when entering the city, because you never know what kind of existence will arrive here. What if you speak and offend? No. Sometimes you will be beaten to death just by looking at them. Besides, this is the closest place to the entrance of the Star Sea. If you bump into a big shot coming out of the Star Sea, you will die even faster. Su Miao entered the city. The concept of the city here is a little different from that of the city on Earth. Since those who can walk here are powerful gods, most of their buildings are luxurious palaces. Standing high in the sky, you can see a palace complex here, and a palace complex there. The distance between the palace complexes is at least 50 kilometers, and most of them are thousands of kilometers apart. However, there is a palace complex that is very obvious and can be seen at a glance. Shutian Palace. This is the name of the palace complex in front of you. There is a line of small words on the side, Xingjiesi Reception Office. Those who want to join the Xingjiesi come here to report. Su Miao noticed this and walked down to take a look. It's called a reception. But I didn't meet many gods here. The messengers of the Star Sea come only once every 600,000 years. Which? You're here too early. An old man sitting cross-legged in a corner of the palace saw Su Miao and kindly reminded her. Every year, many gods come here to report. And he always reminds her. It doesn't matter to him whether they listen or not. Just reminding them is enough. Su Miao glanced at the old man and began to visit the Hall of the Heavens. A few minutes later, he saw the requirements for joining the Star Sea displayed on a stone wall. 1. Magic girls are not allowed to enter the Star Sea. 2. If you find a magic girl, report it immediately. 3. Those who are not qualified should not enter the Star Sea. 4. Those who are not strong enough should not enter the Star Sea. 5. You must hand in your soul to enter the Star Sea. Seeing the fifth rule, Su Miao knew that it was impossible to enter the Star Sea through normal means. Then, she could only think of other ways. Xi and Miaomi provided several solutions. 1. Find the channels where the Star Sea collects nutrients from the universe. You could enter through these channels. However, the relevant channels are heavily guarded, so it is easy to be discovered, and there are many dangers, so you need to be careful. 2nd. Find a way to make a hole in the barrier of the Star Sea and break in directly. However, this method will make a lot of noise and attract the attention of many powerful people. Remember to kill the demon gods you find as soon as possible to prevent being hunted down. 3rd. Cut off the roots that the Star Sea uses to absorb nutrients from the various universes. Force the gods of the Star Sea to come out and kill them one by one. However, this method must be careful not to reveal the identity to prevent the Star Sea from directly retaliating against the Earth universe. These plans are indeed good, especially the second one. Xi and Miaomi provided a case of a magic girl breaking through the barrier of the gods' crystal system, which can be used for reference. However, after walking a long way in the chaos and nothingness outside the universe, Su Miao had a better way. If the Chaos River changes its course and directly hits the Star Sea, can it directly break the Star Sea? If you are lucky, you may be able to destroy the Star Sea directly. Well, you can study it. Su Miao walked in the Palace of the Heavens and continued to learn about the information of the Star Sea through the Palace of the Heavens. He would get as much as he could. After a tour, Su Miao left the Temple of the Heavens. The old man who provided information earlier looked at Su Miao leaving and shook his head. It was another wasted trip. Long ago, he came here and saw the requirements of the Star Sea and decisively gave up the opportunity to enter the Star Sea. But time is not forgiving. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed. He was severely injured and saw that there was no hope of breaking through. He could only hope to enter the Star Sea, even if he had to sacrifice his soul. After leaving the Temple of the Gods, he prepared to walk around the city first to see if he could get more information. Judging from the posture of the Temple of the Gods, there must be many powerful people from various universes coming here. It shouldn't be too difficult to obtain information about the Star Sea. However, after walking in the city for several days, Su Miao didn't get any special information. So Su Miao decided to get close to the Star Sea to observe. Su Miao left the city and flew straight to the Star Sea. After flying for a while, she met a demon god who was 10,000 feet tall on the road. "Which, are you going to the Star Sea?" the demon god asked. Su Miao stopped temporarily and said, "Something?" The demon god said, "I am also going to the Star Sea. How about going together?" Su Miao blinked and sensed obvious malice from the demon god. "There is a map in the Temple of the Gods. The coordinates of the Star Sea are marked on the map. There will be no problem in finding the Star Sea. You can go by yourself. Why should we go together? Is there any danger outside the Star Sea? No matter which situation it is, the demon in front of him has bad intentions." Su Miao considered whether to get some information first. Who knew that the next second, the demon would take action? Endless thunder appeared in the chaos, trapped Su Miao in the center. Thunder generated a terrifying field of destruction. The law of thunder and the law of destruction interweave and are extremely solid. "Ha ha ha! I caught the witch!" the demon god said loudly. "Witch? You killed people outside the star realm, and you dare to swagger in and out of the city. Do you really think that no powerful existence has noticed you?" Su Miao did not look at the demon god. She looked at the thunder field in front of her and pointed the star-shining staff forward. The void collapsed. In an instant, the seemingly solid thunder field collapsed and turned into chaos. The complacent demon god was caught off guard, and the lower half of his body was shattered together, and the remaining body turned into lightning and fled into the depths of chaos. What was going on? Why was the thunder cage destroyed before it could even trap the witch for a second? If he hadn't escaped quickly, he would have died with her. He was a level 7 peak warrior. He ran for his life like crazy. If he had known the witch was so strong, he would definitely not have gotten involved in this mess, let alone attack the witch. But as he was running, he found that the surroundings were no longer chaos, but the boundless starry sky. Is he escaping into a universe? No, no. The demon god clearly remembered that he had not entered any universe. Thunder flashed around him, and he looked forward with a bad face. Which Su Miao sat sideways on the starlight staff and slowly fell from the void. "Is there anything you want to explain?" It's all misunderstandings, Your Highness. Which? It's all misunderstandings, said the demon god. Every dying demon god would say this. Su Miao held the starlight staff with both hands, waiting for the demon god to explain. The demon god quickly said, "This is the bounty issued by the Star Realm Palace. The bounty says that the witch killed the messenger of the Star Realm Sea. As long as you capture the witch, you will be qualified to enter the Star Realm Sea." Su Miao was puzzled. I remember that I handled the killing of those demons very cleanly. How come I was still discovered? I even issued a bounty. But the incident had already happened, and it was too late to make amends. Your Highness, the Star Realm Palace is the lackey of the Star Realm Sea. They have always wanted to enter the Star Realm Sea. In order to enter the Star Realm Sea, they will do anything crazy. When the demon god saw that the witch did not take action, he immediately said what he wanted to say. The lackeys of the Star Realm Palace are so crazy, so that they can enter the Star Realm Sea without sacrificing their souls. Because at this level, no god wants to be controlled. By the way, the Star Realm Palace knows that it was the witch, because there is a chaos treasure mirror in the Star Realm Palace, which can reflect the heavens and explore various secrets in the chaos. As he spoke, the demon god found that he had almost nothing to say. Your Highness, these are the various treasures that I have collected in the chaos with all my efforts. Please accept them. The demon god gritted his teeth and gave away the space storage bracelet on his body. Su Miao took a look at the space bracelet. The restrictions on this space bracelet have not been lifted. Your Highness, I will lift the restrictions immediately. The demon god panicked and was a little flustered. Binding, Su Miao pointed at the demon god with the star-shining staff. In an instant, the remains of the demon god were bound in place and could not move. He showed an extremely terrified look. Your Highness, please spare my life. Your Highness, please spare my life. I know where the treasure of the Star Realm Palace is. Please, Your Highness. It's not necessary. The starlight staff pointed at the demon god, and the torrent of starlight annihilated the demon god's body, completely killing him. This time, Su Miao controlled the force well, ensuring that the demon god's godhead remained. After the demon god was annihilated, the remaining godhead had the law of thunder flashing on it, which looked very beautiful, and Su Miao liked it very much. As for the space bracelet with restrictions, Su Miao used the starlight staff to point at it, and the restrictions were broken. There were 3 very high-grade energy veins inside. It was unknown where the demon god found it. In addition to these, there are 3 groups of cosmic origins with different auras. As expected, these cosmic origins are intended to be given to the Starry Sea. At the same time, these 3 groups of cosmic origins mean that 3 universes have been destroyed, and this demon god should be killed. Su Miao turned and looked in the direction of the Starry City, thinking about how to solve the problem. According to the information provided by the demon god just now, the Starry Palace is the controller of the Starry City and the spokesperson of the Starry Sea. There is a chaos treasure book in it that is very troublesome. Should we give the Starry City a starlight bloom directly? Chapter 436, which is level 9. Star Palace, don't worry. After killing a demon god, Su Miao continued to walk towards the Star Sea. Not long after, Su Miao arrived at a special chaotic void. How to describe it specifically? It seems that there is a particularly large chaotic void, swallowing all the surrounding matter, laws. In the center of the chaotic void, you can vaguely see a vast sea of stars. It is magnificent. At the same time, Su Miao saw that there are special laws in the center of the sea of stars that merge together, rooted in chaos, connecting the universes. Seeing such a structure, Su Miao was a little worried. Would the speed of time inside the Starry Sea be inconsistent with that outside? If 1 day in the sky is 1 year underground, it would be very difficult to deal with. To be safe, she must have absolute strength to destroy the Starry Sea. Su Miao strolled in the chaos, observing the composition of the Starry Sea and thinking about how to destroy it. Theoretically, outside the universe, in the chaotic void, anything that can exist is related to the law. Now, the Starry Sea has 2 layers of defense. One layer is a black hole-like structure. The other layer is the Starry Sea's own defense layer. In this case, even if the Chaos River is washed away, the effect may become very effective. Because part of it will be swallowed by the black hole structure, part of it will be separated, and finally form a small island in the Chaos River. In addition, with this black hole structure, it will become very difficult to cut off the tentacles connecting the universes. How about trying to attack it first? Su Miao looked at the Star Sea, ready to move. Initially, She wanted to enter the Star Sea to destroy it. But from the current situation, it is very difficult for her to enter the Star Sea. Su Miao stood at a safe distance. His eyes glowed with golden light, and began to study the vast Star Sea. In this vision, Su Miao saw extremely complex laws. Chaos and order, order in chaos. Reality, nothingness alternate. Dimensions coincide. The past, present, and the future all exist. Su Miao's face showed a shocked look. This starry sea is not what she saw on the surface. In order to verify the conjecture in her mind, Su Miao held the starlight staff with both hands, and blasted towards a corner of the starry sea. Boom! The pure torrent of starlight penetrated the chaos, and blasted directly on the black hole structure outside the starry sea. In an instant, the chaotic void exploded, and the extremely chaotic law turbulence was stimulated, as if there was an extremely huge demon god in the chaos with his palm open, and beckoning to her. Along the way, several demon gods who came to surround and kill Su Miao were unaware of the situation, and were smashed by a slap, and fell in a daze. Other demons left one after another. How dare this witch? Damn it. Run away. Mad. This is a madman. She is not a god who wants to enter the Star Sea, but a fool who wants revenge. Ha! This witch has no idea what kind of disaster will happen if she attacks the Star Sea, and what kind of backlash she will suffer. She is dead. A powerful demon stood up and made a judgment on Su Miao's life and death. However, this witch is very strong, but too arrogant. If this wave of backlash continues, she will be crippled if she doesn't die. Then it will be your chance to take action. Many demons who came out of the Star City looked at the person who was speaking. It turned out to be the sword god Mei Yuru, a powerful 8th level warrior, so terrifying. He must be right. I don't think so. Another demon god tore through the chaos and walked out. He was Morrison, also a powerful 8th level warrior. Originally, he didn't want to ask this time, but it involved the quota for entering the Star Sea, and it was hard not to think of an answer. After all, as a powerful 8th level warrior, you can't really enter the Star Sea by offering your soul. Right? As a big boss you are all proud. The many demon gods hiding in the chaos looked sideways. Another big boss came, their chances were slim. As they were saying this, the terrifying backlash had already hit Su Miao. Su Miao blinked, looking puzzled. There was something wrong with the Star Realm Sea's automatic defense mechanism. It shouldn't have backlashed like this. Even if it did, it should have pulled her over and crushed her. Was it similar to the outward expansion of a white hole? Su Miao took a step forward and appeared outside the range of the counterattack. This scene shocked the gods hiding in the dark. They had never seen anyone avoid a counterattack before. They should have been smashed directly. Sword god Mei Yuru, who had just made a life or death judgment for Su Miao, was silent. Su Miao's reaction, he thought he could not do it. The same was true for demon god Morrison. Although his judgment was correct, Su Miao was more powerful than he could imagine. At the same time, a terrifying thought that broke the sky came into the minds of the two. Could this witch be a 9th level existence? 8th level, 9th level. Su Miao had no concept of this aspect. She only had the concept of law in her eyes. When the gods walked in the chaos, most of them avoided the chaos, so that their bodies would not be eroded by the chaos, especially the law of chaos in the chaos. For example, these demons are bottled water, and chaos is ink. As long as they are stained with a little bit, their bodies will be corroded. When they turn completely black, they are basically finished. Therefore, they must be very cautious. However, Su Miao, who can walk on the long river of chaos, is different. Her experience of coming from Earth to the Star Realm Sea has made her understand various laws more and more deeply, especially the laws of space and the laws of chaos. No matter how much Su Miao understands and controls, the laws existing in chaos have little effect on Su Miao's erosion, because these laws have been controlled by Su Miao. Su Miao's eyes glowed with golden light. She had another epiphany. This time, she had an epiphany about Starlight Bloom. Starlight Bloom is the fusion of thousands of laws. Order is the main, disorder is the auxiliary. The Chaos River is the fusion of thousands of laws. Disorder is the main, order is the auxiliary. Her previous understanding of Starlight Bloom was too superficial. Who created the magic of Starlight Bloom? Su Miao looked at the black hole structure of the Star Realm Sea that exploded and counterattacked again, thinking, she had gained enough here today. The next step was to digest the previous understanding and completely control it. It would not be difficult to destroy the Star Sea at that time. Su Miao waved the star-shining staff, pointed at the void, and the void collapsed. In an instant, the second counterattack of the Star Sea was annihilated into nothingness, without a single ripple. The demon hidden in the chaos was shocked. Su Miao's first avoidance of the counterattack was outrageous enough, but she did not expect the second counterattack to be annihilated by the witch at will. At this moment, they understood that the Star Sea was in big trouble this time. It must have provoked a universe that should not be provoked, which attracted such a terrifying witch. Level 9. Definitely level 9. Such an existence is a legend to the gods in the Star Realm City. I didn't expect to be lucky enough to witness it. It's so scary. At the same time, many demons began to tremble. What are they doing here? They saw the bounty issued by the Star Realm Palace, and came to kill the witch. Only a very small number of demons came to watch the fun. To see who has the courage to cause trouble to the Star Realm Sea in so many thousands of years. It's funny to say that there was a level 6 demon from the universe, who stumbled to the Star Realm City, said he wanted an explanation from the Star Realm Sea, and was shot to death the next second. Later, a level 7 demon god came out and attacked the Star Realm City. Only then did he realize how terrifying the target of revenge was. He was very strong. After killing several level 7 demon gods, he was crushed to death by the demon god messenger who had just walked out of the Star Realm Sea. Since then, the Star Realm Palace was established to deal with such demon gods. After similar situations occurred many times, an 8-level demon god appeared. This 8-level demon god was more cunning and lurked for a long time before erupting. However, he had no idea how strong the Star Realm Sea was. And he had no idea how attractive the ticket to the Star Realm Sea was to the demon gods in the heavens. He was plotted against and surrounded. Later, another level 8 demon god came to kill. This one was a real ruthless man. He killed his way through the Star Realm City, and came to the outer edge of the Star Realm Sea. He directly attacked the Star Realm Sea, but it triggered a backlash. He blocked the first wave, but failed to block the second wave. He was seriously injured. Afterwards, he was surrounded and killed by many demon gods, and became a ticket to enter the Star Realm Sea. According to the speculation of several powerful demon gods, this demon god's strength may have reached the peak of level 8, so he is so strong. Unfortunately, he did not continue to break through. Otherwise there might be hope. Now, the witch Su Miao appeared, did the same thing, but was unscathed, which is why she was speculated to be level 9. Thinking of what happened long ago, the gods were terrified. Some had already fled. Chaos was pitch black. And the demons who wanted Su Miao's life, their malice was like light in the darkness. Extremely obvious. Even if the malice of some demons dissipated and turned into pure fear, they had already been locked by Su Miao. Which, we have no ill intentions. Demon God Morrison came out. 2 days later, Star Realm City will hold a celebration, which, please attend. Celebrations and such are of course made up in order to stabilize witch Su Miao. I know, some of us may have offended you, but the gods are willing to give reasonable compensation, and I hope you can accept it. Demon God Morrison was neither humble nor arrogant, and gave out a space bracelet, which contained very rich materials. For example, the origin of the universe, there were 31 of them. His sincerity was very strong. But it was not enough. Su Miao said, "You said compensation just now?" The demon god Morrison said, "Yes, Your Highness." The sword god Mayura nodded in agreement. He was confident that he could fight against the same level 8, but the level 9, forget it. Although he wanted to challenge as a sword god, the gap was too big. You should know that the gap between the gods was not ordinary at the same level 8, not to mention the level 9. The gods hiding in the darkness nodded one after another. If they were alive, the materials would be useful. If they died, they would be nothing. Besides, the big guys all agreed. Su Miao said, "Okay. I need something from you as compensation." Chaos quieted down, waiting for Su Miao's next words. Su Miao said, "I want your godhood." As soon as the voice fell, Su Miao disappeared on the spot, took down a level 7 demon god, smashed the head of the level 7 demon god with a staff, and took the opponent's godhood. When she was attacked by the black hole shell of the Star Realm Sea, the demon god quietly came up, preparing to attack. Therefore, the level 7 demon god was closest to Su Miao, and he must die the fastest. At the same time, the gods hiding in the chaos fled, including the sword god Mayuru. His body merged with the sword law, and he fled directly to a universe that was about to collapse. But Su Miao's movements were faster. The starry sky domain unfolded, and the gods were swept in before they had time to escape. There were some people outside who had no ill intentions, and these did not need to be dragged into the domain. Similarly, Su Miao did not want them to see how the gods died. The things that were spread outside were too outrageous, which was not good. The gods fell into the starry sky, and they immediately tried to tear the void. But this is Su Miao's domain, and it is not so easy to tear it. Laws. This is not just the law of space. This is the domain of the witch. Everyone, don't try to escape. Let's fight the witch. Su Miao didn't have any extra nonsense, and first killed the desperate demon god. There was no need to restrain him. The silver sword of the god killing picked out the opponent's godhood and put it into the magic space. Yes, fight the witch. The witch launched such a strong attack on the star sea, and suffered a backlash. The consumption must be very large. I don't believe the witch can kill all of us with the remaining power. Another talkative person. Su Miao swung his sword twice, killing the two people who blocked the demon god, picking out the opponent's godhead. The opponent didn't react at all, and only screamed when the godhead was gone. That makes sense. The witch's attack on the Star Sea is unprecedented, and it will definitely be noticed by the strong men of the Star Sea. As long as the 9th level strong men of the Star Sea come, we have hope. The strong men of the Star Sea? But, if there really are strong men, will they save a 7th level demon god? If they would they have recruited him into the Star Sea long ago? Su Miao destroyed the opponent's defense, pierced through the opponent's heart with a sword, picking out the godhead. However, to be honest, the places where these demons hide their godhood are really special. Normally, they are in the head and heart area, and a few are in the palms, calves, armpits and other parts. In the blink of an eye, the starry sky was full of blood rain. The demons who shouted the loudest were killed by the witch Su Miao first. As for the strongest sword god Mayuru and Morrison, both level 8, they stood there and dared not even move. Especially the sword god. He considered himself a sword god, and he had comprehended the sword law to a level that no one could reach. However, facing Su Miao's silver sword of killing gods, his sword was shaking. He couldn't even see Su Miao's sword clearly, because Su Miao's sword, with one strike, there were thousands of laws, and the law of swordsmanship was only one of them. Sword god Mayura suddenly realized. A long time ago, his master taught him that everything in the world could be a sword. He thought he had completely realized this truth and didn't need it anymore. But today when he saw Su Miao's sword, he realized that he didn't realize it. Everything in the world could be a sword, including the law. Sword does not have to be the law of swordsmanship, any law will do. Sword god Mayura wanted to kneel down to Su Miao. This is simply his mentor who reborn him. After understanding this path, he kept going on. It was only a matter of time before he became a 9th level strongman. But there was no such opportunity, because Su Miao looked at him. Sword god Mayura tightly grasped the hilt of the sword, smiled and said, "If I hear the truth in the morning, I am willing to die in the evening. Which, thank you." He drew his sword brazenly, integrated the hundreds of laws he had learned in his life, and slashed it with one sword. Chapter 437 Kill them all. One sword can combine hundreds of laws. How refreshing, how powerful. If one sword can combine thousands of laws, and tens of thousands of laws, what kind of scene will it be? Sword god Mayura felt extremely refreshed. He sighed in his heart. Why did he only realize it now? In fact, it's not that he had never seen people who combined several laws with one sword before, but their attacks were really disappointing. After a simple study, the arrogant sword god Mayuru was very disappointed, and thought that he should stick to the route of a single sword law, reach the extreme and break all laws with one sword. This is the right way. This is indeed the right way. But sword god Mayuru overestimates himself. Otherwise, he would not have stayed where he was for so long. Sword god Mayuru is looking forward to what kind of sword moves the witch Su Miao will use to respond. Although it is a bit strange that a witch does not use magic and prefers to use a sword to cut people, but he is really looking forward to it. The void collapsed. Su Miao looked calm, turned gracefully, and pointed the star staff forward. In an instant, the void collapsed. The sword that sword god Mayuru burst out with all his strength was annihilated. He was stunned. Shouldn't the witch continue to respond with a sword? How did it suddenly become magic? It's unethical. Sword god Mayuru wanted to withdraw, but he found that his body was trapped in the void and could not move. Not only that, his body was being pulled into the shattered void bit by bit. No, no, no. Sword god Mayuru struggled hard, trying to resist. But such resistance was doomed to be futile, because in addition to his hands and feet, He was tied by fine threads of law. When exactly is this happening, Sword God Mayura showed a look of despair, and could only use his last move. There was a natal sword intent hidden in his throat. After being promoted to god, this sword intent had been hidden, and never used. It has been hidden for hundreds of thousands of years, and it is unknown how strong it is. Before becoming a god, he had relied on this sword intent to break through the three realms and kill the peerless strong. This time, will he still be successful in the face of this which, he didn't know, but he had to try. Because if you really think about it, the gap between level 8 and level 9 is not the three realms of the past, but countless invisible gaps. It is enough to be proud of being able to get rid of the current predicament. Chi, Sword God Mayuru opened his mouth, and the sword intent that had been hidden for hundreds of thousands of years came out. The sword intent was crystal clear, with a faint glow, and it easily pierced through the collapsing void chaos, and it looked extremely smooth. However, the sword intent began to break apart inch by inch after it advanced a few inches. The little hope that had just ignited in the eyes of Sword God Mayuru broke apart along with the breaking of the sword intent. A few seconds later, his body began to collapse, and his soul began to collapse. At the last moment, he left part of his soul hidden in the godhead, trying to escape into the chaotic turbulence, and have a chance of survival. But Sword God Mayuru seemed to have forgotten that Su Miao came here based on his godhood. With a pull from the void, the godhood was caught, and landed in front of Su Miao. Starlight bloomed. The residual soul of Sword God Mayuru, who wanted to say a few more last words, was purified completely. Su Miao put the godhood into the magic space, and turned his eyes to the demon god Morris. This 8th level godhood is very important. Sword God is dead. 8th level Sword God, the master of the universe, the creator god, died so simply? The witch must be 9th level. What should I do? No. Wake up. The witch may not be level 9. Do level 9s need to be killed one by one? They must be killed in large numbers. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Hold on. When the Star Realm Palace finds out that something is wrong, we will have a chance. Is that so? Hee hee, idiot. Do you really think she can't kill them one by one? She wants our godhood. Godhood. If I offer my godhood voluntarily, can I survive? Offering my godhood voluntarily is equivalent to cutting off my foundation. It is more painful than death. Who would be willing to do that? Your Highness the Witch, this is my godhood. I am willing to offer it voluntarily. Please spare my life. The surviving gods discuss normally. Unexpectedly, a level 7 demon god really took out his godhood and begged Su Miao for mercy. The gods were silent. They wanted to kill this grandson first, but they held back, because they also wanted to know if they would have a chance to survive if they offered their godhood voluntarily. After being high and mighty gods for a long time, they had long forgotten death and fear. When they really had to face death, the fear was doubled. Su Miao temporarily let Morris, the 8th level demon god, go, and calmly looked at the 7th level demon god who offered his godhood. The mage waved his hand, accepted the godhood, and wiped out the residual soul inside. The silver sword of the god-slaying sword flashed, and the 7th level demon god who had lost his godhood was killed, and his soul was destroyed. The gods became more and more terrified, desperate, and regretted accepting the bounty from the Star Realm Palace. This kind of thing should be investigated before execution. However, they had seen too many bounties issued by the Star Realm Palace in the past. If they were a little slow, the opportunity would become someone else's, and they could not afford to think too much. Just like that, they hit the wall and lost their chance of survival. Which, you kill people wantonly, and the Chaos Avenue will not let you go. A 6th level demon god shouted. Su Miao slapped him to death with one slap, and took away the godhood. Ha ha ha, I remembered a legend. In the chaos, the gods fought, and countless gods and demons died, and finally fell for the creation of the world. Which, you collected our godhoods to follow a similar path? You will be in trouble. The last word was not uttered. Su Miao used the thousands of laws of the silver sword to penetrate the body of the 7th level demon god, smashed his head, and took away the godhood. Unknowingly, only the 8th level demon god Morris was left in the starry sky. Morris stared at the witch Su Miao standing in the void, and said, Witch, let's make a deal. I am willing to offer all my property as a token of sincerity. There are 6 godheads of good quality in here. He sent out a dagger. There was a space inside the dagger, which contained various rare materials that Morris usually collected. Su Miao blinked, and without waiting for the dagger to come over, She directly broke the restriction of the dagger. The next second, the materials in the dagger poured out, and there were indeed 6 godheads in it. But the quality was average, and they were all engraved with special runes that could control the explosion at any time. Although Su Miao had never seen these explosion runes, she was very familiar with explosions. It was precisely because of this that she could tell at a glance. This demon god was not honest. Magic tentacles. Su Miao waved the starlight staff, and the stars shone, turning into terrifying tentacles one by one, grabbing the demon god Morris. Some of the tentacles even directly rolled up the 6 godheads that Morris was about to send out. Morris saw that the situation was not right, and detonated the godheads in advance. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 godheads exploded, shattering the tentacles that rolled up the godheads, causing the void chaos to collapse. According to the original plan, Morris wanted to use the explosion of 6 godheads to severely injure Su Miao. But from the current results, let alone severely injure Su Miao, even the domain that Su Miao deployed could not be broken. From Su Miao's perspective, the explosion power of 6 godheads is not worth mentioning compared with the power of the starlight bloom she used last time. How could it shake her domain like this? Which? There is a 9th level strongman in the Star Realm Palace. Don't you want more information? Morris panicked and said quickly, as long as you let me go, I am willing to tell you all the information about the Star Realm Palace. 9th level strongman? Su Miao recalled, when she was visiting the Temple of the Gods. A decayed divine consciousness swept over. That divine consciousness was very strong. But the god who emitted the divine consciousness seemed to have entered the state of the 5 decays of heaven and man. Could it be the 9th level strongman mentioned by Morris? Considering the crazy desire of the Star Realm Sea for the origin of the universe in recent times, it is not impossible. Bring the godhood of this decayed old thing. Which? What do you think? To be honest, I have several friends in the Star Realm Sea. I am willing to give you all the information in the Star Realm Sea. Morris was afraid that Su Miao would not agree, so he took out another pancake. Su Miao said nothing, just watching the tentacles rolling towards Morris. Morris burst out with all his strength, and all kinds of powerful magic were instantly released, smashing one tentacles after another. However, the tentacles in front of him were endless. This made Morris think of some indescribable existence. Could it be that this witch was not a normal witch, but some indescribable existence wearing the skin of a witch? Only this kind of thing would need the divinity of the gods, and the bodies of the gods. In order to confirm this situation, Morris looked into the void. The demons that were killed by the witch before, not a single body was left. Yes, absolutely, Morris felt extremely terrified. It is rumored that some universes are occupied by these indescribable things, and the demons in the universe are either devoured or eroded, extremely terrified. Under similar disasters, even a 9th level warrior may not be able to survive safely. Since the witch appears here, it means that her real target is the Star Sea? The Star Sea? This news must be spread otherwise. Distracted in the battle, Su Miao looked at Morris, who was in a trance, and bound Morris with the thread of law. When Morris came back to his senses, the god-killing silver sword had already picked out Morris's godhood. Morris opened his mouth and looked at Su Miao with horror. Witch! You are the end. The void collapsed. Before Morris finished speaking, Su Miao crushed Morris' body. Since then, all the gods trapped in the starry sky were killed by Su Miao, and the godhood harvest was very rich. However, this was just the beginning. Su Miao released the starry sky domain and returned to the chaotic void. There was no demon god nearby. Those who were not trapped were all killed. Su Miao glanced at the Star Realm Sea in the chaos, and turned away. No hurry, she would take action when she gathered enough godheads. As for the Star Realm City, Su Miao's eyes penetrated the chaos, looking in the direction of the Star Realm City. She saw that many demon gods had left the Star Realm City and escaped. It was just that the Star Realm Palace, which controlled the Star Realm City, did not take any action. If the other party did not take action, Su Miao was not in a hurry, she could wait. After all, she had obtained so many godheads, it would be a pity to consume them directly without studying them. Do you know, there is a witch outside, and she has killed nearly 100 demons in just a few days. What's your news? The news I got is that thousands of demons have been killed. So scary, even many level 8s have died. The latest news, Sword God Mayuru and Morris, both masters have fallen. Forget the latest news, run for your life. I think the situation in Star City is going to change. Do you know? The new witch dared to attack the Star Sea, and was unscathed after the attack. This must be level 9. No wonder the Star Palace was silent after the bounty was issued. Don't talk about the existence of level 9, that's not something we can do. This kind of existence can't kill the witch. So how can it crush us? Remember the previous times? The prophecies of those dead demons. They said that sooner or later there will be an existence that destroys everything and brings doom to the Star Sea. This is not referring to this witch? I don't know. But it's almost certain. You think too much. You know how terrifying the inside of the Star Sea is. There are so many level 9 existences. There is no point in discussing more. Let's run for our lives first. If you want to stay here, stay. I think the witch will return to the Star City soon. The demons in the city had a brief exchange and fled one after another. In the Star Realm Palace, the 8th level demon god Quan Peng respectfully entered the inner hall, bowed, and said, "Your Majesty, the matter you want to investigate has a clue. This witch comes from the universe that is nourished by the Star Realm Sea. But she is entangled with the luck of too many universes, and it is impossible to distinguish which universe she originated from." Boom! A terrifying breath was released. The voice of the 9th level strongman Xian Gu Di came out. "Have you notified the Star Realm Sea?" Quan Peng said respectfully. "I have sent a message. But there is no reply in the Star Realm Sea. Maybe the war in it has intensified." Xian Gu Di smiled. "Because of their war, the Star Realm Sea needs to consume more and more universe origins, which led to today's incident. It's really troublesome." Quan Peng asked, "Your Majesty, Xian Gu Di, are you going to take action yourself?" Xian Gu Di said, "Why should I take action?" Quan Peng was puzzled. Xian Ancient Emperor said, "That day, the witch came to Xingjia City. I took a look at her, but I couldn't see anything. Not long ago, the witch took the initiative to attack the Xingjia Sea without any damage, and killed many demons. She was not afraid of the bounty offered by the Xingjia Palace. Do you know what this means? The witch is very confident in her strength and is fearless. We are both level 9. If I don't know her background and take action, it will be more trouble than gain." Quan Peng understood this time. The meaning is that His Majesty Xian Ancient Emperor believes that he can't beat her, so he is unwilling to take action. Otherwise he would have slapped the witch to death with a slap. Just like the last time. They slapped the peak level 8 strongman, who offended the Star Realm Sea and severely injured him, and handed him over to them for disposal. Quan Peng said, "Your Majesty, Ancient Emperor Xian, what should we do if the witch comes to the Star Realm Palace?" Ancient Emperor Xian smiled. "I have been operating the Star Realm Palace for millions of years. Do you think the witch dares to set foot here? Let me tell you, the magic array field that protects the Star Realm Palace is a simplified version of the Star Realm Sea's protective barrier in a sense. As long as the witch dares to come here, then her death will come." Quan Peng showed a happy look on his face. "Thank you, Your Majesty, Ancient Emperor Xian, for your protection." Chapter 438. There is a great terror in the chaos. Chaos Void. Su Miao found a meteorite, about the size of a small hill on Earth, and laid down the law field on it, and stayed there temporarily. The next period will be very busy, and some preparations must be made before the busyness. So Su Miao took out the table, chairs, and placed a large number of mutant fruits and laptops on them. Maybe it was because of the improvement of strength, or other reasons. When eating these fruits, Su Miao felt that they were just so, and not as delicious as when he first ate them. Finally, Su Miao took out a portion of stir-fried chicken rice and ate it. It was delicious. After the meal, Su Miao took out a glass of mixed juice and drank it while watching the show. After watching an episode and taking a break, Su Miao put the things into the magic space. Begin. Su Miao unfolded the domain and took out all the captured godheads. The godheads floated in the air, shining like stars. Very beautiful. Before, she had only studied a few godheads, and the study of godheads was more for the purpose of perfecting the domain. This time is different. On the one hand, Su Miao is trying to further improve the domain, and on the other hand, he is thinking about how to make these godheads burst out with the strongest attack power. It is impossible to routinely use these godheads to fill the starlight bloom as energy when the war starts. Right? It is too wasteful. Su Miao believes that as long as the method is appropriate, these godheads can burst out with more than several times the power. No. It must be 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or 1,000,000 times. Otherwise, it is basically impossible to destroy the Star Realm Sea in one go. The godheads that Su Miao obtained were strong and weak. The strongest was level 8, and the weakest was level 6. There were laws in each godhead. The existence of laws and godheads was different, but they all had one thing in common. This was similar to the fact that there were many plants and trees on the earth, but they all had growth rings. Growth rings. Su Miao stared at these godheads thoughtfully. The root of godheads lies in laws. What is the root of laws? The root of laws is Tao. 3,000 great ways, infinite small ways, are all Tao. In the final analysis, the essence of magic is Tao. Su Miao reached out her hand and took out Tao and magic from the magic space. She got this book by accident. When she took it out again today and just flipped through it, Tao and magic collapsed and dissipated naturally, and finally turned into a godhead. Who would have thought that this book was actually a 9th level godhead? It's true, Su Miao said to herself. She understood what the magic girl Miao Miao said, and also realized what she had overlooked before. Her doomsday journey seemed to be full of dangers. But it was not that no one noticed. They noticed, and participated, and paid the price accordingly. I came from the universe of extinction. I crossed the long river of chaos at the cost of infinite life, glimpsed a corner of the future, and saw you. A golden divine text appeared on the 9th level godhead, but it collapsed and disappeared after showing a paragraph. Su Miao said, I understand what you are saying. This is the 9th level existence, who is powerless to avenge the destruction of the universe. But he wants revenge. Then, he turned into a book with the last everything, threw someone's hand to the road to the end of Su Miao's doomsday. The powerful of the Star Sea makes a level 9 levels feel weak. I must prepare more. Don't underestimate them. Su Miao puts the 9-level divine grid in the center. Study with other gods. Just now, the upper limit of her study is level 8, and it failed to reach level 9 level 8. The results obtained are not enough. But with the addition of this 9-level god grid, everything is different. Su Miao understood many things that she couldn't understand in an instant. The essence of magic is Tao. My Tao is magic. Su Miao's eyes glowed with golden light. Around her, the original domain was dissipating, and a new domain was replacing it. In this new domain, countless Tao existed in the form of magic arrays. Naturally, seamlessly, endlessly, and endlessly. Influenced by Su Miao, the sound of the Chaos River came from the void. The Chaos River had produced a tributary at some point, and the endless river water flowed into Su Miao's domain. Su Miao stood in the void with her eyes closed, sensing the Chaos River, understanding the Chaos River, absorbing the Chaos River. Her aura became stronger and stronger, more and more terrifying, but after reaching a limit, she would transform on her own, recovering to her normal appearance. Gradually, an extremely terrifying vortex was generated in the chaos, madly devouring everything in the chaos. That is, this is the chaos void. If it were a normal universe, the universe would be destroyed at any time. The terrifying fluctuation spread, extending all the way to the Star Realm City. Believe in the Starry Sea, the gods who stayed in the Starry City, and did not leave showed panic. Since the establishment of the Starry City, there has never been such a movement. Even if the war broke out between unknown existences such as the 9th level, it has not caused turmoil in the Starry City. Is there something wrong with the Starry Sea? That witch, does she really have such a terrifying ability? What happened? I don't know. This terrifying breath comes from the chaos. Is there a chaotic beast born? Impossible. If it is a chaotic beast, it would have been hunted by the Starry Sea long ago. Too scary. Could it be that the Chaos River changed its course? Someone said that they heard the sound of the Chaos River. Hiss. The Chaos River changed its course. Who can resist it? Why panic? There are stronger people to support the sky if it falls. We are here. It's just an ant. There's no need to think too much. That's true. The one in the Star Palace will definitely investigate. What do you think? Could it be a witch? Although the witch is level 9, how could a level 9 cause such a big commotion? It's impossible. Whatever it is, I've decided to leave Star City for a while. Me too, I miss home. It's time to go back to my hometown. Wait, I'll visit you. The gods were terrified, and after quickly exchanging information, another group left Star City. As for exploring the source of the terrifying fluctuations in the depths of the chaos, no god took the initiative to propose it, let alone take the initiative to explore. In the Star Realm Palace, the ancient Emperor Xiantian opened his eyes, and his eyes swept across the chaotic void. All he could see was the constantly shattering chaos, and what was deeper, he couldn't see at all. What happened? He asked. The 8th level demon god Quan Peng hurried over and said, Your Majesty. The ancient Emperor Xiantian, the chaos is turbulent, and several damaged nutrient universes have been affected and directly shattered. It may be the fluctuations caused by this. The ancient Emperor Xiantian frowned. It shouldn't be. These nutrient universes can still last for millions of years. There is no reason for them to collapse for no reason. Quan Peng said, I have sent demon gods to explore, but they lost contact not long after entering the chaos. The ancient Emperor Xiantian said, Are there any news from the Star Realm Sea? Quan Peng shook his head. There is no news from the Star Realm Sea. The ancient Emperor Xiantian fell into deep thought. No one was sent out to investigate the huge disturbance outside. It seems that there is a big problem in the Star Realm Sea. A flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. And the ancient Emperor Xiantian remembered the witch Su Miao who came here. Could it be that she really made the noise? As soon as this thought came up, the ancient Emperor Xiantian felt an inexplicable palpitation. Because of this palpitation, the divine nature that had been nurtured for countless years actually had a crack. Impossible. The ancient Emperor Xiantian dispelled this palpitation. He must stabilize the divine nature. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Your Majesty, ancient Emperor Xiantian, what happened to you? Quan Peng's body trembled, and he prostrated himself on the ground, not understanding why the ancient Emperor Xiantian had gone crazy. There was an insurmountable gap between the 8th and 9th levels, and the gap between the two sides was too big. A breath of the 9th level strongman lost control, which was enough to seriously injure him. It was because his foundation was solid that he was not seriously injured. Otherwise, he might have died here. You get out, the ancient Emperor Xiantian said. Yes. Quan Peng was as if he had been pardoned, and fled the Star Realm Palace as soon as possible. The next second, ancient Emperor Xiantian walked out of the temple that had not moved for millions of years. He stood in the sky of the Star Realm City and looked into the depths of the chaos. He flicked his sleeves and decided to go and take a look. If he didn't get a solid answer, this palpitation would not be eliminated and would become his eternal demon. By then, not only would his injuries from countless years of cultivation not be healed, but his realm would also regress. In this way, he would never have the chance to return to the Star Realm Sea. His old enemy inside was ready to kill him at any time. However, ancient Emperor Xiantian misunderstood the Star Realm Sea. The chaos outside the Starry Sea has such a big fluctuation. How could they not arrange people to come out and take a look? Look, two figures walked out of the Starry Sea. One is the ancient Emperor Tianwu, a 9th level strongman. The other is the ancient Emperor Shishui, a 9th level strongman. How did that old thing Xiantian guard the gate? He didn't do anything when such a big thing happened outside the Starry Sea. The ancient Emperor Tianwu walked in front and sneered. The ancient Emperor Shishui said, He is just an old waste who failed in the competition. What can you expect from him? The ancient Emperor Tianwu asked, Shishui, do you know what they are competing for? He is a newly promoted 9th level, whose strength can match many old 9th level strongmen, but he doesn't know many 9th level secrets. The ancient Emperor Shishui said, You are willing to take on this task. Do you really know nothing? Well, I will tell you. Before that, I will ask you a question. Do you know who decided to divide sentient beings from level 1 to level 9? The ancient Emperor Tianwu frowned. Isn't this a convention? The ancient Emperor Shishui said, It is a convention, but what about the source? The ancient Emperor Tianwu said, Isn't it the creator of the Star Realm Sea? The ancient Emperor Shishui said, No. The ancient Emperor Tianwu was puzzled. This problem is like everyone is familiar with 1 plus 1 is equal to 2 among mortals. Suddenly one day, someone asked someone to prove 1 plus 1. How can this be proved? The ancient Emperor Shishui said, Endless chaos. The Starry Sea is not the only one. If you are lucky enough to go to other places in the future, you will find that there are various realm strength levels. But the 1 to 9 levels are universal. However, no one knows where the source is. Therefore, someone proposed a hypothesis that there are beings above the 9th level who set this classification rule, which is applicable to the chaotic heavens and all realms. If there are beings above the 9th level, does it mean that one can be promoted to the 9th level one day? This is what they are fighting for. The ancient Emperor Tianwu was eager to move after hearing this. He considered himself a genius, not inferior to any other existence. If others can compete for the 9th level, he can do it too. The ancient Emperor Shishui noticed the reaction of the ancient Emperor Tianwu, and sneered in his heart. 9th level, do you really think that you are invincible when you reach the 9th level? Little did they know that this level division includes countless realms. In each realm, there are countless small realms. It is ridiculous to be so arrogant after reaching the 9th level. However, thinking that he was like this a long time ago, there is no need to laugh at such a reckless man. Besides, the reason why the two of them were sent out to investigate, doesn't it explain the situation? It's because they are weaker. The ancient Emperor Shui looked into the depths of the chaos and was in doubt. Except for the flooding of the Chaos River, he had never seen such a big movement in the chaos. This matter was very serious, and it would be much better to have a reckless man in front. In the vortex of chaos, Su Miao was unaware of the movement outside, and she didn't know that she had alarmed the existence in the depths of the Star Realm Sea, and attracted the investigation of 3 9th-level strongmen. Su Miao was immersed in her epiphany. The new domain was constantly transforming, and her body was sublimating unconsciously. If the magic girl Xi Miao Miao was here, Su Miao felt that she could grab her, touch Xi Miao Miao's head, and let her meow. Huh, why would you have such a thought? Su Miao blinked and understood the reason. This is because Xi Miao Miao is so cute. Ignoring this thought, Su Miao continued to focus on the present. She stretched out her hand, scooped up some water from the Chaos River, looking at the water, muttered to herself, "The tributary of the Chaos River, I know how to lead it." Su Miao looked at the new domain, and saw the endless laws interweaving, as if she had a clear understanding. The next moment, there were raging waves in the domain. This was actually a new chaotic river born in the domain. It's still a little short. What's missing? Laws? Broken laws? Or the body of the 9th-level demon god? Su Miao thought for a moment, took out the starlight staff, and the god-slaying silver sword from the magic space. Wait. This? Suddenly, Su Miao discovered something. Her magic space was completely integrated with the new domain. However, such integration had no effect on the supplies stored in the magic space. It was the same as before, and it is still the same now. The difference is that, perhaps due to the influence of the Chaos River, there is more chaos in the new domain. This is generated by the new domain swallowing the chaotic energy indiscriminately, and the energy contained in it is extremely terrifying. If it can be fully released, will it shake the Starry Sea? Whether it is the corpse of the 9th-level demon god, or shaking the Starry Sea, it requires stronger weapons. The Starry Staff and the god-slaying silver sword are time to upgrade. Su Miao raised his hand, and the Starry Staff and the god-slaying silver sword melted into embryos. Countless precious materials turned into liquids and merged into them, and countless laws were recarved. After 3 busy days, the recast Star Staff and the god-slaying silver sword appeared in front of Su Miao, shining brightly. The Star Staff and the god-slaying silver sword actually gave birth to complete consciousness during this recast. They are alive. The long pink hair fluttered, and Su Miao was very surprised to find this change. Just when Su Miao was about to analyze it further, an uninvited guest came outside. The 9th-level strongman of the Star Realm Palace, the ancient Emperor Xiantian, arrived. Chapter 439 Impossible. How can you control the Chaos River? The breath of the Star Realm Sea. The breath of the Star Realm City, exactly the same as those people. Su Miao glanced outside the domain, and determined where the 3 level 9s outside came from. Level 9. Before this, she might be very difficult to encounter, or even injured, but now, she can kill. Also, the Star Realm Sea has existed for who knows how many years. It is very normal for there to be level 9 masters in it. Maybe it will be the same as the Star Realm City, where there are a lot of level 7s, fewer level 8s, and extremely rare level 9s. In contrast, in the Star Realm Sea with better conditions, level 8s are everywhere, and it is very likely that level 9s can be seen everywhere. Their godhood is very valuable for research. A tributary of the Chaos River actually appeared here. How is this possible? The ancient Emperor Xiantian came to the Chaos Vortex, looking at the shocking scene in front of him. He dared not step forward. Because of the existence of the Star Realm Sea, the Chaos River should definitely not appear here. If this long river of chaos hits the Starry Sea, the consequences will be unimaginable. However, to stop the long river of chaos? What a joke. Even if he is level 9, without absolute preparation, he dare not approach the long river of chaos, let alone stop it. Hey, old man, you are here too? I thought you were all dead. The ancient Emperor Shui walked out of the chaos, and said from a safe distance. The ancient Emperor Tianwu glanced at the ancient Emperor Xiantian, then at the ancient Emperor Shui, without saying anything. After all, the ancient Emperor Shui introduced him on the way here. No matter what, the ancient Emperor Xiantian was a person who had fought in the Starry Sea. Even if he was exiled to guard the gate, even if he mocked him fiercely, he must not be underestimated in his heart. Xiantian Ancient Emperor said, "It's you. I haven't seen you for many years. You have grown a lot. I didn't expect to see you here." Shishui Ancient Emperor smiled coldly. This old man, his words and deeds were mocking the fact that he was sent out. But there is really no way to refute such things. Damn it. Tianwu Ancient Emperor looked at the two people, and then at the Chaos Vortex, and took the initiative to step back half a body, without trying to persuade them. Suddenly, the Chaos Vortex exploded, and the Chaos River swept across the area. If there was any universe nearby, it would be affected by the scale of the explosion, and would inevitably explode and shatter. The defense of the Star Realm Sea in the distance was even more autonomous. And the terrifying law of fluctuations burst over. The expressions of the Ancient Emperor Xiantian, the Ancient Emperor Shishui, and the Ancient Emperor Tianwu changed. And they all retreated. The Ancient Emperor Shishui glanced at the Ancient Emperor Tianwu, and snorted in his heart. He underestimated this person. Under normal circumstances, two level 9 colleagues would stand side by side to show that their status was equal. But the Ancient Emperor Tianwu actually took the initiative to retreat half a body. This seemed to give him face, but in fact, he wanted to use him as a shield. Ancient Emperor Tianwu must have seen something in this chaotic vortex just now, which is why he made such a move. And he saw nothing just now. At this time, the chaos exploded. Ancient Emperor Xiantian, Ancient Emperor Shishui, and Ancient Emperor Tianwu retreated again and again, resisting the aftermath of the chaos explosion. What on earth is going on? The three of them looked solemnly, looking at the source of the explosion. There, they sensed a very different breath. And someone walked out of the exploded chaotic vortex intact. Long pink hair. Nanomaterial robe engraved with complex laws. Which, the face of the Ancient Emperor Xiantian changed. The Ancient Emperor Shishui and the Ancient Emperor Tianwu each offered their own divine tools, ready to attack at any time. Although the witch in front of them looked ordinary, how could she be ordinary if she could walk out of the chaos vortex explosion of this scale intact? Could it be that all the strange phenomena here were caused by this witch? If so, how terrifying it would be. Witch, it's you. The Ancient Emperor Xiantian said. You caused a catastrophe in the chaos, and you want to destroy the Star Realm Sea? First put a big hat on them, leading the war to the Ancient Emperor Shishui and the Ancient Emperor Tianwu, and then we'll see. Su Miao said, Are you the old man who offered me a bounty in the Star Realm Palace? You guessed it right. The Xiantian Ancient Emperor was stunned. He didn't expect Su Miao to admit it directly. Destroy the Star Realm Sea? How dare this witch? He laughed. Witch, you are too arrogant. With your strength that has just been promoted to level 9, you still want to destroy the Star Realm Sea. It's not that no one has done this before, but they all fell. You are not the first. And you will not be the last. The Shishui Ancient Emperor had no time to care about the calculations of the Xiantian Ancient Emperor. Because the witch in front of him was really ready to destroy the Starry Sea, so no matter whether the Ancient Emperor Xiantian had any extra nonsense, he and the Ancient Emperor Tianwu had to take action. It was just that Su Miao took action faster than him. Starry Sky Domain. Su Miao waved the starry staff, and a flash of light appeared. The Ancient Emperor Xiantian, the Ancient Emperor Shishui, and the Ancient Emperor Tianwu only felt a bright light in front of their eyes, and appeared in the Starry Sky Domain. Here the stars are shining, and the vast starry sky is boundless. Seeing this, the 3 9th-level masters did not feel anything, but when they saw the chaos outside the endless starry sky, their expressions changed. Is this the domain that the witch has opened up connecting with the chaos? Or is it the domain that has integrated the chaos? Either way, it is extremely terrifying. Su Miao looked at the 3 9th-level masters with an elegant posture. The 3 people who came just happened to help test the strength of the new domain. And they also sent out their godhoods to contribute part of the power to destroy the Star Sea. Together, the Ancient Emperor Shishui sensed an extremely dangerous aura from Su Miao, and said, The water never stops flowing. He opened his arms, and the special law expanded, causing the starry sky to vibrate. In a trance, the sound of vast flowing water came. Su Miao looked into the void, and saw a colorful river running across the starry sky. This river was a simplified version of the Time River, which was compatible with some of the characteristics of the Chaos River. It contained extremely complex laws. It destroyed all the galaxies along the way in the starry sky the moment it appeared and headed straight for Su Miao. Was it the passing water? Su Miao looked at the river curiously. It was the first time he saw a level 9 expert simulating the Time River and the Chaos River. The way the passing water ancient emperor controlled it. The way he simulated it. And the laws he used were very valuable for reference. With just one glance, Su Miao understood many mysteries and marveled at the wisdom of the ancient emperor Shui. So strong. The ancient emperor Xiantian looked at the witch Su Miao, who was about to fall into the Shui, and marveled at the power of the ancient emperor Shui. It was really a new generation replacing the old. He had to admit that the young man who used to bow down to him had grown to his peak level. However, he, a veteran of the 9th level, was not a pushover. In the previous vision of the Chaos Vortex, a tributary of the Chaos River appeared. If things went wrong, the witch Su Miao might get out of the control of the Shui. He had to fill this loophole and suppress the witch in one fell swoop. Xiantian Yin. He reached out to the starry sky with both hands, and tens of thousands of galaxies shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and formed a large seal under the guidance of the law, and suppressed Su Miao. The ancient emperor Tianwu tightly grasped the great sword with both hands, without any extra movements, and cut through the eternity with one sword. He not only wanted to kill the witch, but also to break through the starry sky. In an instant, the entire starry sky seemed to be cut and separated by this sword. Facing the three-way killing, Su Miao gracefully waved the star-shining staff, and layers of magic barriers appeared in the starry sky. These magic barriers have been completely upgraded to space law barriers, solid, powerful, explosive. Such a high attainment in space law, but it's useless. The Xiantian ancient emperor snorted coldly, and the Xiantian seal suppressed it strongly. In an instant, the space law barriers deployed by Su Miao burst layer by layer, and the 3 level 9 ultimate attacks continued to approach Su Miao. Su Miao was not in a hurry. When the opponent's attack approached, she stepped on the water. The Shui ancient emperor looked happy. Which, you are seeking your own death. He had never seen a god who voluntarily fell into the water. His Shui seems to have great buoyancy. But whoever enters the range will definitely fall into the water, and become a corpse in the Shui. However, an outrageous scene appeared. Su Miao stood on the Shui, and did not fall into the water. Not only that, the Shui began to become chaotic, as if it was about to turn into a long river of chaos, and directly escape the control of the Shui ancient emperor. How is it possible? Suddenly losing control of the Shui, the Shui ancient emperor violently spit out a mouthful of blood. Shui was the foundation for him to become a 9th level person. Now that the foundation has been taken away, and he is affected by the long river of chaos, he has suffered unprecedented backlash, and a crack has appeared in his godhood. The ancient emperor Xiantian sensed that something was wrong and increased the output of the Xiantian seal. But before the Xiantian seal fell, the Chaos River rushed up, like a flood and a beast, and the waves rolled, and the Xiantian seal collapsed immediately. Impossible! How can you control the Chaos River? Beep! The ancient emperor Xiantian spat out a large mouthful of blood. The Xiantian seal he controlled was impacted by the Chaos River, which directly affected his soul and spirit, and caused the old injury he had been recuperating for 1,000,000 years to relapse. And at once, the injury was compounded, and he was directly disabled. As for the remaining Tianwu ancient emperor Sword Qi, Su Miao controlled the Chaos River to meet it, to see if the opponent's sword that cut through the ages could cut through the Chaos River. Boom! This sword broke through the Chaos River for 15 meters, and its power disappeared, and it could no longer move forward. The opponent's sword that cut through the ages was fake. In addition, the new domain was very stable. The 3 9th level masters sent out the strongest attack, except that the starry sky in the domain was slightly damaged. Overall, she did not sense any signs of collapse. In a sense, their attacks did not even affect the chaos that she deliberately left at the edge of the starry sky. How to say it specifically, all of them are level 9. Ancient Emperor Xiantian, Ancient Emperor Shui, Ancient Emperor Tianwu are much weaker than magical girls in Miaomio. She is so lucky that she is ready for a tough battle. Su Miao replaced the starlight staff with the silver sword of God slaying, took a step forward, came in front of Ancient Emperor Tianwu, and used one sword to kill all the magic, and slashed it down with a bang. Ancient Emperor Tianwu was in shock that he could not break the Chaos River. He did not understand why there was a being that could control the Chaos River, and why the Chaos River could be used in this way. He looked into the void, wanting to know where the source of this long river of chaos was. But he found nothing after searching for a long time. How strong is this pink-haired witch? In a moment of shock, Su Miao's sword had already slashed down. How dare the witch use a sword in front of me? No. That's not right. How many laws are there under this sword? This is impossible. Tianwu Ancient Emperor held a sword with both heads, burning his blood, burning his soul, and risking his life to swing the sword. Although this sword was hasty, Tianwu Ancient Emperor was sure that it was stronger than the previous one. But the witch's attack was too fast, and he didn't have time to prepare more time. Otherwise this sword would be stronger. As for the fact that his body would be seriously injured after this sword, Tianwu Ancient Emperor had completely given it no thought. He was thinking about taking the sword from the witch. Your sword is too slow, Su Miao said lightly. The god-slaying silver sword collided with the sword of Tianwu Ancient Emperor, exploding with a loud bang. Countless galaxies were destroyed, and the center of the explosion turned directly into chaos. The new domain had a slight ripple for the first time under the impact of this sword, but not much. Kill! Tianwu Ancient Emperor fought hard, using his life to maintain this sword. However, it was all in vain. He felt what despair was. The myriad laws paused for only a moment, and then they were slashed down with overwhelming force. The sword that the ancient Emperor Tianwu swung at the risk of his life was shattered, the divine sword in his hand broke, and his body and his soul were directly slashed and exploded. At the center of the explosion, the godhead of the ancient Emperor Tianwu tried to escape with a wisp of his soul. But he saw a big hand falling from the void, and took away his godhead. Don't kill. The remaining soul of the ancient Emperor Tianwu wanted to beg for mercy. But the big hand in the void directly emitted brilliant starlight, and directly annihilated his residual soul. A 9th level godhood was obtained. Sensing the majestic law energy contained in the godhood, Su Miao put the godhood into the magic space with satisfaction. The ancient Emperor Shui, the ancient Emperor Xian Tian looked at the witch Su Miao with shock. There have been many wars in the Star Realm Sea, but there has never been a 9th level strongman who fell so quickly. This seriously exceeded their cognition. No, unless the ancient Emperor Shui, the ancient Emperor Xian Tian had an extremely absurd idea in his mind. They had known about similar existences before. Otherwise the Starry Sea would not have left such a rule, as magical girls are not allowed to enter the Starry Sea. They thought that magical girls were unreasonable enough. And the pink-haired witch in front of them was even more unreasonable. Now, unless the supreme giants in the Starry Sea take action, they would not be able to survive. Your Highness, I am willing to sacrifice my soul. Please spare my life. The seriously injured Xiantian ancient emperor, regardless of his injuries, knelt on his knees. I was once excluded, oppressed, plotted against, and severely injured in the Starry Sea. In the end, I ended up guarding the gate of the Starry Sea for millions of years. The blood feud is deep, and the chaos is hard to eliminate. I am willing to be your Highness's vanguard in breaking through the Starry Sea, and I will go through fire and water for your Highness. And I will not refuse even if I die. He coughed up blood while telling the story, with tears in his eyes, and he looked very sincere. Su Miao said, very good, don't resist. The ancient Emperor Xiantian was delighted, thank you. Your Highness. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his heart. The silver sword of God-slaying had pierced into his body at some point, picking out his godhead. Your Highness, you. The ancient Emperor Xiantian widened his eyes. He felt that the law of the silver sword of God-slaying was frantically destroying his body, making him unable to move. Why? Why? Did I say I wouldn't kill you? Su Miao wiped out the residual soul in the godhead. Seeing that the other party did not resist in the end, he said, don't worry. Your godhood will contribute a great deal of power to destroying the Star Sea. Boom! The body of the Xiantian ancient emperor exploded. Starlight bloomed and swept across the battlefield. There was no trace of the Xiantian ancient emperor left on the battlefield. The remaining Shui ancient emperor looked at the witch Su Miao in horror. He wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy just now. Chapter 440 Star Sea, things are going to change. Why is the witch so strong? Are the giants in the Star Sea so strong? Or has the witch really taken that step? Why? Why did the Star Sea not notice such a terrifying witch when the nutrient universe appeared? The Star Sea can exist forever, because it has absolute control over the nutrient universe. As long as there are people with problems in the nutrient universe, they can live by offering their souls, or die if they don't. As a result, the witch Su Miao appeared. What's even more ridiculous is that, at a glance, it's impossible to tell which nutrient universe Su Miao came from. He knows that the Star Realm Sea has been expanding wildly in recent years. In order to compete for the illusory 9th level, it takes an unknown amount of energy and consumes an unknown amount of nutrient universe. But this is not a reason to get out of control. Ha ha ha. The ancient Emperor Shishui laughed. He seemed to understand why. For a 9th level existence like him, who would have the leisure time to observe the endless nutrient universe and distinguish whether there is a problem in this ant, it would be a miracle if he could take one more look every million years. For example, the Xiantian ancient emperor, who was assigned to guard the gate, had been recovering from his injuries for so many years. He was lucky to see the gods who arrived at the Star Realm City. How could he possibly see the endless nutrient universe? The Star Realm Sea was destined to have this catastrophe. The fate of the Xiantian ancient emperor and the Tianwu ancient emperor had made him realize that surrender was useless. The witch Su Miao had only one goal: to kill him. In this case, it would be better to die gloriously. Witch, you want my godhood, but I won't give it to you. The Shishui ancient emperor resolutely rushed to the godhood with all his divine energy laws, preparing to self-destruct with the godhood as the core. Destroy the godhood. However, how could the powerful 9th level godhood explode so easily? If it was really that simple, the 9th level strongman would have fallen long ago. After reaching the 9th level, just like before, the first thing is to study the godhead, strengthen the godhead, and prepare defense. Otherwise, when practicing in the future, when fighting, if you are not careful, the godhead will explode. Wouldn't it become a joke that will be passed down for countless epochs? Therefore, the self-destruction of the ancient Emperor Shishui takes a little time. This time is a little long in Su Miao's eyes. The Chaos River flows and washes in an instant, submerging the ancient Emperor Shishui. After studying the Time River, the Chaos River, and simulating the pseudo-Chaos River like Shishui, the ancient Emperor Shishui never thought that one day he would really be washed by the Chaos River. The key point is that he is in the process of self-destruction. His body cannot move, and he cannot even do basic defense. He cannot withstand the normal erosion of the Chaos River, let alone this one controlled by the witch. At the first sight, the ancient emperor of the passing water was shattered. The godhead was out of control. Before he could do anything to remedy the situation, the godhead had been fished out by Su Miao. The residual soul mark on it was wiped off, and the contact was lost. Which, the ancient emperor of the passing water in the Chaos River roared unwillingly, and was completely ravaged into pieces by the Chaos River. And there was nothing left. After killing 3 level 9s, Su Miao did not remove the domain, but took out their godhood to study on the spot. Previously, just making a little noise attracted the 9 levels of the Star Realm Sea. Now, killing 3 level 9s in a row will definitely cause the Star Realm Sea to shake, and the people who come next time will be stronger. Therefore, she needs to buy some time, study more, and save time. There is one more thing. Su Miao noticed that the ancient Emperor Xiantian had explored her origins, and the ancient Emperor Shishui had also tried, but they all failed. However, she was not sure whether the Star Sea would be so crazy that it would retaliate against her by detonating the entire universe, because the gods in the Star Sea had long lost all humanity. They had long forgotten that they were also born from a certain universe. They only wanted to become stronger and go further. The moment the universe that gave birth to countless lives in the chaos was called nourishment by the Star Sea. This result was destined. She had to accumulate enough energy to destroy the Star Sea as soon as possible. However, next time, she would not stay here and wait for the Star Sea's 9th level attack. She would take the initiative to attack. Oh, right. There is one thing that needs to be done in advance. Su Miao thought of something, and looked outside the domain. Starlight burst out. Boom! The torrent of starlight passed through the domain and headed straight for the Star Realm City. In an instant, the gods who stayed in the Star Realm City showed expressions of despair and fear. What? Who is attacking? Run away. This attack is directed at the Star Realm Palace. Where is the ancient Emperor Xiantian? I heard that there is a 9th level strongman in the Star Realm Palace. The ancient Emperor Xiantian. Why hasn't the ancient Emperor taken action yet? The 8th level demon god Quan Peng of the Star Realm Palace heard the shouts outside. He looked at the shattered soul seal in front of him and felt desperate. The ancient Emperor Xiantian had fallen just now. Looking up at the falling torrent of starlight, he wanted to resist it, but it was not something he could resist. 100,000 years ago, Quan Peng went to the Star Realm Sea to report back, and was fortunate to see a 9th level strongman take action. The scene in front of him was no less impressive. Boom! The starlight bloomed and fell, and all the gods in the Star Realm Palace, including Quan Peng, fell. The terrifying power spread from the Star Realm Palace to all directions. destroying dozens of nearby temples, and countless demon gods fell. However, this was not the end. The terrifying attack directly smashed the core of the Star City, tearing it apart. Some of them fell into the chaos and were swallowed by it. Some of them were guarded by the 8th level demon gods, barely maintaining the area of the temple under control and drifting towards the depths of the chaos. From today on, the Star City no longer exists. Su Miao did not even look at the result. The power of the starlight she emitted this time was limited. Her original intention was to destroy the Star Palace, and she did not want to destroy the Star City. After all, there were many demon gods inside, and the godhood of each demon god was very precious. Su Miao planned to harvest a wave after the research was completed. She did not think that the Star City would be destroyed. Star City, it's gone. A surviving 7th level demon god stood in the void, looking terrified. He had waited in the temple of the gods for countless years, hoping for the day when the Star Sea would be open to accept people. For anyone who came to learn about the Star Sea, he would take the initiative to explain a little bit, and make a good relationship with them. Just like the witch who came last time. In the future, maybe someone could enter the Star Sea, so he would give him a chance based on this encounter. He was ready to enter the Star Sea by offering his soul. But before the Star Sea was opened, the Star City was destroyed. This was a direct blow to the face of the Star Sea. No, this was a declaration of war. There was no doubt that the Star Sea had become a place of right and wrong. Such a war was not something he could participate in. Just like the attack just now. If it only spread a little, he would not be able to get out. The old demon sighed and turned to walk towards the chaos. The Star Sea was about to change. The Star Sea. In the Atrium Star region, on a large star emitting colorful light, there was a divine city on the highest peak. In the center of the divine city is a majestic and magnificent palace complex. The faint divine light soars into the sky, reflecting on the glazed tiles of the palace, reflecting a cold light. In the center of the meridian, the temple is majestic, with flying tiles on the eaves, magnificent and splendid. Every floor tile, every stone pillar, every tile here is a divine treasure. Under the fusion of the invisible formation, it exudes peerless pressure, suppressing the heavens and the worlds. Outside the temple, the divine guards are guarding in heavy armor. Their eyes are as sharp as blades, motionless, and the murderous aura is extremely terrifying. In the temple, the throne was empty, and no one dared to look up. In the hall, gods and demons stood by. Strange phenomena appeared frequently, and the pressure overlapped, making the temple look more majestic and solemn. The news of the death of 3 9th-level strongmen, Xiantian Ancient Emperor, Shishui Ancient Emperor, and Tianwu Ancient Emperor, had reached here. This was the first time that the Star Realm Sea encountered such a situation, and the Emperor had to make a decision. However, there were 6 Emperors in the Star Realm Sea. It was hard to say which one of them took action in this incident. Suddenly, the void shook, and a magnificent vision of a lotus in the universe appeared on the throne. The gods and demons in the hall bowed and saluted when they saw the scene, and shouted, "Emperor Huyuan." Emperor Huyuan appeared on the throne and glanced at the demon god in the hall. 2 level 9, 6 level 8, and 30 level 7. Level 6 were standing guard outside the palace. Such forces, if placed outside, could suppress the heavens and the worlds. But in the Star Sea, there are 6 such forces, which means that the focus of several people is on fighting for the legendary level 9. Otherwise there would be no such thing. Emperor, an 8th-level demon god came out and said, "The witch from the Star Sea killed the ancient Emperor Xiantian, the ancient Emperor Shishui, and the ancient Emperor Tianwu, penetrated the Star City, and destroyed the Star Palace. This is declaring war on the entire Star Sea. After investigation, this witch has a lot of auras that nourish the universe. This witch cannot be appeased. In addition, the news has spread, and there are many demon gods in the chaos who are ready to move, intending to join the witch's army. Please ask the Emperor to make a decision." It's better to say that it's asking the Emperor to make a decision than asking the Emperor to take action. Emperor Huyuan glanced at the gods and understood everything. Although the war in the Star Realm Sea was cruel, more people died among the low-level demon gods, especially those who sacrificed their souls to enter. The so-called war was just a way to adjust the number of these demon gods and prevent the Star Realm Sea from being overconsumed. After all, there are 6 emperors in the Star Realm Sea now. When there were only 2 emperors a long time ago, there was no such problem. Emperor He Yuan looked at the two ninth-level people in the hall. Guangjin. Yuan Yu. What do you think? Emperor Guangjin and Emperor Yuan Yu saluted upwards. The two understood that this was an opportunity that Emperor He Yuan wanted to give them to perform. However, if the target was an ordinary ninth level, they would naturally say nothing. But this which was different. Emperor Guangjin said, Emperor, I once fought with Shui, and it took 100 days to win. If it was a life and death battle, Shui could fight and escape, and it would be difficult for me to kill him. Emperor Yuan Yu said, this time, the Emperor may need to take action personally. Interesting. Emperor He Yuan had no anger or joy on his face. He said lightly, how many years have you two been stuck in the current realm? Emperor Guangjin said, more than 360,000 years. Emperor Yuan Yu said, more than 210,000 years. Emperor He Yuan said, you should know that it is meaningless to rely on meditation to comprehend at this level. Emperor Guangjin. Emperor Yuan Yu's heart trembled. And they suddenly understood something. Why did the 6 emperors of the Star Sea go to war with each other? This was not just to start a war, but also to create opportunities for them to fight. With fighting, they can constantly gain insights and make rapid progress. But the situation was different this time. Shui and Tian Wu, 2 level 9 warriors, fell so quickly. They were really no match for the witch. Did He Yuan Goody prepare to let them die? A divine light flashed in front of He Yuan Goody. A long halberd and a kitchen knife, both top-level divine weapons, and the fluctuations they emitted were comparable to those of a level 9 warrior. Don't worry, each side will have 2 people carrying supreme artifacts to fight the witch with you. Ancient Emperor Guangjin and Ancient Emperor Yuan Yu looked at the 2 magic weapons in front of them, and were shocked. With these 2 top magic weapons, their combat power will not be a simple 1 + 1 = 2, but multiplied several times, comparable to 6 level 9s. With top magic weapons in hand, they have the confidence to fight the witch. But they didn't expect that Ancient Emperor He Yuan told them that. Each side of the Star Realm Sea will have 2 level 9s to fight. 12 level 9 Ancient Emperors went to battle together. What kind of lineup is this? Not to mention that each of them has a top-level magic weapon. With such a lineup, they even dared to fight a great emperor. The Ancient Emperor Guangjin and the Ancient Emperor Yuan Yu were excited. According to the existing information, killing 3 level 9 witches is strong enough. I believe that they can fight with all their strength. By then, they will inevitably gain more insights. When they return, their strength and realm will definitely be greatly improved. In the future, they may be able to challenge the Emperor. Thank you. The Emperor, we will live up to your trust. The Ancient Emperor Guangjin and the Ancient Emperor Yuan Yu accepted the top-level magic weapons and were excited. Emperor He Yuan said, well, get ready, you go to the exit and meet them. Emperor Guangjin, Emperor Yuan Yu bowed and said, I will obey your order. The 2 ancient emperors left the hall. Emperor He Yuan looked beyond the Star Realm Sea, thinking, 12 level 9 ancient emperors carrying top-level magic weapons acted together should be able to find out the details of this pink-haired witch. According to the original plan, they had to choose a close friend or relative in the Star Realm Sea to sacrifice, in order to spy on the opportunity above the level 9. Now, this pink-haired witch from the Nutrient Universe can directly become their opportunity. Friends don't have to fight each other. Yes, the 6 emperors in the Star Sea seem to be inharmonious, the forces below are constantly fighting, and the gods often fall, but in fact they are all friends. The so-called war is just to maintain the energy in the Star Sea. For example, who wants to break through temporarily? What should we do if the Star Sea cannot accumulate a lot of energy in a short time? At this time, everyone should discuss and set up a game to let the demons under their command fight a bloody battle. As long as there are enough fallen demons, plus the energy that the Star Sea absorbs from the major nutrient universes, it will always be enough. You should know that the blood rain from the fallen demons is, essentially, the energy of this universe is fed back. This energy is very pure under the cleansing of the laws of heaven. It all depends on the real strength of the pink-haired witch. If the strength is just right, they will invite the witch into the Star Sea to kill her. If the strength is too strong, for the stability of the Star Sea, they don't mind going out of the Star Sea to fight. Chapter 441 12 Level 9 Ancient Emperors. Ancient Emperor Guangjin and Ancient Emperor Yuan Yu led the top magic weapons given by Emperor He Yuan through the teleportation array to the exit of the Star Realm Sea. On the way, the two were very excited. They had never been on such a rich mission. The top magic weapons given by Emperor He Yuan, just by carrying them with them, they could gain endless insights and improve greatly. At this time, They realized how big the gap was between themselves and the Emperor. What should I say specifically? If they were to fight with the top magic weapons in their hands, they might not win, and there might even be danger. Both are level 9 Emperor, so terrifying. This time, they are fighting side by side with the top divine soldiers. I really don't know how exciting it will be. I just don't know who the level 9 sent by other forces is. A few hours later, the two came to the exit of the Star Realm Sea. At this time, several level 9s were waiting here. Different from the previous appearances, the level 9 masters, who came to perform the mission, did not bring their subordinates. After all, who would have thought that the level 9s of the major forces in the Star Realm Sea would quarrel with each other when they met, and inevitably fight, but one day they suddenly joined forces. It would be too embarrassing if this matter got out, even if they were fighting against the foreign witches for the Star Sea. In addition, if a genius under their command saw through the truth of the Star Sea and it exploded in the future, it would be even worse. Emperor Guangjin and Emperor Yuanyu looked at each other and walked forward with a calm face. All the people who came this time were familiar people. The two people at the door were the 9th level under Emperor Yunlan, Emperor Liu Guang, whose divine light was unpredictable. Rarely did anyone who was hit by his light die. Emperor Guangjin had fought with Emperor Liu Guang several times. If he had not prepared his avatar in advance, he would have been killed in the first battle. His avatar was hit by the flowing light, and the laws controlled by the avatar turned into light, and then dissipated like the flowing light. However, with this experience, Emperor Liu Guang did not gain any advantage in the subsequent battles. Emperor Julie, his law and magical power are between light and darkness. If he falls into darkness, the trapped person will self-ignite like a candle. If he falls into light, the opponent will be trapped in place. His strength made many 9th level warriors in awe. Many 9th level warriors in the Star Realm Sea had suffered great losses at the hands of Julie Ancient Emperor, but no one died. In the past, Guangjin Ancient Emperor was very confused about this matter. Julie Ancient Emperor obviously had the ability to kill the opponent, so why didn't he kill him? Until today, when the 6 major forces sent out the 9th level warriors to surround and kill the witch, he finally understood. Due to such a record, Julie Ancient Emperor was called the first person under the Star Realm Sea Emperor. Anyone who wants to become an emperor must first pass the level of Julie Ancient Emperor. There are even more outrageous rumors, saying that Julie Ancient Emperor has reached the Great Emperor realm. But this statement has not been verified. This time, in order to deal with the witch, even Julie Ancient Emperor took action. It is hard to imagine how the witch will deal with so many level 9s. With such a lineup, Guangjin Ancient Emperor felt that they could at least deal with 2 great emperors. Guangjin, Yuanjin, you are here. A voice came from behind. The man was gentle and elegant, and looked like a scholar. This was Shi Ancient Emperor, a level 9 strongman under Emperor Wentian. He held a bamboo slip in his hand, which was said to be excavated from an ancient land in a certain annihilated universe. Once the bamboo slip was out, the 3,000 great laws resonated, and a special combat field was generated for Shi Ancient Emperor. Within the field, Shi Ancient Emperor was almost invincible. However, this magical power consumed a lot of energy, and Shi Ancient Emperor could not maintain it for too long. In a sense, it was a great magical power that could only be used once after 100,000 years of accumulation, which was relatively useless. Brother Shi, long time no see. Guangjin Ancient Emperor, Yuanyu Ancient Emperor responded with a smile. Their eyes turned to the stunning woman beside Shi Ancient Emperor, Luohong Ancient Emperor. Luohong Ancient Emperor was dressed in red, aloof and arrogant, and looked cold at everyone. But in private, Luohong Ancient Emperor was a drunkard, and unruly and unrestrained. Of course, her heart was extremely vicious and cruel, and could not be judged by common sense. It was rumored that Luohong Ancient Emperor had destroyed 21 universes before entering the Star Realm Sea, and the red makeup on her body was made of the bloody evil energy of 21 universes. Emperor Wentian, who always emphasizes benevolence, wisdom, courtesy and righteousness, would accept Emperor Luohong, which shows that he is not a good person. As soon as this thought came up, Emperor Guangjin immediately extinguished it. After all, Emperor Wentian is currently an ally of Emperor Yuan on the surface, and if he plots against the Emperor in his mind today, he might be discovered when they meet tomorrow, which is very risky. Emperor Luohong walked straight past without even looking at Emperor Guangjin or Emperor Yuanjin, which made Emperor Shi very embarrassed. He cupped his hands towards the two of them, apologizing slightly. and quickly caught up with Emperor Luohong. Regardless of the character of the ancient Emperor Luohong, the fact that Emperor Wentian sent out the ancient Emperor Luohong this time shows the importance the Emperor places on the witch. So far, there are 6 level 9 warriors, 6 top-level magic weapons. Who dares to fight head-on with such a lineup? The witch can rest in peace in her grave with honor. Another hour later, for ancient emperors finally arrived. A blonde woman in a white robe, who looks extremely holy, is the ancient Emperor Celine. And the one-eyed strongman, with a bed sheet on the side, is the ancient Emperor Harlan. They are under the command of the Holy Song Emperor. The law of the ancient Emperor Saran is holy light. Under the influence of her law, any existence must be transformed into a holy light state. Those who agree can live, those who disobey will die. There is no second choice. Before coming to the Star Sea, the ancient Emperor Saran had unified the universe and launched many cosmic wars. She wanted to transform all these universes into holy light universes, and the law of holy light would become the only law of these universes. Then, under her crazy guidance, 6 holy light universes exploded directly. The ancient Emperor Saran was seriously injured. At this time, she was rescued by the passing Holy Song Emperor and brought into the Star Sea. In the previous Star Sea Wars, Guangjin Ancient Emperor had never seen Ancient Emperor Selen appear, but he did not expect to see him today. Looking at the distorted holy light around Ancient Emperor Selen, he instinctively wanted to stay away from him. This is a real lunatic. It is a miracle that he can be promoted to level 9 without exploding. Emperor Harlan is an old acquaintance. They often meet on the battlefield. After meeting, they fight a few games and then go home. His natal divine weapon is a 2-handed sword with many gaps, which is suspected to be made by compressing the entire universe. Because of the silence of Emperor Harlan, he never mentioned it. No one knows whether it is true or not. However, the 2-handed sword he carried on his back this time was not the natal divine weapon, but the top divine weapon given by Emperor Shandong, a 2-handed sword with the power to destroy the universe. Just by taking a look, Emperor Guangjin felt the extremely domineering pressure. Several emperors, really willing to give up. The other 2 are Mugu Ancient Emperor and Emoji Ancient Emperor. They are the 9th level strongmen under the command of Saint Demon Emperor. The title is the same as their name, directly explaining their identity. The Demon Dao in the Star Realm Sea. Such a name belongs to the evil demons, who shout and kill in the ordinary universe, and are attacked by the world. However, in the Star Realm Sea, it is just like that. They represent the great way of the devil. Of course, this does not mean that Guangjin Ancient Emperor and Yuanyu Ancient Emperor will agree, on the contrary. They are extremely disgusted, even if they have to go together to deal with the witch this time. It is a bit surprising that the Ancient Emperor Mugu and the Ancient Emperor Emoji can walk together with the Ancient Emperor Celine and the Ancient Emperor Harlan. How can they not fight? In the Star Realm Sea, the Holy Demon Emperor has 106 star fields under his command, and there are countless planets with life. Among them, the Ancient Emperor Mugu and the Ancient Emperor Emoji control many. One controls all the creatures in the star field under his jurisdiction, plants the goo poison, and uses the lives of countless people to raise the goo and refine the supreme goo poison in order to successfully cultivate and give these creatures hope. The Ancient Emperor Mugu changed some rules. All living creatures who want to practice cultivation must take the elixir containing poisonous goo insect eggs to build their foundation. The 2 coexist and grow together, waiting to be picked by him one day when they reach a certain height. What's even more ridiculous is that the goo insects once thought that they dominated the life planets in countless star fields. And those geniuses who tried to resist, when they destroyed one insect nest after another and faced the Mugu Ancient Emperor, some were in endless despair. As for the Demon Extreme Ancient Emperor, he said that he wanted to save face and would not be as extreme as the Mugu Ancient Emperor. So, he captured various geniuses in the star field under his management, took away their cells, and then let them go. Then he began to research and develop cloning technology through repeated genetic improvement, breeding, cloning, refining the required materials. In the process, clones with outstanding talents were cultivated continuously, and then killed when they reached a certain level. Those without them were directly collected into the 10,000 souls banner. The female was used as the mother, placed in the culture dish, letting her continue to give birth, and so on. Occasionally, someone would discover the research base of the demonic ancient emperor and expose him. The demonic ancient emperor would politely hold a press conference to explain, "This emperor is kind-hearted. He uses clones and applies technology. Why are you here to point fingers? If you don't believe me, Go check the original owners yourself. Are they still alive? When you were seriously injured, you went to my clinic for treatment. Forget those bodies that can be perfectly matched. Where are the internal organs? Do you really think that this emperor has great magical powers and can create them out of thin air? To be honest, everyone here is an accomplice. After the explanation, he would slap all those who disagreed to death with a slap and put them into the 10,000 Souls banner. Thinking of the 10,000 Souls banner of the ancient demon emperor, the ancient emperor Guangjin had heard Emperor Huan mention it once. If it hadn't been for the several wars in the Star Realm Sea, the ancient emperor demon emperor's 10,000 Souls banner would have long surpassed the general top-level divine weapons. So terrifying. When the ancient emperor demon emperor came, he was smiling, but seeing that no one greeted him, he snorted coldly and said no more. The ancient emperor Guangjin only took a look and didn't dare to look again. The dark evil spirit around the ancient emperor demon emperor was twisted into an indescribable state. He seriously suspected that this indescribable evil spirit had already given birth to its own spiritual intelligence, and coexisted with the ancient emperor demon emperor, waiting for a day to backfire. The last two 9th level people who arrived were under the command of the blood spirit emperor, a boy and a girl, a boy and a girl, a boy and a girl. The ancient emperor Mite, and the ancient emperor Mia. The great way of the blood spirit emperor is the great way of blood, theoretically. The emperors under his command should be more or less related. However, the ancient emperors Mite and Mia control the great way of rhythm, which is completely different from the blood spirit great way, which is incredible. However, if you really want to dig deeper, the great way is controlled by the ancient emperors Guangjin and Yuan. You are also different from the great emperor Yuan. Therefore, it is not impossible to understand. Ancient Emperor Mite. Ancient Emperor Mia rarely appeared on the battlefield of the Star Sea. Ancient Emperor Guangjin didn't know much about them. It was just heard that the avenue of the great Emperor Xueling was abnormal, and he would often fall into a violent state. At such times, the ancient Emperor Mite and ancient Emperor Mia played music, using music to make the great Emperor Xueling fall asleep, to prevent accidents. It is not known whether it is true or false. If it is true, why did the great Emperor Xueling send them this time? If it is false, where did such a rumor come from? Why didn't the Blood Spirit Emperor take action? You know, the Emperor is not someone who can be randomly fabricated. This matter is probably 3 parts true, 7 parts false. Even so, it is enough to show the strength of the Mite Ancient Emperor and the Mia Ancient Emperor. Everyone, now that we are all here, let's go, we will discuss tactics on the way. The Guangjin Ancient Emperor said. At this moment, he represented the Yuan Emperor. The Yuan Emperor occupied the star region of the Star Realm Sea, so it was most appropriate for him to take the lead. None of the 9-level ancient emperors present had any objections, and each of them walked towards the teleportation array. Because they were all ancient emperors, they took the same teleportation array, and the teleportation array could not hold up. A moment later, the 12-level 9 ancient emperors of the Star Realm Sea walked out of the Star Realm Sea and arrived at the broken Star Realm City. Looking at the Star Realm City that was shattered in the chaos, the 12-level 9 ancient emperors had no sadness or joy on their faces. They chose a piece of land that was barely intact to land. There were some intact temples here, and some gods and demons inside were quickly breaking the barrier array and looting the remaining treasures. And they were completely unaware that 12-level 9 ancient emperors had landed. In order to kill the witch, they did not attack in a swaggering manner, but completely concealed the strange phenomena on their bodies to prevent the witch from noticing. Let's deal with them all. Yuan Yu Ancient Emperor raised his hand and detained the gods in the temple. He did not move, and the bodies of the detained gods floated like ice chips, adding a bit of snowy beauty to the broken land. Everyone, please, Guangjin Ancient Emperor said. The 12 ancient emperors descended into the temple, each occupying a divine pillar and sitting on it. A special area covered the temple and the broken land, hiding them in the chaos. Guangjin Ancient Emperor said, everyone, in order to ensure that this mission is foolproof, let's discuss it. Moji Ancient Emperor said, a witch from the Nutrient Universe, but she was lucky enough to kill 3 level 9 witches, so is it necessary to scare you so much? Magoo Ancient Emperor said, no, it really has to be foolproof. Her body can be used to raise goo, and can also be cloned for you. Moji Ancient Emperor licked his lips. You are right. He was already imagining a new experiment that he could start in the future, using cells from a 9th level witch to clone a mother body, and then using these mother bodies to give birth to countless babies. This is his chance to become a great emperor. Seeing the expressions of the ancient emperor Mu Gu and the ancient emperor Emoji, the ancient emperor Guangjin's expression changed slightly, and he quickly stopped them. Mu Gu. Emoji, put away your thoughts. The ancient emperor Emoji laughed. Why, you still want to regard this which is a great emperor? No, this is to be on the safe side. The ancient emperor Guangjin said, besides, don't you all hope that this which is a newly promoted great emperor? The ancient emperor Emoji was about to refute, but when he heard what the ancient emperor Guangjin said later, he laughed. Mu Gu ancient emperor was very meaningful. It seems that all the 9th level ancient emperors present here have rebellious nature. Long ago, new emperors were born in the Star Realm Sea, but in the past tens of millions of years, no new emperor has appeared. How can this be possible? Just when the 12 9th level ancient emperors reached a consensus, they did not know that the strong malice of the demonic ancient emperor and the Mu Gu ancient emperor had attracted Su Miao's attention. Su Miao had just finished her research on the 9th level godhood and walked out of her domain, and she saw the malice as dark as the dead sun. The malice came from the broken Star Realm City? Chapter 442 12 Capitals of Heaven. Su Miao looked at the broken Star Realm City with some doubts. A few days ago, she launched an attack with the intention of destroying the Star Realm Palace, but she did not expect to directly blow up the Star Realm City into pieces, and countless gods fell. For this situation, Su Miao did not have any thoughts of feeling sorry. After all, the gods and demons who came to the Star Realm City were all to join the Star Realm Sea, and they were either accomplices who caused the universes to fall into doomsday destruction, or they were running dogs, and they died. And none of them were innocent. If they were a little smarter, they should have left immediately. They deserved to die if they stayed until now. However, in this situation, she could still have such strong malice, which was as strong as the dead sun in hell. It was really unexpected. However, from the perspective of the gods of Star Realm City, she destroyed Star Realm City, causing the gods to fall and become homeless in the chaos. These are all understandable. Su Miao didn't care. At most, she could take away their godhood as compensation. After all, this was her original purpose. Su Miao blinked, looked at the source of the malice, thought for a while, and decided to do a small experiment. The other party could burst out such strong malice, which means that the existence that burst out malice is very powerful. Referring to the 9th level demon god Xiantian ancient emperor, Su Miao regarded them as 9th level. 18 godheads were taken out by Su Miao and floated in the air. Su Miao waved the star-shining staff, and the huge magic circle unfolded, and the 18 godheads fell into the key nodes of the magic circle. In an instant, 18 godheads burst out with dazzling light, transformed into pure magic and laws, and merged into the center of the magic circle. Multiple amplification magic circle, acceleration magic circle, explosion magic circle, stabilization magic circle, space magic circle, and so on were deployed. The majestic magic power was injected into the starlight staff, continuing to enhance the terrifying energy gathered. She didn't want the godhead of the remaining demon god in the Star Realm City with such terrible malice. Destroy them all. Starlight bloomed. The 9-level Guangjin ancient emperor under the command of Emperor Yuan. Yuanyu ancient emperor. Liuguang ancient emperor under the command of Emperor Yunlan. Zhuli ancient emperor. Shi ancient emperor under the command of Emperor Wentian. Luohong ancient emperor. Celine ancient emperor under the command of Emperor Xingge. Harlan ancient emperor. Magu ancient emperor under the command of Emperor Xingma. Moji ancient emperor. Might ancient emperor under the command of Emperor Shuling. And Mia ancient emperor were in a meeting. Emperor Guangjin said, everyone. The 9th level which we are going to deal with this time is named Su Miao. Her characteristic feature is long pink hair, and her weapons are a staff and a silver sword. Currently, Emperor Xiantian, Emperor Tianwu, and Emperor Shishui have died at the hands of the witch. When we fight the enemy, we must treat her as an emperor. At this time, they did not realize that Su Miao was looking at this place. The demonic emperor said, Guangjin, if you have any plans, just tell us directly. It's a waste of time to be nagging. The ancient emperor Guangjin said, find the location of the witch, use the magic weapons in our hands to form a large formation, and kill the witch in one fell swoop in the chaos. The ancient emperor Liuguang said slowly, Guangjin, your plan is good, but how can you ensure that we can form a large formation smoothly? Do you think the witch will not notice us? If the witch adopts the tactic of defeating each one separately, how should we deal with it? The ancient Emperor Mugu smiled and said, "The ancient Emperor Guangjin came from the Zhongting Star region. I believe he will see these." The ancient Emperor Guangjin said, "The latest intelligence obtained, this witch is extremely arrogant. She likes to hide in the chaos to expand her domain. During this process, directly approach the domain that the witch has deployed. The witch will not attack, unless you are in front of her. In short, the witch likes fishing, so we will use her as a tactic." The ancient Emperor Zhuli said, "Guangjin, your idea is too naive. Why don't you tell me what kind of formation you want us to cooperate in deploying?" Guangjin said, "Everyone. Rest assured, I have a backup plan, which can ensure that our deployment of the formation is foolproof. Before that, I will talk about the field of the formation to be deployed. This formation is called the 12 Heavenly Capitals Formation, which is obtained from the ruins of the destroyed chaos. I once presented this formation to the great Emperor Yuan. After reading it, the great Emperor said that the 12 Heavenly Capitals Formation is fully deployed, which can kill the great Emperor. It's just that the deployment of this formation is extremely strict. The first thing is to have top-level magic weapons and powerful people of equal strength. Today, we just meet the requirements of the 12 Heavenly Capitals Formation. Can you kill the great Emperor?" The ancient emperors present all looked at the Guangjin ancient emperor and took a deep breath. "Isn't this formation too outrageous?" After saying this, the ancient Emperor Guangjin did not keep anyone in suspense, and directly shared the formation with the ancient emperors. After everyone saw the 12 Heavenly Capitals Formation, everyone took a deep breath. As long as this formation is completed, it can take root in the chaos of all the earth, wind, water, and fire. When the universe is just beginning, endless chaos demons will surround and kill them. In short, regardless of the level of cultivation of the trapped people, they will no longer face one or two enemies, but the entire chaos. Who can withstand it? However, they also noticed that the 12 Heavenly Capitals Formation was not complete. However, the incomplete parts were completed by Emperor Yuan, making the formation stronger and more outrageous. Emperor Mugu said, "You usually scold the devil for being crazy, but I think you are the real crazy. But I like it very much." Emperor Shui said, "I don't know if this formation is from the same universe as the bamboo slips I got." Emperor Luohong said, "Find the witch as soon as possible. Kill her, and go back." Emperor Guangjin said, "No hurry. After killing the witch, we have to find her universe. The universe that can give birth to the 9th level of nutrients must be extraordinary. You don't want to miss the great opportunity, right?" When the ancient emperors heard this, they thought it made sense and looked up to Guangjin. Ancient Emperor Liu Guang said, "Guangjin, you still have a foolproof backup plan." Ancient Emperor Guangjin smiled, without hiding anything, and was about to say it, when he suddenly felt a sense of facing death. Not good. The 12 ancient emperors present took action one after another. Ancient Emperor Liu Guang fled out of the domain without thinking. Ancient Emperor Zhuli noticed that Ancient Emperor Liu Guang had fled, and looked surprised, but he did not hesitate, and immediately sacrificed the top magic weapon. This is a lotus candlestick. The candlestick is lit. Layers of lotus flowers of laws bloom, wrapping him in the center. Yuan Yu ancient emperor waved his halberd. The law of ice spread, forming an eternal glacier in front of him. Shui ancient emperor threw out the bamboo slips in his hand, expanding the realm of saints. The words of thousands of saints turned into 3,000 great ways to protect him in the center. At the same time, he raised the top magic weapon in his hand, which was a jade pen, and with one stroke, the brush splashed ink, writing the heavens and the worlds. In an instant, the phantoms of the worlds were formed in front of him, and with the blessing of the great ways, it became extremely solid, comparable to the defense field of the Star Realm Sea, or even stronger. Blood-colored silk flew around the ancient Emperor Luohong, turning the surroundings into a blood-colored hell of killing. Endless vengeful spirits wailed in the hell. Seeing their former enemies, they revived one after another, forming a cosmic barrier in front of the ancient Emperor Luohong. The ancient Emperor Luohong was very confident in such a defense. To kill her, it was equivalent to piercing a universe. And this universe was filled with vengeful spirits, who were trying to take revenge with all their might. She had a crazy look on her face, and was looking forward to the performance of the witch. "Where I am, there is the holy light." The ancient Emperor Saran rose into the air, spreading his hands, and countless laws of holy light intertwined, as if he wanted to transform himself into the Tao, and become a part of the laws of holy light. The powerful holy light barrier unfolded, isolating everything in the chaos. Seeing this, Emperor Harlan immediately stood in front of Emperor Saran. He grabbed the holy light sword behind him, and stabbed it downwards. The next second, countless holy light swords appeared, adding another magnificent sword wall in front of the holy light barrier. If this sword wall was unfolded in any universe, it is unknown how many galaxies and universes it could isolate. Emperor Mu Gu did not do anything extra. He threw out the top-level magic weapon, while offering a special goo worm. The goo insect made a special chirping sound, which directly caused the distortion and fluctuation of space and time. In an instant, the ancient Emperor Mu Gu appeared and disappeared, as if he did not exist in the present. The ancient Emperor Emoji snorted coldly. He did not use the top-level magic weapon given by the Holy Demon Emperor, but directly sacrificed his 10,000 souls banner. The 10,000 souls banner exuded a pressure that surpassed the top-level magic weapon, protecting him in the center. Among the many ancient emperors present, he looked at the ancient Emperor Luo Hong a few more times, because the two had similar defensive methods. The difference was that the ancient Emperor Emoji thought that the ancient Emperor Luo Hong was a madman. How many universes would have to be destroyed to unfold such a bloody hell? Ancient Emperor Luo Hong was equally shocked by ancient Emperor Emoji. He had thought that the rumors circulating in the Star Realm Sea were exaggerated. But after seeing the methods of ancient Emperor Emoji, he could only say that the rumors had beautified ancient Emperor Emoji. This was an out-and-out, mad and insane demon. Ancient Emperor Mite and ancient Emperor Miya did not make any extra moves. They simultaneously summoned their top-level magic weapons and started their concert. With each note, an additional layer of barrier was created around them. After a few notes, a defense field comparable to the methods of the Great Emperor was created. Emperor Guangjin took a look and felt very envious. If he gave the two more time, they might be able to develop a stronger defense. However, he did not have the extra time to think about this. While everyone was using their methods, he took a step back and protected the ancient emperors in front of him. In terms of killing, Emperor Guangjin believed that he had some strength. But in terms of defense, this was really his weakness. Since everyone's defense was so strong, it was reasonable for him to borrow some light. Besides, not everyone could defend. This wave of attacks will inevitably be followed by a fatal attack. At this time, a veteran 9th-level ancient emperor like him must retain all his strength to deal with the crisis. He did this for everyone's sake. Boom! Chaos was silent, but chaos was shaking. Those who didn't know thought it was the chaos river going crazy. Those who knew understood that this fluctuation might be more terrifying than the chaos river going crazy. The brilliant starlight torrent bombarded the area where the 12 9th-level ancient emperors were meeting. In order to ensure that the starlight bloom was powerful enough this time, Su Miao added a few more godheads. Anyway, there is a 9th-level godhood as a foundation, and the other godhoods are wasted. She doesn't care. As long as the source of the malice is annihilated, there will be no problem. In an instant, the starlight torrent bombarded over, and the several star city fragments along the way shattered like bubbles, and the remaining gods inside were directly annihilated without even having time to wail and despair. Chaos was bombarded by the starlight torrent to create an unsmoothable track. Yuan Yu ancient emperor saw the starlight torrent rushing over. His expression was blank. He understood. This is the attack of the witch Su Miao. Guangjin said that the witch should be regarded as an emperor, but he didn't say that she was a real emperor. Even with such an attack, could the 6 emperors of the Star Sea launch it in such a short time? You have to know that they have only been here for a few minutes, and the witch's attack has arrived. The ancient emperor Yuan Yu was disappointed. He looked angrily at the ancient emperor Mog and the ancient emperor Mu Gu. It was all because of these two beasts, the unfolding glaciers, the intertwined laws of ice, and the top-level divine weapon halberd, were unable to make an effective defense at all, and were directly penetrated by the torrent of starlight, shattered, and destroyed. The Yuanyu ancient emperor, who had lost his protection, was the first to be hit, and his body was penetrated by the torrent of starlight. He struggled hard, trying to save himself, but when he sensed the myriad laws in the torrent of starlight, he felt nothing but despair. Boom! The body of the Yuanyu ancient emperor exploded, leaving the godhead to escape. But the godhead only moved a little, and the residual soul inside was annihilated and dissipated. The old 9th-level strongman under the command of Emperor Huyuan, the Yuanyu ancient emperor, fell. The heart of the Guangjin ancient emperor trembled. But at this time, no one sighed for the fall of the Yuanyu ancient emperor. They were all facing death. The bamboo slopes domain that Shui Goody unfolded was indeed quite powerful. 3,000 great ways intertwined, and with the help of top-level divine weapons, It successfully withstood the torrent of starlight for 1 second. For these level 9 ancient emperors, 1 second was extremely long, enough to change many things. But precisely because this second was too long, Shui Goody almost exhausted all his strength. The bamboo slips that had been refined for hundreds of thousands of years began to burn. He watched helplessly as the unfolded avenue domain collapsed, the starlight burst and bombarded, and was submerged in the next second. Ancient Emperor Luohong looked ahead proudly, thinking that everything was stable. But after the starlight torrent bombarded her, she realized that she was wrong. The witch's attack was specifically designed to defeat evil spirits. Her hell was almost emptied in an instant, and was transformed into vast and endless merits. Not only were these merits not recovered by the witch, but they were also integrated into the starlight torrent, piercing through her in an instant and annihilating her. Even the great emperors are not so outrageous. After killing several ancient emperors in a row, the starlight torrent's power remained unabated, covering the remaining ancient emperors Salen, Harlan, Magoo, Moji, MIT, and Mia. The Holy Light Law defense jointly launched by the ancient emperors of Selen and Harlan had some effect. The Holy Light barrier was broken. The Holy Light sword wall collapsed. The domains of the two were shattered. But the two held on until the starlight torrent hit them, and they were severely injured and flew backwards, falling into the chaos. When the ancient emperor Magoo saw this scene, he screamed for no reason. His distorted time and space should not be in this dimension. However, he never expected that Su Miao's starlight torrent would lock him, destroy his distorted time and space, and annihilate him. To maintain the distorted time and space, it consumes a lot of energy. How could the ancient emperor Magoo have more means of defense? He was crushed by the starlight torrent, which was equivalent to giving it away for free, and only one godhead was left. Chapter 443 Witch, the Emperor of the Star Sea is watching you. How could the ancient emperor Magoo die so easily? The ability to distort the laws of time and space to escape once made the ancient emperor Emoji envious and jealous, but he never expected that such a heaven-defying method could not prevent the attack of the witch Su Miao. He fully stimulated the power of the 10,000 Souls banner, trying to resist. The evil resentment formed a special field around the ancient emperor Emoji, but when it encountered the torrent of starlight, it was like hot oil meeting fire, and it exploded. The demonic ancient emperor screamed, and exploded with the 10,000 Souls banner. Not even a slag was left. The MIT ancient emperor and the Mia ancient emperor noticed that the demonic ancient emperor did not even have his godhood left, and their souls were flying everywhere, trying to increase the expansion of the domain. However, this is chaos, and their music avenue is restricted by chaos, which is a disadvantage. Facing the starlight torrent, they had no choice but to fight desperately. Fortunately, the other level 9 ancient emperors helped to share a lot of the burden, allowing the brother and sister to barely withstand the impact of the starlight torrent. However, it is inevitable to suffer serious injuries, and it is a serious injury that involves the root. Without hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation, there is no hope of recovery. If you are unlucky, you may even fall back. On the contrary, Emperor Guangjin, relying on the 9-level ancient emperors who protected him, fought hard and successfully eliminated the remaining power of the starlight torrent, and only suffered simple minor injuries. After the bombardment, Emperor Guangjin was ready to take back the long spear that Emperor Huan gave to Emperor Yuanyu. Just as he was about to reach out, Emperor Guangjin's body exploded backward. In the void, the witch Su Miao, with pink long hair fluttering, sat sideways on the Xingyu staff. With an elegant wave of her hand, 3 9-level godheads flew out of the chaos and flew in front of Su Miao. This is the godhead of Yuanyu Ancient Emperor, Shi Ancient Emperor, and Luohong Ancient Emperor. The laws emanating from the godhead explain their identities. Magoo Ancient Emperor died completely, leaving no godhead. Guangjin Ancient Emperor was shocked. He died. Several level 9 Ancient Emperors died. Luohong Ancient Emperor, Magoo Ancient Emperor. What powerful people they are. Who knew that the stronger they are, the faster they die? He just said that he would treat the witch as an emperor, but he didn't expect that the witch really has the strength of an emperor, or that the witch is an emperor. At present, the 12 ancient emperors are dead or injured, and the top magic weapons are damaged. How can they fight back? And the witch's posture sitting sideways on the Star Glory staff is familiar no matter how you look at it. Isn't this the sitting posture of a magic girl? If he was not sure that Su Miao was a witch, Guangjin Ancient Emperor would feel crazy. The first rule of the Star Sea, Magic girls are not allowed to enter the Star Sea. This rule is not set randomly. Now, what should they do? Guangjin Ancient Emperor wants to ask for help from Huyuan Emperor. But will the witch give him a chance? In addition, they leave the Star Sea and prepare to surround and kill the witch. Such a big commotion here, no less than the previous witch's attack. There is no reason not to attract the attention of several emperors in the Star Realm Sea. I hope the emperor can save them in time for the sake of these top-level magic weapons. However, Emperor Guangjin noticed that several top-level magic weapons were escaping. This scene cast a shadow on his heart. Why? Are the emperors going to give up on them? However, the top-level magic weapon in his hand is still very stable, and has no intention of escaping. But even if this top-level magic weapon does not escape, let him fight against a great emperor? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Su Miao raised his hand again. The top-level magic weapon that fell into the chaos was detained. After losing their temporary masters, these top-level divine weapons wanted to escape. They even struggled when they were detained. But since they were here, how could they leave? They would be useful when attacking the Star Realm Sea in a few days. There were still a few level 9 ancient emperors alive, so there was no rush to study the divine weapons. Su Miao put them all away. Guangjin Ancient Emperor said, Su Miao, should we call you a witch or an emperor? Su Miao showed a puzzled look, and then suddenly understood. Although the Star Realm Sea generally uses the Strength Realm assessment from level 1 to level 9, the system of Emperor, Ancient Emperor, Master, and Master God still exists. According to the strength classification of the Star Realm Sea, she was classified as a Great Emperor. It was just a title. Was it important? Su Miao didn't care at all. However, from what the Ancient Emperor Guangjin said, it seemed that he thought it was shameless for a Great Emperor to attack from the dark. They all wanted to kill her. Was it a problem to attack her head-on? These so-called Ancient Emperors of the Star Realm Sea probably thought that they could only fight others, and others could not fight them. They seem to have forgotten that many universes were destroyed by the Star Realm Sea. Emperor Guangjin said, Witch, do you want to be the enemy of the entire Star Sea? Su Miao glanced at Emperor Guangjin, without any extra nonsense, pointed the star staff forward, and the void collapsed. She had no intention of letting these level 9 ancient emperors adjust their state before fighting again. If they could kill them directly, why not kill them? Everyone, fight to the death. Emperor Guangjin tightly grasped the kitchen knife and said in a deep voice. But after he finished speaking, no one around responded to him. Emperor Mite and Emperor Miya were frightened by Su Miao's previous attack. Seeing Emperor Guangjin coming forward, they immediately sank into the chaos and fled at a high speed. Their only thought was to flee back to the Star Realm Sea. As long as they could, they would have no problems with the protection of the Great Emperor. No! Ancient Emperor Guangjin shouted when he saw the two people fleeing. However, the void collapse had already arrived in front of him. The laws were lingering around Ancient Emperor Guangjin, and he fully activated the power of the top-level divine weapon. He actually resisted the void collapse, but he was seriously injured and dying. At this moment, Ancient Emperor Guangjin understood the gap between ancient emperors, like them, and the Great Emperor, who were both at the 9th level. Even with top-level magic weapons in hand, they were no match at all. What was even more sad was that his previous guess was correct. Emperor Huyuan used them as tools. Guinea pigs. The only use of them leaving the Star Sea was to test the strength and trump card of the witch. Otherwise, the 6 emperors in the Star Sea, seeing this one-sided battlefield, should have stepped forward a long time ago. They were really abandoned. Huh? Su Miao was a little surprised, wondering if her void collapse power had decreased. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the ancient Emperor Guangjin be crushed to death? Which, the Emperor of the Star Sea is watching you. Kill us. You will die too. I hope you can spare. The ancient Emperor Guangjin wanted to use intelligence to exchange for the witch to spare his life. For example, how to enter the Star Sea, how many emperors there are in the Star Sea, the laws controlled by each emperor, etc. But before he finished speaking, the kitchen knife in his hand suddenly turned. The blade flashed. His head was cut off, and his soul was destroyed. Emperor, you are so despicable. The ancient Emperor Guangjin widened his eyes, and his soul was destroyed. Su Miao was a little surprised. He did not expect that the artifact in the hands of the ancient Emperor Guangjin would betray him and kill him directly. If the ancient Emperor Guangjin was in his prime, he would not be attacked. However, he was seriously injured and dying. so it was possible for an ordinary artifact to attack him. Although it was unexpected, Su Miao did not stop at all. He knocked down the Xingyu staff directly, crushing the true spirit in the kitchen knife, sealing this top-level magic weapon and putting it away. By the way, he pointed his finger, causing the body of the ancient Emperor Guangjin to disintegrate and recover the divinity of the ancient Emperor Guangjin. This godhead is stronger than the ones I got before. Very good. To prevent accidents, Su Miao routinely used Starlight Bloom to simply flush the godhead and then put it away. There are a total of 12 level 9 emperors gathered here. Currently, 5 have been killed, and 4 godheads have been obtained, leaving 7. The remaining 7 level 9 ancient emperors are all fleeing towards the depths of chaos. Except for Emperor Mite and Emperor Miya, who fled towards the Star Realm Sea, the rest are fleeing towards the depths of chaos. What if they are blocked at the door? Su Miao simply positioned himself, and his figure flashed to Emperor Mite and Emperor Miya. The Star Sea has a structure similar to a black hole. If you really want to get close, the flow of time may be a problem. Su Miao didn't want to waste time in this situation, and decided to deal with these two people first. When Emperor Mite-gu and Emperor Miya-gu saw the witch Su Miao blocking their way, their expressions changed drastically. They were no match for the Emperor in their peak state, let alone in their seriously injured state. However, the strong will to survive made the brother and sister determined, and they sacrificed the top magic weapons, trying to decide the outcome of the battle, and fight their way out. In an instant, the great Tao Law in the chaos was brilliant, shining for eternity, and the great sound was silent. This law attack was extremely powerful, as if it would devour everything. A faint golden light appeared in Su Miao's eyes, and she saw through the essence of the attacks of the ancient Emperor Mite and the ancient Emperor Miya. Their attacks might be very strong among the 9-level ancient emperors, but in front of her, they were nothing. The Xingyao magic staff was replaced by the silver sword of the god slaying. Without any extra movements, Su Miao slashed with a sword, and thousands of laws fell, smashing the ancient Emperor Mite and the ancient Emperor Miya's fancy law attack. The ancient Emperor Mite was the first to be hit, facing the bombardment of the 10,000 laws. He had no time to react and was chopped to pieces on the spot. "Brother!" the ancient Emperor Miya exclaimed, and was chopped to pieces. In the chaos, blood rained everywhere, and the 2 level 9 godheads wanted to escape with the help of the destructive aftermath of the explosion. But Su Miao was faster, pressing the void, and took back the 2 level 9 godheads. Feint to the east and attack in the west? Just after sealing the godhead, Su Miao looked into the depths of the chaos. I thought that when these 2 level 9 emperors met, they would instinctively rely on the godhead to escape like other ancient emperors, but I didn't expect that the ancient Emperor Mite and the ancient Emperor Miya would not. When their bodies exploded, they also merged their true spirits into every drop of blood rain. Then, they let the blood rain disperse into the chaos. Although the chaos was extremely dangerous, if there was a drop of blood, or a cell that could successfully survive this catastrophe and drift into a certain universe, they could still have hope for a new life. Su Miao blinked, and dropped a void collapse in the chaotic area where the blood was scattered, and then disappeared, and went to hunt down the remaining 9 levels. If a cell could escape from the scattered blood rain in this situation, Su Miao would not mind their rebirth. After all, her heart is very kind. There are still 5 left. Su Miao looked at chaos. The other 9 levels wanted to escape secretly, but these 2 were afraid that Su Miao would not see them. Originally, Su Miao could see them by observing evil, but the holy light on these 2 people became stronger and stronger when they were running for their lives. They were like big light bulbs coming out of chaos, very bright. Emperor Selen and Emperor Harlan stopped. The 2 looked at the witch who blocked the road, with a solemn look. "Witch, heretic," Emperor Selen said, "there are 2 witch civilizations in the universes I destroyed. It's a pity that I didn't find the universe you were in earlier, otherwise, I would have completely purified it with holy light." Emperor Harlan looked slightly bitter. "MD, you lunatic. Can't you say less? I want to surrender." In this situation, are you talking about this because you think you are not dying fast enough? Su Miao blinked. She looked at the ancient Emperor Saran indifferently. "You can talk about destroying the universe so proudly you must die. Do you like holy light?" Su Miao rarely spoke. The next second, she slightly raised the starlight staff. Various laws of light intertwined, generating an extremely terrifying holy light array in the chaos. "Then I will kill you with holy light." Emperor Saran looked at Su Miao in shock. "Impossible. How can an evil witch control holy light? The law of holy light is mine, mine. The law of holy light will never betray me. She fell into a hysterical state, and poured all her divine power into the staff in her hand, trying to use holy light to fight against holy light. However, the more energy she activated, the more energy flowed into the holy light array. Even her fundamental holy light law was wavering. Emperor Harlan wanted to help, but he was also suppressed by the destructive holy light array. It was as if with this holy light array, the holy light in their bodies was completely extinguished and no longer responded to their calls. At this time, he wanted to struggle to stand up and swing the sword given to him by the Holy Song Emperor. However, he could do nothing. The holy light betrayed them. The holy light law betrayed them. What's even more ridiculous is that the holy light law is only a part of the light law controlled by the witch. With such a powerful strength, even the Holy Song Emperor they followed could not do it. Boom! The holy light array burst out with destructive energy, directly evaporating and purifying the suppressed ancient Emperor Selen and ancient Emperor Harlan, leaving only 2 slightly hot 9th level godheads and 2 light artifacts. Su Miao waved his hand and took the godhead and artifact. There are still 2 9th level ancient emperors who came out of the Star Realm Sea. Su Miao turned her gaze and looked at the ancient Emperor Julie standing in the chaos. Why don't you run? The ancient Emperor Julie held the lotus candlestick and spat out a mouthful of blood, and said slowly, I can't escape. So why not fight? I have wanted to fight the Emperor for a long time. Just as Su Miao was about to kill the ancient Emperor Julie, she suddenly found that the space around her became extremely viscous, as if it was about to solidify. The ancient Emperor Julie used several very special laws, which gave her the illusion of being trapped in a spider web. This spider web is woven by laws, and it is very effective in trapping people. It is just that it consumes a lot of energy. During the conversation, Julie Ancient Emperor's black hair had turned white. His jade-like skin became mottled. If he continued, he might even sacrifice his godhead. Su Miao counted, and she was trapped for about 5 seconds, although she did not resist. However, in order to protect Julie Ancient Emperor's precious godhead, he could not continue. The god-slaying silver sword slashed down, and Julie Ancient Emperor's domain was destroyed. Julie Ancient Emperor smiled bitterly. It is ridiculous to shake a tree with an ant. 10,000 laws slashed down, and Julie Ancient Emperor's body exploded. The remaining godhead and artifacts were taken by Su Miao. Chapter 444 The Shameless, which is planning to kill us. There are only 2 left. Su Miao looked into the depths of the chaos, where there was a ball of extremely strong malice. This was one of the sources of malice that initially alarmed Su Miao. The demonic ancient emperor was hiding here. He was still alive. What was blown up earlier was his 100 banner's secondary body. Except that no godhead was dropped, it was really difficult for ordinary people to identify it. After all, if we really want to prove it, the death of the Mugu ancient emperor did not drop the godhead. Without the secondary body and the 100 banner, the life artifact, the demonic ancient emperor survived, but his injuries were extremely serious. If an 8th level demon god were to attack him now, he might even perish. Therefore, after falling into the chaos, he could only lie low. However, not long after he lay low, the demonic ancient emperor saw the ancient emperors Guangjin, Salen, Harlan, MIT, and Mia being killed one after another. The witch Su Miao with long pink hair killed them as easily as crushing ants. The demonic ancient emperor was terrified as never before. He had always regarded the demon gods of the heavens and the worlds as ants, killing them whenever he wanted, and catching them for experiments whenever he wanted. Except that he needed to be a little obedient when facing the great emperor, give him some face, and not worry about anything. But the witch he had to face today didn't give him any face at all. Su Miao's eyes were fixed on him. The heart of the demonic ancient emperor jumped, knowing that he was discovered. At this moment, the always rampant demonic ancient emperor found that he couldn't even think of resisting in his heart. It's not that he didn't want to fight, but there was no chance at all. When he reacted, his body was bound by the silk thread of the law. The demonic ancient emperor wanted to self-destruct, but his godhead did not respond. He wanted to speak, but his mouth could not speak, and his demonic consciousness could not be released. He was a level 9 ancient emperor, not an ant, and he should not be bullied in this way. However, Su Miao did not give him any chance to defend himself, and took out the god-killing silver sword and slashed at him one after another. Every time he slashed, part of the demonic ancient emperor's soul was annihilated, and he would feel endless pain when annihilated. This annihilation was not simply the annihilation of the law, but the backlash of endless resentful spirits. The demonic ancient emperor didn't know how many babies he had killed, and how many lives he had harmed. He also didn't know how terrible the backlash was. The only thing he knew was that the pain he endured was unimaginable. The demonic ancient emperor was in great pain. He didn't understand. Wasn't there another flowing light ancient emperor who had escaped? Why didn't the witch give him a quick death and go after the flowing light ancient emperor who had escaped? A 9th level strongman shouldn't be humiliated like this. But Su Miao didn't care about his thoughts at all, and just slashed down with his sword. After slashing for about 30,000 times, the devil extreme ancient emperor's divine nature collapsed. He couldn't bear it. Even though the divine nature had been protected by Su Miao in advance, it still collapsed. However, the vitality of the devil extreme ancient emperor was very strong, and he was still tenaciously alive. Su Miao continued to slash until the devil extreme ancient emperor was completely dissipated. There was no malice left. As for the loss of a divine nature, Su Miao didn't care at all. It is worth mentioning that due to the death of Mugu Demon Emperor and Devil Extreme Demon Emperor, Su Miao gained a huge amount of merit invisibly. Just like before, Su Miao did not integrate these merits into his body. Merits are good things, but she does not need them. The demonic ancient emperor is dead, and there is only one left. A moment ago, the flowing light ancient emperor sensed the burst of starlight from Su Miao in the depths of chaos, and his souls were surging. He did not even think about it, and directly tore through the space, turning into a stream of light and escaping. The name of the flowing light ancient emperor is not in vain. It is all because of his fast running speed. However, there is a problem with the direction he fled, and in a flash, he entered an unknown vast universe. The starry sky of this universe is very strange. No matter which direction he flies, it is impossible to really get close to the planets where he can land, as if those planets are fake. The ancient emperor Liuguang tried to tear the space apart, but the space here is extremely stable, so stable that it doesn't seem like a universe. Here is the domain. The ancient emperor Liuguang's face changed when he realized the truth. Standing in the void, he became more and more uneasy, and every minute and second of waiting seemed like a long year. Until the witch Su Miao appeared in the starry sky. Witch, I have no way out. Right? The expression of the ancient emperor Liuguang was very calm, as if he had anticipated the ending long ago. Using the law of Liuguang, he directly entered the domain of a great emperor. If this ability of falling into a trap were spread to the heavens and the worlds, he would probably be able to compete for the joke list. Yes, Su Miao said. There was only one left, so it was reasonable to leave some time and exchange some information about the Star Realm Sea. Liuguang ancient emperor said, should I call you a witch? Or the great emperor? Su Miao said, none of this matters. Liuguang ancient emperor said, if I offer my godhood, can I get a chance to reincarnate? Don't worry. I will disperse my true spirit as well. Su Miao glanced at the malice on Liuguang ancient emperor and nodded. Okay. Liuguang ancient emperor bowed respectfully to Su Miao. Thank you, great emperor. He closed his eyes, compressed all his cultivation into his godhood and offered it, and then dispersed like dust, leaving only a little unconscious remnant soul and a space storage ring. Su Miao accepted the divine nature, and then with a virtual hand, threw the residual soul of the ancient emperor Liuguang into the chaos river. This was not Su Miao's breaking of his promise, but sending the unconscious residual soul of the ancient emperor Liuguang to the unknown universe and the unknown life planet through the chaos river. As for his future, it would have nothing to do with the ancient emperor Liuguang. The malice from the Star Realm Sea was completely dissipated. It must be said that the resources in the space storage ring of the ancient emperor Liuguang were very abundant. Su Miao spread his hands, looking at the 10 9th level divine natures floating in front of him, and the 12 artifacts that exuded a powerful aura. Next, she planned to wipe out the residual souls in the 12 artifacts, turn them into a super large magic circle, and destroy the Star Sea in one fell swoop. The 9th level godhead and other materials in the sea's storage rings are energy, and the artifacts are the basis of the magic circle. After this calculation, the only magic left is to attack the Star Sea. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, Su Miao plans to try to combine the Void Collapse and the Starlight Bloom. It doesn't matter if she can't combine them, she will try to launch the two magics at the same time and bombard the Star Sea together. For example, let the Void Collapse first, break the defensive barrier of the Star Sea, so that the lethality of the starlight blooming can reach the maximum, thus destroying the Star Sea in one fell swoop. Star Sea. The 12 ancient emperors were all destroyed, and the top divine weapons lost contact. Emperor Huan, Emperor Yunlan, Emperor Wentian, Emperor Shinga, Emperor Xingma, Emperor Shuling all saw it, but none of them went out of the Star Sea to save people, and they had no intention of attacking the witch Su Miao. Sending the ancient emperors under his command, the original intention was to let them unite, and test the details of the witch Su Miao. Who knew that these 12 pieces of trash would be wiped out before they even had a chance to fight? Things happened too fast. The actions and strength of the witch Su Miao made the 6 emperors frightened. However, the 12 ancient emperors were not completely useless. At least they could be sure of one thing, the witch Su Miao was an equal to them. In this way, things became very serious. In the Star Realm Sea, there were only 6 of them who could fight the witch Su Miao. But who was willing to protect the Star Realm Sea and go to war? If a great emperor went to war, it would be a life and death fight, and he might be seriously injured, or even be stabbed in the back, and face the danger of falling. Therefore, the 6 emperors of the Star Sea fell silent. Now the witch disappeared in the chaos. But no one knew when she would come out. Everyone. Let's discuss it. Emperor Huan spoke, inviting Emperor Yunlan, Emperor Wentian, Emperor Shinga, Emperor Xingma, and Emperor Shuling to a meeting. The Star Sea has no god's palace, and the 6 emperors have arrived. The visions are intertwined, and it is magnificent. This is the palace built by the emperor who created the Star Sea. However, after going through vicissitudes, the creator of the Star Sea has long become a part of the history of myths and legends. By their generation, they only knew that there was such an existence. Some said that this emperor had fallen, and some said that he had disappeared. What exactly he was, I don't know. As a latecomer, there were emperors who wanted to occupy this place. However, after many twists and turns, this place became a public meeting place. Above level 9, only those who have important things to do or have meetings will come here. Emperor Huan said, everyone who knows the origin of this witch. Emperor Wentian, you are proficient in divination. I wonder if you can find out her origin. Emperor Wentian looked indifferent. I have already divined. Except that I know that she is a witch, and her name is Su Miao. I know nothing else. Emperor Xingma said, you even know her name. How can you not know where she comes from? You can try. Emperor Wentian said, if you must say where she comes from. I can only. I saw a surging Chaos River, and nothing else. The Blood Spirit Emperor said, Chaos River? You said the witch came from the Chaos River? The Emperor Wentian said, I only saw the Chaos River, I don't know more. And it didn't say the witch came from the Chaos River. The Blood Spirit Emperor said, then what special scene did you see in the Chaos River? The Emperor Wentian frowned. I can't see clearly. The Emperor Yunlan said, from this point of view, the origin of the witch is related to the Chaos River. Wentian, if we help with all our strength, I wonder if you can see more? The Holy Song Emperor said, the witch is coming aggressively. If we can know more, it will be beneficial to us. The Huan Emperor sighed inwardly. They are all a group of 1,000-year-old foxes. No one is willing to bleed. Wentian, this matter concerns the survival of the Star Realm Sea and us. What do you think? Yes. The Emperor Wentian said. The Huan Emperor owns the Star Realm and the Star Realm Sea, and is the strongest among them. He didn't want to agree at first. But seeing that Emperor Huan had such an expression, and even said that the Star Sea would be destroyed and they might perish, he had no choice but to agree. Emperor Huan looked at the others. Emperor Yunlan, Emperor Shinga, Emperor Xingma, and Emperor Shuling all nodded. Fighting and competing are normal, but they can't be careless at this time. In addition, they have a special idea in their hearts. If the catastrophe is handled well this time, which Su Miao may become their opportunity to spy on the 9th level. Let's start, Emperor Huan said, with Emperor Wentian in the center. Emperor Huan, Emperor Yunlan, Emperor Shinga, Emperor Xingma, and Emperor Shuling sat in charge of the 5 stars, and used the laws together, and opened a special mirror of destiny in the void with the help of the ancient imperial palace. The witch Su Miao in the chaos appeared in the mirror of destiny. In the picture, they noticed that the 12 ancient emperors became the source of dark malice in front of the witch Su Miao, which was extremely conspicuous, especially the 2 ancient emperors Mugu and Mog. In a sense, they attracted the harm of the witch. Holy demon, look at the stupid teammates you arranged. The Holy Song Emperor said. The Holy Demon Emperor said, "Don't make trouble, be serious, Dao Yuetian is using his power." The Holy Song Emperor stopped talking. The 6 emperors continued to look at the Mirror of Destiny. The scene in the Mirror of Destiny has become a scene where Su Miao killed the ancient Emperor Shui, the ancient Emperor Tianwu, and the ancient Emperor Xiantian. In this scene, they found one thing, the witch Su Miao at this time seemed to be slightly weaker. Whether it was true or not, it was hard to judge. If it is true, it means that the witch's strength has been improved in a very short time. This is extremely terrifying. Later, the scene changes again, and they see the witch walking out of the Chaos River. As the emperors of the Star Realm see, they want to go further, and have gone to the Chaos River more than once, trying to comprehend something. But each time they have gained little. As for walking on the Chaos River, it is something they have never thought about. If they are swept into the Chaos River, it will be unimaginable. If they had to walk on the Chaos River, they would need to refine some special treasures to ensure that they would not fall into the water. However, there were very few treasures that could float on the Chaos River. They could float, but they would also break easily. But what did they see? They saw the witch Su Miao walking on the Chaos River without any defense. This is impossible. She can actually walk on the Chaos River. Shameless witch. She must have hidden her own cultivation. And she is preparing to kill us. I once read an ancient book, which mentioned that there was a being that could walk on the Chaos River. But that being fell into the Chaos River after walking a few steps, and never appeared again. What do you think? Could the witch be a being above level 9? The temple was silent for a while. At first, they had some thoughts of going out of the Star Sea to fight the witch. But now they have none of that. When it comes to the level above level 9, the atmosphere becomes even more depressing. Emperor He Yuan said, "Everyone, the matter has not been concluded yet. Let's continue to watch and see where she walked onto the Chaos River." The emperors continued to peer into the Mirror of Destiny. But the scene showed nothing but the witch Su Miao walking on the Chaos River. They had no idea how long Su Miao had walked on the Chaos River. "Everyone, I can't stand it anymore." The Emperor Wentian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The Mirror of Destiny in the void dissipated. Before the Mirror of Destiny dissipated, the 6 emperors felt in a trance that the witch Su Miao glanced at them. The 6 emperors of the Star Realm, who had existed for who knows how many years, felt a chill. The witch Su Miao knew that they were spying on the past. Chapter 445, Breaking Through the Sea of Stars. Failed. Su Miao looked at the collapsed magic circle in front of her, with a calm expression. After thousands of experiments, Su Miao determined that the void collapse and the starlight bloom could not be combined. However, after so many experiments, the power of the void collapse was raised to an extremely powerful level by Su Miao. Everything is ready. Su Miao stretched, took out a plate of dry fried chicken rice, and ate it happily. Drinking juice, Su Miao found that she seemed to have not eaten for a long time. To be exact, I forgot to eat and drink juice. I am changing. Many special feelings emerged in Su Miao's heart. This feeling is very special. What exactly it is, Su Miao can't say. But there is no problem. Su Miao returned to the chaotic void. The 2 wars had completely destroyed the once glorious Star Realm city. The few surviving demons had long abandoned their temples and fled. Surprisingly, since the fall of the 12 ancient emperors of the Star Realm Sea, there has been no reaction in the Star Realm Sea. Didn't they say that there are still 6 emperors in it? Could it be that they came out, but didn't find her? Su Miao scanned the chaos, and found no new traces of the activities of the Star Realm Sea demons, and did not sense any malice. In other words, the demon god of the Starry Sea did not come out. Su Miao came to the Starry Sea, and found that the defense of the Starry Sea had been strengthened many times. It can be seen that they really did not come out. The 6 emperors of the Starry Sea were planning to be cowards. In fact, they could really come out to fight. If Emperor He Yuan and others knew Su Miao's thoughts, they would definitely curse. "You can walk on the long river of chaos, but you still pretend to be weak in the Starry Sea, trying to lure us to death. Which, are there people as shameless as you?" Since the 6 emperors of the Starry Sea did not come out, Su Miao was too lazy to ask. Just smash the Star Sea directly. She stretched out her hand gracefully, holding the starlight staff in her hand, and with a wave of the staff, 12 top-level artifacts, hundreds of ordinary artifacts flew out. The mysterious law threads connected these artifacts in series, forming a super-large magic array in the chaos. As the magic array was generated, the nearby chaotic energy rushed in crazily. 13 ninth-level godheads were released. The ninth-level godheads emitted powerful law energy and injected it into the magic array. Then, thousands of godheads of different sizes, the demon king's core, and rare divine energy veins were sent out. In this wave, Su Miao used all her treasures except the origin of the universe. Oh! And all the merits! She wanted to achieve her goal in one fell swoop. Layer upon layer of magic arrays unfolded. Su Miao held the starlight staff with both hands, aiming at the distant sea of stars. Look carefully. The void collapsed. The starlight bloomed. And the two magics accumulated power at the same time. The powerful energy fluctuations spread out in waves, causing chaos to oscillate. In a trance, you can see the shadow of the long river of chaos appear, suppressing the heavens and the worlds. In the star sea, Emperor Huan, Emperor Yunlan, Emperor Wentian, Emperor Xingge, Emperor Xingmao, Emperor Shuling were alarmed. They all looked through the star sea to the chaos, and stared at the witch Su Miao standing in the void of chaos. The great calamity of the star sea has arrived. Emperor Huan flew out of his temple, surrounded by infinite Tao, constantly strengthening the internal defense of the star sea. Everyone, it's time to fight. Okay. Emperor Yunlan, Emperor Wentian, Emperor Xingge, Emperor Xingmao, Emperor Shuling did not hesitate at all, and worked together to strengthen the defense of the star sea. For a moment, the laws in the sea of stars were vast and ethereal, shining brightly, attracting countless creatures to watch. Look! It's Emperor Huan who has arrived, and Emperor Yunlan, Emperor Wentian, Emperor Xingge, Emperor Xingmao, and Emperor Shuling have also appeared. There are so many laws, and I have gained a lot just by watching the emperors take action. I feel like I'm about to break through. Something's wrong. The 6 emperors seem to be burning their origins. What happened? Not good. How can you see the pressure of the emperors? Hide quickly. Sensing the increasing pressure from the 6 emperors, an 8th-level demon god realized that something was wrong and shouted loudly. But it was too late. Ordinary creatures who went outside to watch the strange phenomenon of the great emperor's law, low-level demon gods exploded on the spot. Not only that, there are also galaxies close to the 6 great emperors, who could not bear the pressure and exploded. Great Emperor, what are you doing? Are you going to destroy the Star Realm Sea? No, don't. Run for your life. From looking up, joy, pride, excitement to despair, it only took a few seconds. Emperor Huan, Emperor Yunlan, Emperor Wentian, Emperor Xingge, Emperor Xingmao, Emperor Shuling heard the wailing of the gods of the Star Realm Sea, but at this time, they had no choice but to fight with all their strength. If the Star Sea is destroyed, they will die. If the Star Sea is not destroyed, they can still have a chance of survival. As for escaping into the chaos, this may be a way to survive. But thinking about the scene of the witch Su Miao chasing the 9th-level ancient emperor, they don't think they can escape. Even if they escape into the long river of chaos, they will be caught and killed. The 6 Star Sea emperors saw Su Miao's actions, and Su Miao naturally saw the defense of the 6 Star Sea emperors. It's almost reached the limit. Su Miao was the first to send out the void collapse. In an instant, the chaos collapsed, as if it was compressed into a 2-dimensional world. And after entering the 2-dimensional world, it continued to collapse. On the way, some superstars hidden in the chaos were swallowed up and turned into powder in the blink of an eye. In a flash, the void collapse attacked the black hole structure outside the Star Sea. The two were in a stalemate and repelled each other. For a while, the chaos exploded continuously and was in constant turmoil. Seeing this, the 6 Star Sea emperors frantically called on the laws to try to make up for the defense. But the void collapse still broke a corner of the black hole structure, and the defensive barrier of the Star Sea had a terrible crack. Not good, Emperor Huan exclaimed. Su Miao looked at the flattened chaos, and the starlight burst out. In an instant, the basic artifacts all exploded, the godheads as energy sources. The crystal cores all turned gray, and all the law energy accumulated by the magic array in the chaos turned into a destructive torrent of starlight that bombarded the starry sea. Chaos is dark, and the torrent of starlight is brilliant. At this moment, the shattered chaos appeared a nearly eternal starlight track. Emperor Huan, Emperor Yunlan, Emperor Wentian, Emperor Xingge, Emperor Xingmao, and Emperor Shuling burned their origins again, hoping to plug the cracks and plug the gaps. It was just that the starlight was blooming faster, and it actually directly crossed time, space, and dimensions and hit the barrier of the Star Sea. The barrier that had existed for countless thousands of years, and was entangled with countless laws, collapsed. A big hole was blasted out of the star sea, and the cracks spread in all directions. It was only a matter of time before it completely collapsed. Boom! Under the torrent of starlight, countless star fields in the star sea were pierced, and countless worlds were destroyed. Emperor Huyuan, Emperor Yunlan, Emperor Wentian, Emperor Shinga, Emperor Xingma, and Emperor Shuling all took refuge, but were still swept by the torrent of starlight and suffered heavy injuries. Especially the Holy Demon Emperor and the Blood Spirit Emperor. The bodies of these two were directly ignited. Merit. Why does the witch have so much merit? She actually integrated so much merit into the world-destroying attack. Which? I hate it. The Holy Demon Emperor and the Blood Spirit Emperor, who consumed a lot of energy, did not expect this. They persisted for a few minutes, and their souls were destroyed and disappeared. Originally, the Starlight Bloom was more restrained against them, and they never thought that the witch's attack also integrated merit. Can merit be used like this? Emperor Huyuan laughed bitterly. Using merit to destroy the world, is this something a normal person can think of? Just now, he exerted the most effort, and suffered the most serious damage, and because he exerted the most effort, the merit backfired, adding insult to injury, and there was despair in his heart. He stood in the void, and watched the torrent of starlight bombarding the distance unimpeded, until it penetrated the entire star sea. The connection between the star sea and countless nutrient universes was broken, and the entire star sea was exploding. Chaos was pouring in madly, filling the broken area. Star Realm Sea, it's over. Is this above level 9? Emperor Huyuan was completely desperate. Resist? How else could he resist? Emperor Xingma, Emperor Shuling, who were also emperors, were killed instantly. Emperor Yunlan, Emperor Wentian, Emperor Shinga were also seriously injured like him. At the moment, they are only slightly stronger than the 12 ancient emperors sent out earlier, and it is as easy for the witch Su Miao to kill the 12 ancient emperors as to crush an ant. Is there hope just by staying here? We must fight. Wentian, Shinga, Yunlan. We have fought for a lifetime. Let's witness the 9th level together today. How about it? Emperor Huyuan said. Emperor Wentian smiled and said, Huyuan, do we have any choice? Emperor Yunlan said. Wentian, did you know the result long ago? Emperor Wentian said. What can I do if I know? I am the Emperor of the Star Realm Sea. I can't even control my own destiny. How can I be worthy of the title of Emperor? The great calamity of the Star Realm Sea is destined long ago. Emperor Shinga said. Ha ha ha. It's going to fall anyway. So let's fight. She rushed out of the Star Realm Sea first, surrounded by countless holy light laws, like a meteor rushing towards the long river of chaos. Only halfway through the charge, the Holy Song Emperor was in despair, because the Chaos River really came. It broke through. Su Miao smiled, but it was not over yet. She waved the Starlight Staff, leading the Chaos River to pour into the exploding Star Sea. This way she could rest assured. The collapse of the void just now, and the blooming of the stars almost consumed all her strength. Without the help of the Chaos River, if the Emperor who stayed behind in the Star Sea came out to kill, it would be very dangerous. She was afraid, however, that 2 of the 6 emperors in the Star Sea seemed to be idiots. After the strong malice burst out from them, they were annihilated in an instant, and the remaining 4 did not move. This gave her time to recover. Looking at the Chaos River rushing towards the broken Star Sea, Su Miao had a crazy idea in her mind. Should I try to absorb the energy from the Chaos River? Su Miao did it as she thought. The Starlight Staff pointed at the Chaos River, and the infinite chaos law was drawn out, gathered, compressed, and crazy. Sensing the violent energy drawn from the Chaos River, Su Miao's body was trembling. This kind of energy is very exciting. Although it is dangerous, it is still within control. Try the new version of Starlight Explosion. Boom! Based on the energy of the violent Chaos River, Su Miao attacked the 4 Star Sea Emperors who rushed out. The Holy Song Emperor, who rushed to the front, was the first to bear the brunt. She had just resisted the impact of the Chaos River, and she was severely injured. How could she have the strength to face Su Miao's new attack? Boom! The Holy Song Emperor was killed on the spot. The solid body of the Emperor was torn into pieces and fell into chaos. The Godhead was shattered into particles, scattered into the long river of chaos, and disappeared. The Holy Song Emperor died completely. Above the 9th level. It really exists. The Emperor Huyuan, the Emperor Yunlan, and the Emperor Wentian jointly blocked the aftermath of the starlight explosion, and were severely injured again. This result is already very good. If it weren't for the Holy Song Emperor standing in front, one of them would have fallen. Once, they regarded the heavens and the worlds as ants and nutrients. Today, they are destined to have such a catastrophe. The Emperor Huyuan turned around, and the former Zhongting star region no longer existed. The gods under his command were also invisible. They were all turned into ashes by the explosion just now. Under normal circumstances, after committing such a heinous crime, the witch should be haunted by endless resentful spirits. But who could have expected that the witch used a huge amount of merit to destroy the star sea? Meritoriousness destroys the world, ha ha ha. Emperor Huyuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. In this situation, it is impossible to talk about morality with the witch Su Miao. What's more, the appearance of the witch originally represents the nutrient universes destroyed by the star sea. He looked at his hands, and his palms were cracking. He couldn't hold on for much longer. Then it was the last blow. Emperor Huyuan exploded his godhead, and the powerful law energy filled his whole body, and he recovered from his injuries instantly. The next second, his body turned into a long river, and endless laws intertwined, and he rushed upstream, and rushed out of the chaotic river, and was going to swallow the witch. Emperor Huyuan, you. Emperor Yunlan saw this and sneered. You are the only one who can do it. She opened her mouth and spit out the godhead, and her two heads transformed, and countless law runes were imprinted on the godhead. After doing all this, Emperor Yunlan's body turned into ashes and dissipated, leaving only the godhead that turned into a brilliant streak of light and bombarded the witch. Crazy. All crazy. Ha ha ha. 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from Emperor Wentian's eyes. He gritted his teeth, shattered his godhood, and briefly recovered his cultivation and made further progress. With this power, Emperor Wentian actually stood directly on the Chaos River. He walked on the Chaos River, and walked towards the past. It doesn't matter if you don't know the origin of the witch. It doesn't matter if you don't know how strong the witch is. Emperor Wentian decided to go to the past through the connection of today's battle. Find the witch's past, and completely kill the witch in the past. Emperor Wentian had only taken a few steps when he saw a familiar figure standing on the long river of chaos. This was also the witch Su Miao. You? Emperor Wentian looked sideways at the broken battlefield of the Star Realm Sea. That witch Su Miao was many times weaker than the witch Su Miao in front of him. He smiled, and it was a very sad smile. Yes, he was going to go to the past to kill the witch Su Miao, and the witch Su Miao could naturally return from the future to the past to kill him. Before I die, I have a question. Does anything above level 9 really exist? Yes. When you destroyed the Star Realm Sea, did you reach level 9? No. It was still level 9. Thank you. Emperor Wentian smiled faintly. The question that has been entangled for millions of years finally has an answer today. It's worth living. Su Miao, who was standing on the Chaos River in the past, simply pointed his finger. Emperor Wentian's body instantly collapsed. Boom, facing Emperor Huyuan, Emperor Yunlan's fatal blow, Su Miao once again absorbed the violent law energy of the Chaos River to blast back. The big explosion caused multiple nearby nutrient universes to collapse and scatter. But after all, the previous few times consumed too much, causing Su Miao to have insufficient energy storage, and was blasted back into the Chaos River. Above level 9, nothing more than that. The shadow of Emperor Yunlan appeared in the void, staggered a few steps, disintegrated and disappeared. I shouldn't have been so cautious. The shadow of Emperor Huyuan stood by the Chaos River, sighed, and disappeared. Su Miao, exhausted, sank into the Chaos River, falling into the unknown abyss. The Chaos River, which should have been violent, was very gentle under Su Miao's perception. The Star Sea has been destroyed. All the gods in the Star Sea have been killed. The tentacles that absorb the origin of the universe have been cut off, should be fine. Right? Without any worries. Su Miao fell asleep in the Chaos River. The star-shining staff and the god-slaying silver sword protected Su Miao. I don't know how long it took. Countless threads of law spread out, wrapped Su Miao into a light cocoon, so that she could sleep more peacefully. The end of the world is coming. The socially anxious Su Miao has walked a long way, and spent every day in fear. Wandering in the other world, he saw the horror and cruelty of the gods. Su Miao felt more and more weak. After finally becoming stronger, he was told that the end of the world was only a part of the destruction of the universe, and the source of all doomsdays was the Star Realm Sea that regarded the endless universe as nourishment. However, Facing such a huge monster as the Star Realm Sea, Su Miao didn't know where she got the courage to embark on this journey. If the Emperor of the Star Realm Sea took action directly, would she still have a chance to survive? Su Miao didn't know. Anyway, the Star Realm Sea was destroyed. So let her sleep for a while. She hadn't slept for a long time. If there was anything, she would talk about it after she woke up. Chapter 446 Return to Earth. Su Miao had a dream. She dreamed of her grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, and everyone was sitting together to eat New Year's Eve dinner. Everyone was very happy. She dreamed of her old school. She saw the school holding a sports meeting. The playground was full of classmates. Everyone's face was full of smiles. Not long after, she dreamed of an internet cafe again. The first time she went to an internet cafe, she was afraid that someone would come and chat with her. She planned to run away after playing for an hour. But the game was so fun. She was so crazy in the game that she completely forgot that this was an internet cafe. Originally, someone did want to chat up Su Miao. But seeing Su Miao killing so crazily, the other person was afraid and moved away. Maybe she was having too much fun. Su Miao dreamed that she became a character in the game, adventuring in the game world as a game character, beating the boss. Sister Su Miao. Sister Su Miao. At some point, Xia Xuan, Lin Jiujiu's voices rang out. Su Miao suddenly realized. She opened her eyes and looked around, but there was no sign of Xia Xuan, Lin Jiujiu. This is a high tower. There is a table and 2 chairs on the tower. A girl with beautiful ochre gold long hair sat at the table. There were countless stars on her long dress, seemingly shining. She was very elegant in every move. This is a noble lady, Su Miao commented in his heart. You are awake. Please sit down. This is the black tea I just brewed. The blonde witch invited. It tastes good. My friends all like it. Su Miao stood up and sat down at the table. Without a doubt, Su Miao took the teacup and took a sip of black tea. The taste of black tea is pure. And it tastes very good. Just one sip made Su Miao energetic. It tastes good? Su Miao put down the teacup and asked doubtfully, Where is this? Astrologer Tower. The blonde witch said. Doomsday Witch. You can call me Astrologer. Doomsday Witch? Su Miao frowned slightly. When did she get such a title? The astrologer said, It seems that you don't like this title. Then how about Starlight Witch or Void Witch? Su Miao shook his head. I am Su Miao. You can call me by my name. The astrologer was silent for a second. Well, but I can't say my name. Su Miao said, It doesn't matter. Why am I here? The astrologer said, When I passed by the Chaos River, I saw you sleeping in the river. So I pulled you out of the water. I never thought there would be a witch sleeping in the Chaos River. Yes, maybe the title of Chaos Witch is suitable for you. Su Miao was silent for a second, but did not refuse the title. As for sleeping in the Chaos River, Su Miao recalled and understood the cause and effect. When destroying the Star Realm Sea, she almost exhausted everything. Later, facing the Star Realm Sea Emperor Huyuan, Emperor Wentian's fatal blow, she was thrown into the Chaos River. However, Su Miao was sure of the destruction of Emperor Huyuan and Emperor Wentian when she fell into the Chaos River. Plus the Star Sea was gone. That's why she could sleep peacefully in the Chaos River. A book appeared in front of the astrologer, and a pen appeared in her hand, and she wrote the words Chaos Witch Su Miao on it. In an instant, Su Miao felt that there was a thread of fate between her and the astrologer. Can you see it? The astrologer was a little surprised. Don't worry, this is the connection between us. I have no ill intentions. Su Miao nodded and didn't care too much. She could indeed see it, but she saw more of the laws. As for the malicious intent, she had already confirmed it in the astrologer. If the astrologer really had malicious intent, there was no need to wait for her to wake up. I should go back now. Su Miao finished drinking the water in the teacup and said. The astrologer said. Okay. See you sometime. A passage appeared in the void, leading directly to the Earth's universe. Thank you. Su Miao thanked the astrologer, stepped into the passage, and disappeared. Just after returning to the universe and the starry sky, Su Miao was about to step into the long river of time to return to the Earth, when she suddenly sensed countless will information. This is the message sent by the universes on the verge of destruction. The general meaning is, they are on the verge of destruction, and asked to merge with the Earth universe as a thank you. Although there are not many of them left, the fusion will play a key role in repairing the Earth universe, and can also improve the quality of the Earth universe as a whole. For example, the creatures living in the Earth universe, if the conditions are sufficient, can obtain a longer lifespan. Of course, If Su Miao disagrees, they can't do anything. In this case, they will collapse one by one, and finally fall into chaos. The worlds that lose the protection of the universe will also be swallowed up by chaos one by one. Su Miao stood in the void of the Earth's universe and asked, "Do you only need my consent?" The will of the Earth's universe produced a slight fluctuation, as if responding to Su Miao. Su Miao said, "Okay, I agree." In an instant, the stars shone. At the edge of the universes on the verge of destruction began to merge autonomously. The long river of chaos in the Earth's universe became vast and endless. Su Miao looked outside the universe. She didn't expect that her words would cause such a big commotion in the chaos. Fortunately, not every universe needs to be merged. Otherwise, the fusion of the endless universes harmed by the star sea would cause a terrible commotion. However, some universes were too damaged, and they no longer had the opportunity to merge. However, before they were completely destroyed, they sent out the origin of the universe on their own. These origins of the universe drifted along the special trajectory of chaos to the Earth universe, and merged into the Earth universe. After confirming that there was no problem, Su Miao set foot on the long river of time, and set off on the road back to Earth. Actually, when I saw the Star Master, she wants to ask a question. That is how long she slept in Chaos Changhe. She was worried. But talk to your mouth, Su Miao didn't ask. Back to Earth, just know everything. Nympho. On the Earth, wrapped in silver trees, under a big tree of the sky, there is a 3-layer alloy villa. Originally this is the restricted area. Legend has the residence of the witch Su Miao. But I don't know who came out. Witch Su Miao did not live here, and I haven't seen it for many years. So some brave people built camps in an area slightly away from the villa area. Gradually, more and more camps were built, and it turned into a small town. The small town gradually turned into a town. There was no way. The Doomsday environment was extremely harsh, sometimes hot, sometimes extremely cold, and there was no telling when there would be earthquakes, floods, windstorms, mudslides, volcanic eruptions, mutated insect plagues, mutated beast tides, etc. But it was different here. With the big tree next to the alloy villa, here would be a stable temperature area. Compared with the precarious environment outside, this place is heaven. Of course, it is not absolutely safe here. If anyone wants to offend the alloy villa, or cause severe damage to the environment, the mutant tree guarding here will kill people. The 3 girls living in the alloy villa will also kill people. However, they will not kill people for no reason. This has become a guarantee in the hearts of more people, because the girls in the villa killed those who should be killed. Jiojio, you are looking in the mirror again. Xiaoxian held a book, standing in the living room, looking at Lin Jiojio looking in the mirror and complaining. Lin Jiojio said, "Xiaoan, aren't you worried about your appearance?" Xiaoxian said, Okay, I know, I'm 17 years old every time I look in the mirror." Lin Jiojio said, "Xiaoan, you're reading my mind again?" Xiaoxian said, "Jiojio, do you need to read my mind for this kind of thing, if you don't believe me?" Asked Luoli. Su Luoli walked out of the room with sleepy eyes, looking at Xiaoxian, who was discussing the issue of appearance early in the morning. Lin Jiojio yawned. "Aren't you always 17 years old? What's there to worry about?" Lin Jiojio said, "I'm afraid that when I grow up, Sister Su Miao won't recognize me when she comes back." Xiaoxian was silent for a second, took out the mirror from the space storage device and looked at herself, confirmed that there was nothing wrong with herself, and quickly put it back. The last time they saw Sister Su Miao was 30 years ago. For 30 years, they have been waiting every day, waiting for Sister Su Miao to come back, call their names, and touch their heads. At the beginning, they were still worried that their bodies would grow too fast, and Sister Su Miao would not recognize them. But after a while, Xiaoxian and Lin Jiojio found that their bodies were fixed at the age of 16, 17. But when will Sister Su Miao come back? They really want to tell Sister Su Miao that, whether in martial arts or ability, they can fly directly. To what extent, even they themselves do not know. In recent years, there are fewer and fewer doomsday disasters, and the global temperature has begun to warm up, as if the doomsday is about to end, and the survivors on Earth are cheering. If there is a problem, it is that after the Earth and the inner world are connected, all kinds of strange species have invaded the Earth. However, under the destruction of the doomsday, the invasion of these strange species is actually a small matter. In addition, many strange species do not need humans to clean up in the process. They are cleaned up by natural disasters themselves, or accidentally invaded some mutant animal's nest, and was directly dismembered by the mutant animal. In a sense, The ecology on Earth is worse than that in the inner world. Did Sister Su Miao succeed? Noticing this phenomenon, Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xiaoan was very curious and wanted to know. After waiting for a long time, there was no news. Don't take pictures anymore. We are going to shelter number 1 today. Lieutenant General Qin Longzong is waiting for us, Xia Xiaoan said. Lin Jiujiu responded, I know. Su Luoli turned around with sleepy eyes and wanted to go back to her room to continue sleeping. Unexpectedly, Xia Xiaoan directly called her name. Luoli, you have to go this time too. Don't forget that you are an important representative of the monsters. When mentioning the word monsters, Xia Xiaoan spoke with particular emphasis. The reason was simple. Because after Su Miao left the earth, Su Luoli was completely free of restraint. Especially Xia Xiaoan. Lin Jiujiu went to shelter number 1 to study mecha driving technology for a while. And Su Luoli went out for a stroll. While strolling, she mingled with many king-level mutants, showed off her knowledge, popularized the classic of mountains and seas, and distributed various novels to these king-level mutants to enlighten them. It was at this time that the mutant animals learned the term demon tribe. So, at the emperor level, the king level was directly changed to the demon king, the demon emperor. The mutant animals had a new identity, the demon tribe. Before, the mutant animals were scattered and unorganized. If they really had a conflict with humans, they would throw missiles or nuclear bombs, and there would always be one that would work. However, after Su Luoli's popular science, the demon tribe began to be organized. Things became tricky. This time, shelter number 1 is going to hold a meeting to start the restoration of some large cities. There was no problem when the plan was released, but after the investigation, shelter number 1 found a big problem. Because some of the city ruins they want to restore have become the territory of demon tribe. If humans enter rashly, they will be attacked. Considering that more and more demon tribe have wisdom, shelter number 1 decided to start a dialogue with demon tribe. Some demon tribe agreed to dialogue, but some demon tribes were unruly and protested seriously, and even made a request similar to asking humans to hand over the witch Irina, Feng Xiaoshi, to them for execution, otherwise they would firmly disagree. Regarding this part, it is actually related to Su Luoli. When Irina learned that the mutant animals were renamed the demon tribe, she wanted to know whether these people who called themselves the demon tribe had the same demon core as the demon tribe in the mythological novels. In this way, Irina went in and out of various demon tribe territories, sliced up some demon kings and demon emperors for research. After research, these demon kings and demon emperors did have some kind of core. However, these cores are different from the demon cores mentioned in the novels and classics. If you have to say, they are considered new demon tribes. Once the research was released, the demon tribe's hatred for Irina reached an unprecedented level. Revenge, threats, and countless others. However, no one really rushed to seek revenge. That was about it. There were still a lot of things to be dealt with at the meeting this time. Su Luoli looked innocent. She was most afraid of the word meeting. Jiujiu, you can ask the people from the 12 departments to deal with it. What are you asking me to do? She didn't want to go. Just when she was about to find an excuse to escape, Su Luoli looked out the window and was stunned. Your Highness Su Miao, Your Highness is back. Su Luoli was extremely excited. You have used this trick many times, it's useless. Xia Xiaoan grabbed Su Luoli's collar to prevent her from escaping. Lin Jiujiu blocked Su Luoli's retreat just in time to prevent any accidents. But when they looked up, they saw a familiar figure. This time it was not fake. Xiaoan, Jiujiu, Luoli, long time no see. Su Miao appeared in the room, touched Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiujiu, Su Luoli's head. 3 people, except Su Luoli, who looks much bigger. Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiujiu are still the same as before. Although the outside of the Alloy Villa has become a city. Judging from these changes, she should not have been away from the earth for a long time. Reassured, Sister Su Miao, Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiujiu, Su Luoli were extremely excited. The 3 of them threw themselves on Su Miao, tears constantly flowing. Su Miao touched this, touched that, and comforted the 3 with a smile. Suddenly, she noticed the electronic clock in the living room, and then saw the year, month and day on the electronic clock, and was stunned. June 19th, 2159. She has been away from the earth for more than 30 years? Chapter 447 World Tree. Seeing Su Miao, Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiujiu, Su Luli had a lot to say. Stop. Su Miao raised his hand. You go to the meeting first. If you have anything to say, you can talk about it when you come back. It can be seen that during this period of time, Xia Xiuan, Lin Jiujiu, Su Luli have completely integrated into Shelter Number 1 and are playing a major role in the recovery of the Earth. Xia Xiuan, Lin Jiujiu, Su Luli was reluctant to leave, but still looked back every few steps and went to Shelter Number 1 for a meeting first. Su Miao sat down on a chair in the living room, took out a glass of juice and took a sip. The taste of this juice was far different from the black tea that the astrologer asked her to drink. However, Su Miao still drank all the juice. She looked out the window. The town built on the magical barrier of the mutant tree was very busy. Children chased and played in the makeshift sheds, and their laughter filled the reborn land with vitality. Adults dragged carts of stones and built a new home with their calloused hands, as if they were reshaping a broken dream. The market has begun to show signs of bustling. Vendors are hawking their few goods, and customers are bargaining in front of the stalls. The elderly teach children to read and write in a simple open-air classroom, telling the glory of the past with a trembling voice, and the children's eyes are full of longing for the future. Outside the magic barrier, they don't have such an opportunity. But here, they feel at ease. Su Miao's eyes passed over the town and looked outside the magic barrier. Affected by the long-term cooling, the earth has become a world of ice and snow. In the afterglow of the ice and snow world, the gray sky seemed to be frozen, and the endless white snow covered the earth. The cold wind whistled, rolling up the snow, covering the former prosperity, leaving only the lonely town looming in the wind and snow. In this forgotten land, a group of survivors wearing heavy cold-proof clothes are tenaciously carrying out reconstruction work. Their faces are red from the cold wind, but their eyes are still firm and bright. The sound of hammer and anvil hitting, the harsh sound of cutting metal rise and fall in the cold wind. But it brings the rhythm of life to this dead land. It won't be long before a brand new big city is built here. There are several similar reconstruction teams, but not many. After all, after so many years of Doomsday impact, there are few survivors on the earth, and there are more uninhabited areas. In the new city covered by darkness, a bonfire burned in the central square, reflecting everyone's face red. People sat around the fire, sharing scarce food, telling their experiences, and their voices were filled with infinite longing for the future. The children jumped and played in the firelight, their laughter intertwined with the crackling of firewood, weaving new legends one after another. In this land of rebirth, every life is trying to live, and they use their own hands to build a new world bit by bit. It's time to pick up my parents. Su Miao's figure disappeared, and the next second he arrived at the magic town. The magic town seems to have undergone remarkable changes in the past 30 years. The people who were supposed to be illusions in the world actually came back to life. The domain also expanded, and it was almost the size of a world. Su Miao did not interfere with this change. She passed through the world channel and came to the inner world. When she found Su Miao suddenly appeared, the weird things around her were boiling and rushed into the sky. Su Miao looked down in confusion, and the weird things that rushed up were instantly annihilated, and the weird domain hidden under the ground trembled. The stars bloomed. A common starlight burst was thrown casually. In an instant, the area near the passage was completely purified, and the terrifying aura made the demon king and the evil god in the distance tremble. As for Su Miao in the sky, she had long disappeared. Su Miao came to the subhuman city where his parents lived, and met his parents whom he had not seen for a long time. They were sitting at the table, discussing something about the drawing spread out on the table. "Dad, Mom?" Su Miao spoke softly. His parents looked up and saw Su Miao. Meow meow. His mother immediately put down the drawings in her hand and came over to hug Su Miao. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." She was comforting Su Miao, but her tears had already flowed out. Since Su Miao left last time, they have been thinking about Su Miao every day. Year after year, waited for more than 30 years, tormented for more than 30 years. Luckily, they still have research to distract them occasionally, otherwise they don't know how they can persist. After the reunion, Su Miao briefly talked about his experience in the Star Realm Sea. The story is basically leaving the Earth, reaching a special star field through a stargate, traveling through a special star field to step onto the long river of time, using the long river of time to reach the chaos outside the universe. Then, follow the guidance to reach the long river of chaos, walking on the long river of chaos to reach the Star Realm City, destroying the Star Realm City, killing some demons. Blast the Star Sea, kill some demons, complete the mission, slept for a while, recently woke up, and came back. This is not just simple. If it was so simple, the Earth would not experience the end of the world. Su Miao said, Dad, Mom, I'll take you back to Earth. The parents looked at each other and said, Okay, I'll notify my colleagues and talk to the chief priest in charge here. Su Miao nodded, Okay, you gather and teleport back directly. The parents were stunned for a moment, but quickly nodded to show that they understood. Su Miao's growth has exceeded their imagination. It is normal that they cannot understand it for a while. Just like the Stargate, the long river of time, the long river of chaos, etc. that Su Miao mentioned just now. It is even more difficult to understand. When they learned that Su Miao's parents were leaving, the city's chief priest, the street leader, etc. did not stop them. Even those who came with their parents. Some did not want to leave, because they married the local cat-haired girls and fox-haired girls, had children, and planned to spend their old age in peace. However, they contributed their respective research. These are their hard work, and also their mission, and should not be buried in the other world. Su Miao's parents understand these choices, and they gather with these research results. Excuse me, can we go with you? A pair of young men and women with cat ears came with a wooden box. We want to go to the world where our father lived. They are the descendants of one of the researchers, who encountered an accident during the experiment of weird things and became a thing that was neither human nor ghost, and finally had to be purified. He had wanted to take the children back to Earth, but it was hard to say what would happen after something like this happened. Out of sincerity, they first sent out the wooden box containing the research manuscripts. Su Miao's parents looked at each other and said, Okay, but you have to register to avoid worrying those who care about you. The cat-haired young man and woman were very happy. We have already registered, and the elders agreed to our request. Su Miao's mother said, Okay. 3 hours later, all the people had gathered. When they saw Su Miao holding the starlight staff, some people couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship. But when they were about to kneel down, they found that they couldn't kneel down. Su Miao stopped these people, but didn't stop other people in the city, including the two main gods who protected the city. The residents of the city knelt down here. Su Miao had no choice but to casually blend part of the ashes of the godhood into the city, and then wave the starlight staff, and return to Earth with the researchers who had been stranded in the inner world for more than 30 years. Almost in the blink of an eye, the world has changed. This is Earth. We are back. We are really back. Is this the power of God? We are back. Some people are crying. Some people are kneeling on the ground, kissing the cold ground. Although the ground is cold, the earth here is warmer than anything else in their hearts. I will notify shelter number 1 to arrange for people to come over, Su Miao said to his parents. Shelter number 1 is very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arranged for multiple aircraft to come. The leader was an acquaintance, Lieutenant General Qin Longlong. Su Miao. Qin Longlong saluted Su Miao. Thank you for bringing them back. Su Miao said, Nothing. Qin Longlong said, I have a question for you in the shelter. Is the end of the world over? Su Miao said, It's over. After getting a positive answer, Qin Longlong saluted again. Thank you for your contribution to the world. Su Miao blinked and asked, There is a blonde girl who manages the library in shelter number 1. She has the same high authority as me. Do you know? Blonde girl? Qin Longlong frowned, thought carefully, and said, Sorry, I don't have any impression. Su Miao said, Well, I know. Theoretically, the blonde girl should have known it earlier, but unexpectedly, Qin Longlong had no impression at all. This is very interesting. However, thinking of the characteristics of the blonde girl, it is normal for Qin Longlong to forget. I'll leave it to you. Su Miao's figure disappeared. When she reappeared, she came to the library where she first met the blonde girl. There was no one where the mysterious blonde girl sat, but there was a letter. The envelope read, To Su Miao. Su Miao picked up the letter, opened it and read it. The letter paper had a faint girl's fragrance, and the words on it were very beautiful. Su Miao, welcome back. You can see this letter, which means that the end of the world is over, and the universe will not be destroyed again. Don't look for me. I'm going out to travel. See you again if we're lucky. This book is for you. Maybe you can use it in the future. Oh, by the way, if you have any questions, look for Xi Miao Miao if she hasn't left early. Su Miao put down the letter and saw an extra book on the table. The book was neither thick nor thin. The title was World Tree Planting Manual. This book was exactly what she needed. Although she could figure out how to plant the world tree by her own deduction, it would take some time. Su Miao flipped through the book and understood all the contents. Especially when she saw the latter contents. Her expression became a little strange. World tree, cosmic tree? According to the book, the world tree is rooted in a world, supports a world, and protects a world. There should be no more than 3 trees in one world. As for the cosmic tree, it is used to stabilize a universe. Especially after the fusion of multiple universes, the universe will be like a person who is full and can't stand it, which will cause various problems. At this time, planting a cosmic tree can absorb the excess energy emitted by the expansion of the universe and eliminate hidden dangers. If necessary, the cosmic tree can take root in chaos and draw energy from chaos. However, the book specifically mentions that the cosmic tree should be restricted to prevent it from taking root in other universes and causing cosmic wars. It is worth mentioning that the book specifically mentions that no matter whether it is the world tree or the universe tree, when it grows to a certain stage, it will give birth to spiritual springs, elf spring water. The higher the quality of the tree, the higher the quality of the spring water, and elves will evolve. This requires special attention. If the elf spring water is used well, it will be beneficial to the whole world. But it will also easily lead to wars and disasters. Su Miao put away the book, left the library, and came to an altitude of 20,000 meters. She took out 3 mutant silver fir seeds from the magic space. Under the influence of the law of life and the law of water, the seeds quickly germinated and became small tree seedlings. Then, multiple laws fell into the seeds, generating the original magic circle inside the seeds. At this moment, they became real seedlings of the world tree. Go! Su Miao waved his hand. A world tree fell into the snowy area, took root in a valley and grew rapidly, and soon grew into a towering tree, and soon grew to more than 3,000 meters high. A world tree fell into the Hawaiian Island area in the Pacific Ocean. Affected by the Doomsday, this place has been completely covered by the sea, but it does not affect the growth of the world tree. In the blink of an eye, another tree over 3,000 meters tall rose from the ocean. A world tree landed on a Pacific island west of Africa. It also grew to over 3,000 meters in a very short time. With the appearance of 3 world trees, the global temperature fluctuated under the influence of the world trees. Many areas with low temperatures began to warm up and rain. Some areas that were dry began to drizzle. In some moist areas, grass began to sprout and break out of the ground. Miracle! On the sea, an explorer saw the towering world tree and could not help but admire it. The capable person started a live broadcast, broadcasting the news that the world tree appeared on the earth, causing a global shock. Oh my God! This is the world tree. Is this the end of the world? Or the beginning of a new stage? Didn't you watch the news? Longwood just released a public message, saying that the world is over, and all countries can start rebuilding the world. Really? Is the world over? Woo woo woo. Ha ha. It's over. Ha ha. It's over. Don't be too happy too soon. Even if the world is over, the earth is no longer the earth before the end of the world. We need to guard against all kinds of people with special abilities. Mutant animals, mutant insects, and monsters from the other world. Not only that, the most important thing is food. I remember that the one who likes to plant trees the most is the witch Su Miao. Do you think these world trees were planted by Her Highness Su Miao? These world trees seem to have appeared suddenly. Maybe someone really planted them. The climate and environment of Longwa are good because Her Highness Su Miao planted many trees. Chapter 448, A Solo Trip. Su Miao returned to the Alloy Villa. Not long after returning home, Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiujiu, and Su Luoli also returned after the meeting. Seeing Su Miao still sitting in the living room, the 3 were ecstatic. Sister Su Miao did not leave. It was just that the world tree suddenly appeared on Earth, and during the meeting, Lieutenant General Qin Longzhong suddenly left to perform an important task, which puzzled the 3. It was hard to imagine that there was any important task during the meeting that Lieutenant General Qin Longzhong had to handle personally. Intuition told them that this was related to Sister Su Miao. Lin Jiujiu asked Xia Xiaoan if she had heard anything. Xia Xiaoan said that she did not use mind reading, and the conference hall of shelter number 1 had opened various restrictions on abilities. The restrictions were very high, even she might not be able to handle it. After all, in terms of controlling people, there is not only mind control, but also hypnosis, psychological suggestion, puppet remote control, puppet master, parasitism, etc. If such a thing really happened, it would be an unimaginable disaster. For this reason, Shelter Number 1 upgrades its security facilities every year. Even so, there are still high-level people with abilities who don't know how to live or die. And mutant animals sneak in, trying to cause trouble. Then, without exception, they will be extremely horrible when they start to use their abilities to cause trouble. And they will be arrested on the spot. Sister Su Miao. Is the world tree that many people are discussing planted by Sister Su Miao? Xiaoxian asked. When facing Sister Su Miao, you can just ask directly if you have any questions. Su Miao nodded. Yes, just planted, these world trees will stabilize the earth, and the climate on earth will gradually improve. It's really Sister Su Miao. Xiaoxian, Lin Jiujiu was very shocked. During their meeting, Sister Su Miao planted 3 world trees on earth. However, thinking of the scene of Sister Su Miao planting trees in the past, it seems not incomprehensible, not to mention that Sister Su Miao's current strength is completely beyond their imagination. Su Luli's question is more special. She asked, Your Highness, can you live on the world tree? She was thinking of the world tree in some anime games. Su Miao said, Yes. But I added a little restriction. If you want to live on it, you need to get the approval of the world tree, considering that the world tree will produce special resources such as the Elf Spring. Regardless of whether the Earth civilization has completely come out of the Doomsday reconstruction, it will cause large-scale conflicts. Therefore, when planting the world tree, Su Miao added some rules to the world tree to prevent possible disasters. If the world tree is invaded, the world tree can also fight back. Considering the remaining population on Earth, it shouldn't be a big deal for someone to die. Right? However, Su Luli's words reminded Su Miao that in the future, she might be able to choose a world tree to live in, or build your own residence on all 3 world trees. In the future, will it be better to live on the universe tree? After coming back to their senses, Lin Jiujiu, Xiaoxian, Su Luli began to prepare various delicacies to celebrate the return of Sister Su Miao. When Sister Su Miao was not back, they were improving their cooking skills every day. Now, the food they make is first class. After a busy afternoon, the table was filled with delicious food, and the fruit wine brewed by the 3 of them. Su Miao ate some dishes, drank a little wine, and felt very good. After dinner, looking at the happy girls, Su Miao asked them how they spent their time. Xiaoxian said first that her life was studying, exercising, and helping Shelter Number 1 with some tasks every day. At present, she has a high authority in Shelter Number 1. Under normal circumstances, Xiaoxian would have a high rank. It's just that Xiaoxian doesn't want to stay in Shelter Number 1 permanently, nor does she want to have too many things. Her identity is more like a consultant. It can be heard that Xiaoxian has encountered many dangers during this period, especially when encountering monsters from the other world. Several times, she relied on Su Luli's rescue to escape. Very good, Su Miao said. It's my turn. It's my turn. Lin Jiujiu raised her hand excitedly and talked about her experience. Due to her identity as the 12 divisions, Lin Jiujiu's experience was quite special. On the one hand, Lin Jiujiu assisted Shelter Number 1 in carrying out some tasks and solving some problems. However, after completing the task, Lin Jiujiu received more corresponding rewards, and did not increase the relevant authority, obtain a rank, etc. Considering Lin Jiujiu's file, and her identity as the 12 divisions, these are necessary. Furthermore, most of the members of the 12 departments died in the inner world. Currently, the only controllers of the entire 12 departments are Si Tian, Si Ming, Si Shu, and Si Chen. Si Chen Tuguihai returned to Earth to concentrate on cultivation after being severely injured by the devil during an expedition in the inner world. He entered the realm of immortals on land more than 20 years ago, and later he participated less in the affairs of the 12 departments. Si Ming Pei Xiaomiao is in charge of the 12 departments, but he only manages them. In fact, he usually transfers things to Si Tian Lin Jiujiu. Over time, Si Tian Lin Jiujiu became the actual controller of the 12 departments. As for the secretary Su Cheng, she has not returned from the inner world. The clerk Du Yulin seems to have completely disappeared. For a while, the ability people who returned from the inner world spread rumors that many important members of the 12 departments died in internal strife, and mentioned in the news that the members of the 12 departments could fight the Demon King and evil god of the inner world, which shows that there is a great opportunity to become a god within the 12 departments. The rumor specifically named Si Tian, Si Ming, Si Li, CD, C Sui, Si Wu and other members who were all killed. Among them, Si Sui and Si Wu were conspirators, and Si Sui died at the hands of Si Wu. Except for Si Chen, who was seriously injured and unconscious. There was no one else in the 12 departments. In this situation, many ability organizations launched raids against the 12 departments. At this time, Lin Jiujio, as CTON, began to put out fires everywhere. Various ability organizations suffered heavy losses under Lin Jiujio's killing. In line with the principle of learning from Sister Su Miao, many ability organizations were destroyed by Lin Jiujio. It was only then that the major organizations knew that there was a new CTON in the 12 departments. The new CTON was no weaker than the demon god in the inner world. These experiences were very exciting. However, Su Miao was a little overwhelmed when she heard that Lin Jiujio was broadcasting live on the internet and became a well-known beautiful girl idol in the new world of the apocalypse. As time passed, fans found that Lin Jiujio always looked like a 17-year-old, which aroused their suspicion. No matter how powerful a person with special abilities is, they will get old and have wrinkles after more than 30 years. But Lin Jiujio was too abnormal. Therefore, many people with special abilities began to investigate Lin Jiujio. If they could grasp the research, they would definitely make a major breakthrough in lifespan. After all, who doesn't want to live on in the Doomsday and live so comfortably? In addition, if Lin Jiujio was a powerful person, he would definitely not show up in the Doomsday and choose to be an idle live broadcaster. This further strengthened their inner thoughts of breaking the law. As long as they can capture his whereabouts, it must be very easy to catch him. As a result, the people sent out often failed to contact Lin Jiujio and were wiped out by the 12 departments. Until a few years ago, a senior executive of the 12 departments was seriously injured and controlled. When he was interrogated by a psychic person, he accidentally learned that Lin Jiujio was CTON of the 12 departments. The news spread, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The whole world was shocked. Are you kidding? Are you crazy? The leader of the 12 divisions likes to sing live for them online? As the news continued to be dug, people learned that Lin Jiujio was one of the followers of the witch Su Miao. Fuck. Can you believe it? Lin Jiujio is the 12 division chief of the world, whose influence covers the whole world and extends to the other world. Such a big man is singing to us on the internet as a beautiful girl idol star. I have seen actors and stars become presidents of a country after retiring. But I didn't expect the opposite. Who can't allow the 12 division chief to have some personal hobbies? It's outrageous. It's really the end of the world. And all kinds of outrageous things will happen. What's more outrageous is that this Lin Jiujio is a follower of the witch Su Miao. I said that so many people want to catch Lin Jiujio, but can't catch him. So these people must be dead. Not only dead, but all the organizations of those with special abilities have been uprooted and destroyed. It's good. I like it. I recommend it. And I want to get married. After listening to Lin Jiujio's experience, Su Miao took out his mobile phone and searched it briefly. Seeing those comments, he looked strange. It's really hard to comment on this. Su Miao clicked on a few original songs by Lin Jiujio that had a great influence on the internet. The music started, the singing started. Su Miao listened carefully. It was very nice. However, after his identity was exposed, Lin Jiujio's live broadcast activities became very rare. This should be because of many concerns. Keep up the good work. Su Miao smiled and said, don't pay attention to what is said on the internet. You can continue to sing. Continue to live broadcast. After a long time, they won't care about many things. They will only like to listen to your songs. The end of the world is over. The survivors are rebuilding the world. This process will be very long. It will be very difficult. With your singing, I believe many people will be healed. In the future, you can try to leave the earth and become a cosmic superstar. Hearing the encouragement of Sister Su Miao, Lin Jiujio's tears flowed down. Well, Sister Su Miao, I will continue to sing. Next is Su Luoli's turn. Her eyes were evasive, and she wanted to slip away. Su Miao said, Luoli, what about you? Su Luoli looked at His Highness Su Miao eagerly. And under Su Miao's gaze, she began to talk about what she did. To summarize briefly, there are two things. One is to protect Lin Jiujio and Xiaoxian. Su Luoli has completed these tasks very well. It is difficult to comment on what the second one is. Su Luoli will chat with the Emperor among the mutant animals every once in a while. Pretend to be cool. And make friends, eat and drink for free. Generally, when mutant animals see the powerful Emperor coming, They will choose to surrender and offer their best things. The strengths are similar. So let's just be friends. In addition to Su Luoli's previous prestige among mutant animals, she was very popular. When she was praised highly, Su Luoli would promote her favorite anime, TV series, novels, movies with the mutant animals. It would be fine if she didn't promote them, but once she promoted them, it was equivalent to enlightening the mutant animals. In simple terms, mutated animals rose up. They had considerable wisdom. But how to use this wisdom, you have to explore and learn little by little. However, the appearance of Su Luoli was equivalent to directly pouring a lot of words on these blank papers that had gained wisdom with a lot of knowledge. In this case, the mutant animals inevitably learned the wrong things. Directly learning the human language, customs, etc. from anime, TV series, novels, and movies. Therefore, the mutant animals now began to call themselves the demon race. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. My fate is in my own hands. I am the demon king of all races. I have never thought that being a demon is fun. Xiaoxuan. Lin Jiujio went to shelter number 1 for a meeting related to the demon race. Sister Su Miao. Luoli is now the god of wisdom of the demon race. Lin Jiujio added. The god of wisdom of the demon race. Su Miao said, very good. Next time, you can bring them some normal books. You can consult the person in charge of education in shelter number 1 for details. Su Luoli lowered her head. Now, I won't be able to travel for a long time. Xiaoxian said, Sister Su Miao. Can you tell us about your experience during this period? Su Miao thought for a while, and simply repeated what she had said to her parents. Although Xiaoxian, Lin Jiujio, and Su Luoli have all reached the 5th level, but they are still very weak at the 5th level. Some things are not suitable to be known too much, and knowing too much will be harmful to them. In addition, Su Miao talked about the relevant dangers when it comes to the long river of time and the long river of chaos. Especially Su Luoli. She dares to go anywhere when she transforms into a starling. If Su Luoli wants to cross the long river of time one day, she might fall into the long river of time with a plop and melt. Well, I will introduce 2 people to you in the next few days. Su Miao said. Introduce 2 people? Xiaoxian, Lin Jiujio, Su Luoli showed surprised expressions. It's no wonder that they were not surprised. It's just that Sister Su Miao's social phobia image is too impressive. Thinking of this, they noticed that Sister Su Miao seemed to have changed, becoming less socially phobic. Not right. How to say it specifically, it's just that Sister Su Miao is now elegant, but not Sister Su Miao in an absolutely rational state. The 3 of them had to give up thinking because they were confused. They only needed to know that Sister Su Miao was Sister Su Miao, which was enough. The next day, Xiaoxian, Lin Jiujio, and Su Luoli knew who Su Miao was going to introduce. They were Sister Su Miao's parents. The parents were also very happy to see the 3 of them. They talked and laughed and had a big meal together. It was very warm, very happy, and very happy. 2 days after the gathering, the parents who were focused on research rushed back to shelter number 1 to do research. Xiaoxian, Lin Jiujio, and Su Luoli also went out to work. Su Miao was the only one left in the villa. Su Miao closed her eyes and took a nap. A moment later, she appeared in the universe. With a graceful wave of her hand, clusters of cosmic origins emerged and merged into the Earth's universe. Su Miao took out a silver fir seed and used the law to carve a magic circle inside it. The seed floated into the mixed cosmic origin. It took root, sprouted, and grew. In a moment, a 10,000-meter-high tree grew in space, which directly caused the surrounding cosmic space to distort. Influenced by the silver fir tree, the long river of time appeared. There are tree roots taking root in the long river of time. The big tree is full of vigor. Is this the cosmic tree? Su Miao looked at the silver fir tree in front of him, muttering to himself. Looking at the state of the silver fir tree, if it continues to grow, I am afraid it will directly generate a new advanced world here. The laws that Su Miao carved in the silver fir tree will constrain the impact of the new world on the Earth's universe. The new world will replenish the universe while absorbing nutrients from the Earth's universe. Both sides coexist. To put it in an easy-to-understand way, the existence of this new cosmic tree will bring the same effect as photosynthesis to the Earth and the universe. After a while, the silver fir tree grew to more than 30,000 meters high, and the new small world was completely formed. The small world was hazy, and it would take some time to continue growing. Su Miao had no idea of harvesting. She climbed to the top of the cosmic tree and thought about whether to build a house here. A minute later, Su Miao gave up the idea. The cosmic tree is currently growing. We will wait until it is fully grown before we see it. Su Miao is looking forward to the fairy spring water produced by the cosmic tree. Whether it is used for cooking or making beverages, it tastes good. There are also the elves that may be born with the fairy spring water. Su Miao hopes to contract a few of them and let the elves cook for her. Then she will not have to worry about not having delicious food. Su Miao stood on the cosmic tree and looked at the entire universe. With the existence of the cosmic tree, the fusion of the Earth universe and other universes has become smoother and smoother. And the boundaries are constantly expanding. Correspondingly, the Earth universe has many more interesting life planets. When I am bored in the future, I can go traveling. Go alone. It was decided happily. End. Chapter 449. Secretary Su Cheng's Forbidden Abyss Adventure. Su Miao, you fucking tricked me. The embarrassed secretary crawled out of the Forbidden Abyss. If it weren't for the fusion of multiple powers, she felt like she would die in there. Thinking of the experience during this period, the secretary felt wronged. At that time, outside the abyss, she felt an unprecedented crisis, and in a hurry she asked Su Miao for help. Su Miao did not disappoint her expectations, and understood what she meant through her eyes. Then, she was teleported away. However, Su Miao's teleportation was too tricky, and she was teleported directly to the Forbidden Abyss. At the beginning, Sishu was glad that she had saved her life. But as time went by, Sishu wanted to cry. It was too dangerous here. Sishu seriously suspected that Su Miao was seeking revenge for his personal grudge and deliberately threw her into the Forbidden Abyss. This is an ancient city, which looks like an ancient city in the Middle Ages. And the conditions are very backward. Sishu has seen many similar cities in the other world. And she did not feel much strange. Even though the city was covered by fog all day long and visibility was extremely low. Those who don't know this place may think it is a den of ghosts or hell. In fact, this place is much more terrifying than a den of ghosts or hell, considering that she would be affected by Siwu as she went out. Sishu decided to stay here temporarily. She looked around and found a deserted vacant lot. She used CD's power to build a bookstore. It's not that Sishu didn't want to leave, but she was injured in Su Yuan and needed to recuperate. In addition, if she left here and was affected by Siwu again, it would be even worse. Therefore, Sishu needed some time to consolidate her power. As for why a bookstore appeared in this ancient city, this is not something the librarian needs to consider. Because in the deserted city of the other world, anything is possible. Not to mention that there are so many wandering monsters outside. At first, some monsters approached the bookstore and tried to invade it to see what the new neighbor, the librarian, was like. However, seeing that some monsters turned into waste paper covered with graffiti during the invasion, the Lord of the Monsters, who observed here, realized that the librarian inside was most likely the same as them, an outrageous colleague who could not be provoked. For the sake of their fellow colleagues, the weird domain decided to give Sishu a favor. In this way, Sishu spent 10 years peacefully, successfully recovered from his injuries, and consolidated his power, becoming a god. Is it that simple? Sishu felt the changes in his body, comprehended the special laws, and fell into enlightenment. A brand new godhead began to evolve in Sishu's body. However, just when the godhead was about to condense into shape, Sishu pressed one hand on his chest, activated his power, and actually let out the unformed godhead directly, and forcibly interrupted the condensation of the godhead. Because in the process of condensing the divine nature, Sishu clearly felt that there was a big problem with this divine nature. How to say it specifically? At the moment when the divine nature was condensed, a will that did not belong to Sishu was born inside the divine nature. This kind of thing is too terrifying. If this divine nature is really going to be completely condensed, it is not known when she will become a puppet, a real tool. Looking at the divine nature in front of him, Sishu grabbed it and refined it into a book. If it becomes a book, you can read it. Sishu opened the book, and as he read, his mouth and nose bled and he fainted. This is it. An indescribable weird god is about to appear in this city. This weird god must be dealt with. Are you sure it is a weird god? No doubt, and it is a rule-based one. Okay, let's go. Su Chung held the book in her hand. It felt a little bit hard to understand what the people in front of her said. But there was fog all around. If one walked into the fog, he would inevitably encounter unimaginable dangers. It would be better to follow them. There were 11 people in the team, including her. The captain is a swordsman, wearing light armor, about 30 years old, and his name is James. The vice captain is an elven mage. His age is unknown, but he looks about 18 years old, and his name is Lullum. 2 dwarf warriors. Why are there dwarves here? One is called Kadong, and the other is called Leichu. Kadong has a red beard, and Leichu has a blue beard. Sometimes they are called by their beards, and they don't mind. Kadong likes to use a battle axe, and Leichu likes to use a hammer. The hammer is enchanted with lightning runes, which is very powerful. Yes, why are there dwarves? Su Chung looked at the 2 teammates walking in front of her, and doubts arose in her heart again. However, this thought was just like before, and it was extinguished as soon as it came out. Her intuition told her that these teammates were trustworthy. In addition, there were 4 rangers in the team: Claire, Luke, Marchi, Mabalin. They all came from the same village, and grew up together as friends, and they were very strong. 2 archers. One was an 18-year-old girl, called Riko, wearing a cloak, and those who didn't know her would think she was an elf, but she was actually a half-elf. One was a man in his 50s, named Mike, with a messy beard, and he looked like he slept in a stable every day. In fact, he did sleep in a stable every day. Finally, it was her. Her identity in the team was a scholar. Su Chung followed the team towards the deserted city. But the further he went, the more familiar the scenery around him became. Isn't this the town where she currently lives? What was going on? Su Chung suppressed the doubts in her heart and continued to follow. Suddenly, the scenery in front of them changed and turned into a bloody hell. A woman who looked like Chi Wanning was holding a bloody coat, looking at them coldly. Be careful. This is a blood demon. She likes to eat human brains. It's very dangerous. Don't worry. Let's go together and kill her. Captain James rushed forward first. With a burst of slashing, Chi Wanning was chopped into pieces. Chi Wanning seemed to be a little unresponsive, or she had serious doubts about her own strength. Without waiting for her to make further moves, several teammates joined together and killed Chi Wanning completely. So dangerous, James said. The elf mage Lullum said, fortunately this is an illusion, not real. Illusion? Su Chung asked. Lullum nodded. Yes, the reality of this illusion is extremely terrifying. If it really falls here, we may all die. Some information about Chi Wanning emerged in Su Cheng's mind, and he took a deep breath. I remember that in the early days of the Doomsday, Chi Wanning and the Great Western King were the targets of the 12 divisions. Especially the blood magic book in Chi Wanning's hand, which Su Chung was determined to get, in order to obtain blood magic smoothly. The 12 divisions planned for Chi Wanning and the Great Western King to meet, but some accidents occurred in the process. Chi Wanning was killed by the witch Su Miao. The Great Western King and the Four Seas base manager Lan Xiaokong fought each other, and were both injured, and were killed by the witch Su Miao. Why do these memories emerge in my mind? Strange? Su Chung didn't think much about it, and continued to follow the team. After a while, they came to a river. Although the city has been deserted for a long time, the river here is not blocked, and the river water has not dried up, and it has been flowing. However, the river was pitch black, and the bottom of the river could not be seen at all, and it was not clear how deep the river was. It's dangerous here, Su Chung said subconsciously. There is something in it. Lullum said, everyone be careful. This river is connected to an unknown space. Something is coming out. Boom! Just as he spoke, a strange gray fog rose from the river. Retreat quickly. Lullum waved her staff, and a dazzling light magic burst out, temporarily isolating the strange gray fog. Something indescribable is crawling out of the river. Let us do it. The 4 rangers drew their swords. They smeared the blood from their palms on the swords and chanted ancient spells. In an instant, a raging flame burst out from the swords. Boom! The 4 of them slashed at the strange fog together. The strange fog fluctuated. Something seemed to be hit inside, making an extremely strange whistling sound, causing their souls to fluctuate and tremble. Retreat quickly, Captain James shouted. The team members evacuated quickly, but the strange gray fog followed them like a maggot. I don't know when. The deserted city was covered with a thick layer of strange gray fog. We are trapped, Lullum said. Her eyes were full of fear, as if she was disturbed by something. Su Chung looked into the distance. It seemed that there was some indescribable behemoth in the gray fog. They made strange syllables, and slowly approached. Here! Su Chung shouted loudly. But when he turned around, Lulumu was gone, James was gone, the dwarf brothers were gone, the ranger was gone, the archer was gone. All of them were gone. What happened? When he turned around again, an indescribable thing met Su Cheng's eyes. Su Cheng subconsciously opened the book in his hand. The world has returned to peace. This is it. An indescribable weird god is about to appear in this city. This weird god must be dealt with. Are you sure it's the weird god? No mistake. And it's a rule-based one. Okay, let's go. Su Cheng held the book in his hand, feeling that he couldn't understand what the people in front of him said, but there was fog all around, and walking into the fog alone would inevitably encounter unimaginable dangers, so it's better to follow them first. There are 11 people in the team including her. The captain is James, the vice-captain is the elven mage Lilim, the red beard, the blue beard dwarves, the 4 ranger brothers, and 2 archers. They are all reliable teammates. But why do I feel like it has already happened? Su Cheng suppressed his doubts and quickly followed. Not long after walking, they met a bloody person in front of them. The Great Western King. Su Cheng blurted out. The Great Western King turned around with a head in his hand and looked at Su Cheng with a smile. You are not her. Kill him quickly. This is an illusion, and he cannot be materialized into reality. Lilim shouted loudly. The team members rushed forward quickly to attack. However, the Great Western King easily avoided James' attack, raised a blood curtain to block Lilim's light magic attack, and grabbed with one hand, and the blood of the 2 dwarves burst out. With another traction, 2 of the 4 ranger brothers died tragically. The remaining 2 archers were frightened when they saw the scene. They fired several arrows in succession, and each arrow pierced through the Great Western King's body, but the Great Western King pulled out the arrow as if nothing had happened, and stabbed it into the bodies of the remaining 2 rangers in the opposite direction. Secretary, what game are you playing? The Great Western King grabbed Lilim's neck with one hand, and threw her in front of Su Cheng. Too weak. Su Cheng held down the book in his hand. The Great Western King glanced at Su Cheng and said, It's boring. Su Cheng opened the book in his hand. And a ray of light covered the Great Western King. And the Great Western King was instantly annihilated. Just as Lilim said, the Great Western King was an illusion. Not real. Su Cheng looked forward in a daze, not understanding all this. She looked at Captain James and Vice-Captain Lilim again. But the 2 did not know what was going on. They all showed extremely terrified expressions, and fled to the strange gray fog in a panic. Soon, the extremely terrifying sound of chewing flesh and bones came from the strange gray fog. What's going on? This is it. An indescribable weird god is about to appear in this city. This weird god must be dealt with. Are you sure it's the weird god? No doubt, and it's a rule-based one. Okay, let's go, Captain James said as he walked in front. Su Cheng held the book in his hand, feeling that he couldn't understand what the people in front of him said, but there was fog all around, and walking into the fog alone would inevitably encounter unimaginable dangers, so it's better to follow them first. She looked around. There were 11 people in the team. The deputy captain was the elven mage Lilim, Redbeard, Bluebeard dwarf, 4 ranger brothers, and 2 archers, who looked strong and reliable. But why was it a little strange? And this deserted city, why did she feel so familiar? After a while, they found a person among the corpses. I didn't expect there would be a challenger. Ji Jiusheng looked at the adventure team, and said lightly, Can you let me have fun? Without waiting for everyone to react, Ji Jiusheng rushed directly to the crowd and started killing. Boom boom boom. Ji Jiusheng took a step forward and rushed into the team formation. After a few moves, 4 rangers died suddenly, but the 2 dwarves blocked Ji Jiusheng's attack. Captain James finally had a chance to show off. He swung his sword and attacked. Archer shot arrows from a distance. Lilim began to chant, brewing a powerful attack. When the danger was about to be resisted, Ji Jiusheng sneered. Too weak, are you playing? Air blast. Boom! Ji Jiusheng suddenly exploded, shattering the entire team that surrounded him. James, Redbeard, and Bluebeard, who were close to him, exploded into blood mist. The archers died under their arrows. Lilim successfully blocked it with magic, and fell at Su Cheng's feet. Dying? She looked at Su Cheng in confusion, as if Su Cheng was the only one left intact in the entire team. The picture was too weird. At this time, Su Cheng pressed one hand on the book in his hand. Ji Jiusheng cursed, Don't play if you can't afford it. Damn it! The next second, Su Cheng opened the book, and Ji Jiusheng was covered by a dazzling light, which disappeared in the blink of an eye. In a trance, Su Cheng heard Lilim's question, Scholar, Who are you? This is it. There is an indescribable weird god in this city. This weird god must be dealt with. Are you sure it is the weird god? No mistake. It is a rule-based one. Su Chung looked at his teammates in front of him and muttered to himself. It started again. Why did I say again? Seeing that the team was about to set off, Su Chung said, wait a minute. The members of the team stopped and looked at Su Chung in confusion. Scholar. What's wrong? The question was asked by the Captain James. Vice Captain Lulam looked at Su Chung, thinking. She heard Su Cheng's mumbling just now, but didn't pay much attention to it. Su Chung held the book and said, Go forward, you will die. My intuition tells me you will die. James said, Scholar, when we came here, our fate was already determined. Look at the fog around us. We have no way out. We have no choice. Su Chung looked around, looking at his teammates in front of him, felt a little sad for some reason. She looked at Lulam and said, Lulam, try to tell me. Scholar. Who are you? Elf Mage Lulam looked at Su Chung in confusion. Scholar. Who are you? In an instant, Lulam was struck by lightning. In a trance, she saw her teammates die tragically in front of her. Lulam looked horrified. No. No. It shouldn't be like this. She looked at Su Chung in horror and asked again, Scholar. Who are you? You are not a member of our team. You are extra. You are? Lulam wanted to say the rest of the words, but she couldn't say it anyway. Because the gray fog drifted back, someone was walking in the void. Lan Dong. He raised his hand and pressed. Lulam exploded into a ball of blood mist. Librarian, how long do you want to play the adventure game with them? Are you ready to die here? Librarian? Su Chung looked at Lan Zhong, and did not come back to her senses for a long time. When she looked at her former teammates again, they all showed shocked expressions. Gradually they turned into books falling to the ground. How could it be? Su Chung looked at the books that fell to the ground. She raised her hand to catch the book titled Elven Mage Lulam, flipped it casually, and saw the last page. How could it be? Su Chung looked at Lan Zhong again. And Lan Zhong had gradually disappeared. She held the book down. And this time she did not open the book, but absorbed all the books that fell to the ground, and walked alone into the depths of the strange fog. After a while, Su Chung came to a temple. This was the only intact building in the deserted city, and naturally the only place with problems. In the center of the building was an ancient mysterious octopus-like statue. It exudes unimaginable pollution. No matter what kind of creature it is, as long as it is stained with the slightest bit, it will instantly degenerate and become grotesque. After coming here, Su Chung felt that her body was changing, as if she had grown tentacles inadvertently, waving everywhere. You want this, right? Su Chung took out the book that was the embodiment of the incomplete godhead. For you? Without any hesitation, she threw the godhead at the statue, and then fled outside without looking back. Boom! The book embodying the godhead exploded. The 6 kinds of power laws intertwined, annihilating the entire temple. The terrifying shock waves swept in all directions, sweeping Su Chung away, severely injured and vomiting blood. In the temple area, a huge mushroom cloud rose. The mushroom cloud was mixed with extremely harsh and unpleasant screams, as if it was extremely unwilling or extremely angry. Su Chung couldn't tell, and didn't want to tell. She saw the sky cracking. The ground was cracking. The fog was crumbling. At some point, the librarian suddenly opened his eyes, and gasped. She looked around, and she was still in the library. However, the bloodstained divine book shattered at this moment. It can actually erode my domain. The secretary was still frightened. She glanced at the dark deserted city, hesitated for a second, and immediately put away her domain, turned into a dark butterfly, and fled into the distance. Su Miao, where did you send me? The secretary wanted to cry, but had no tears. This place was too damn dangerous. After walking for a while, the secretary found an extremely terrifying bloody road. Judging from the traces, a great demon king had fought a bloody battle here. The blood had not dried yet, and the corpse had not revived. The remaining strong aura made many taboos dare not approach. Sishu did not think twice, and ran away along this road. Despite this, she still encountered many blockades and crises. After countless crises and bloodshed, Sishu escaped with great difficulty. Forbidden Abyss. Sishu, covered in blood, stood in front of the boundary monument, looking at the ancient words on it, gritting his teeth. When she returns to Earth, she will definitely teach Su Miao a lesson. Ouch! Hiss. Just as she finished her harsh words, Sishu felt that her severe injuries were protesting. She had to find a place to heal her wounds first. This healing process took more than 50 years. Sishu walked out of the secret area, located the direction, found the passage, and returned to Earth. I'm back. Back on Earth. Breathing the fresh air on Earth. Sishu was very happy. Her powerful spiritual sense covered the entire world. And she saw 3 world trees. She wondered in her heart, where did these world trees come from? Could they be planted by Su Miao? Thinking of Su Miao's hobby of planting trees, she did not rule out this possibility. No, that's not the point. The point is that the Earth is sunny. And the weather is good? How can it look like the end of the world? The end of the world has passed? Did I miss something? Sishu stood in the void, with a complicated expression. Just now, her consciousness spread across the world, and she clearly saw many new cities. This shows that the civilization on Earth is recovering its former glory. Is the end of the world really over? Suddenly, a strong light flashed. Sishu closed her eyes involuntarily, and when she opened her eyes again, she saw Lin Jiujio. Sishu, welcome back. See Tian, Lin Jiujio said with a smile. Sishu was stunned for a moment. Jiujio, you became a god? Lin Jiujio said, well, I don't know what happened. I was promoted without knowing why, but Sister Su Miao said I was very weak. I need to keep working hard. Sishu's mouth twitched. This is called very weak. Lin Jiujio's aura is almost stronger than hers. Wait, Lin Jiujio mentioned Su Miao just now. She asked, where is Su Miao? I have a question for her. Why did you throw me into the forbidden abyss? Lin Jiujio said, you may not see it for the time being. Sister Su Miao went to travel in a parallel world. Parallel world? Travel? Separate the words. Sishu understands them all. Put them together. She is numb. Luckily Su Miao is not on Earth otherwise. If she really asked, what should she do if Su Miao throws her in again? Sishu smiled slightly. Well, next time. Chapter 450. The Fake 12 Division Heads. On Sunday, at 3 p.m., Lu Mingqiong walked out of the Genetic Engineering Interferon Research Laboratory. Looking at the report that she had finally obtained, she breathed a sigh of relief. 5 years of hard work finally paid off. It was worth celebrating. However, Lu Mingqiong was not in a hurry. She returned to the lounge, picked up the coffee that had long gone cold, and drank coffee while chatting. Although this was a place for people to show off their millions a year, some people's bragging could provide some inspiration and fun, and it was very good as a pastime. There are 26 days left until the end of the world. What should I do to prepare? Lu Mingqiong saw this post and smiled knowingly. Similar posts appear every once in a while, without any new ideas. She glanced at it and skipped it. After a while, after finishing her coffee, Lu Mingqiong sorted out the materials and prepared to send them out. She also had a paper to publish. When she passed by a mirror, she noticed that her hair was almost shoulder length again without her noticing. It was too long. When she gets off work at night, she will find an old man to trim her hair. She is a researcher. If her hair is too long, it will take a long time to take care of it. And if she uses her brain too much with long hair, it will easily cause hair loss. Lu Mingqiong doesn't like it. As for the possibility of being mistaken for a man because of her short hair, she doesn't care. The submission of the materials went smoothly, the report went smoothly, and the superiors valued her research very much. However, 2 weeks later, Lu Mingqiong received extremely special news through a special channel. The government is building a large number of new military bases, suspected of preparing for war. War? Is it true? Lu Mingqiong was skeptical about the news. You know, the current Longwa missiles can hit whatever they are pointed at, which is extremely beyond human imagination, and can turn many times in the middle of the journey, so they cannot be intercepted at all. In this case, who would want to go to war with Longwa? Lu Mingqiong stood in the laboratory, looking at the small tomato plants emerging from the culture medium. She raised her hand and gently stroked the seedlings of the small tomato plants. It would be great if they could mature quickly. Lu Mingqiong thought so. In an instant, the tomato seedlings grew rapidly, blossomed, bore fruit, and matured. Unexpectedly, Lu Mingqiong took a few steps back. Looking shocked, she looked at the scene in disbelief, unable to understand, even though similar situations had happened many times before. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Mingqiong picked a ripe tomato and took a bite. It was sweet and delicious, and tasted very good. However, after a while, the tomatoes that were not picked and eaten began to shrink and rot. The vicissitudes of time. Lu Mingqiong remembered the day when she was invited by a friend to visit her friend's archaeological camp. There, a cloud of mist suddenly appeared, separating her from her friends. She found a fist-sized ball of light. Instinct told her that it was dangerous. Her intuition told her that she should not miss it. I'll study it first. She approached the ball of light. Instantly, the ball of light turned into light and rushed into her heart and disappeared. Lu Mingqiong was extremely terrified, but after checking her body for a long time, she confirmed that there was nothing wrong with her body. She was still herself, and there was no phenomenon of possession similar to that in the immortal cultivation novels. Lu Mingqiong left in a hurry. After a few days, nothing happened. No, something did happen. Lu Mingqiong planted some potted plants at home. She just planted the seeds and watered them a few times. She didn't take special care of them. They grew and bloomed in a very short time, which really shocked her. I have awakened superpowers. After a long time, Lu Mingqiong calmed down. However, Lu Mingqiong knew that there is no good thing that falls from the sky. The reason why she can awaken her abilities is completely related to that mysterious ball of light. It would be easy to say if it was a pure inheritance. But this cannot be. There must be something wrong with this ability. 3 days later, someone came to Lu Mingqiong and said lightly, "You showed up too late." Lu Mingqiong looked at the middle-aged man in front of him warily. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man said, "I am Gon Pu, a philosopher." "Gon Pu?" Lu Mingqiong showed a shocked look. "You are Dr. Gon Pu." Gon Pu waved his hand. "They are all false names. Don't care about these titles. To be honest, aren't you also a doctor?" Lu Mingqiong asked, "Dr. Gon Pu, what do you want to talk to me about?" Gon Pu said, "I inherited abilities similar to yours, and it seems that your situation has not been fully integrated, but in a few days, you will be able to enter the dream to understand the inheritance." Dream? Inheritance? Lu Mingqiong was confused. Is this world about to become a fairy? Gon Pu said, "Before talking about this, I'll ask you a question. Do you believe in pie falling from the sky?" Lu Mingqiong said, "Yes, but the probability of this basically does not exist." Gon Pu asked, "Then what about the inheritance of this awakening ability?" Lu Mingqiong said, "Before meeting you, I believed it a little. After meeting you, I don't believe it at all." Gon Pu smiled. Very simple philosophical thinking. Lu Mingqiong asked, "What do you think?" Gon Pu said, "I don't believe it either. I didn't believe it from the beginning." Lu Mingqiong showed a look of admiration, as expected of Dr. Gon Pu, who is famous all over the world. Gon Pu said, "No need to address you. Just call me Gon Pu, or you can call me Tion, and you are Si Sui, the Si Sui who holds the power. Your power is the change of seasons. When you fully unleash your power, you can affect a certain range of areas, allowing the animals and plants in the area to survive the 4 seasons in a very short time. As long as you have seeds and water, at the end of the world, you will not lack food." Listening to what Gon Pu said, Lu Mingqiong came back to his senses after a few seconds. "The end of the world is coming?" Gon Pu said, "Yes, many people will die by then." He looked out the window. "Look, it's starting to rain. You should prepare." Lu Mingqiong asked, "How should I prepare?" Gon Pu took out a business card. "This is a special network. Use the code above when logging in. You will know a lot of things." Lu Mingqiong took the business card and took a look. Dr. Gon Pu Gon Pu said, "Don't ask me what to do and how to view this power. Do it according to your own ideas. At least now, this power can. So that you can live relatively better in the Doomsday. And not starve to death. In addition, have you heard the story of Calabash Brothers and Little King Kong?" Lu Mingqiong said, "A classic fairy tale from 100 years ago?" Gon Pu said, "Yes. There is a seed of the gourd god vine left in the prehistoric times, which was picked up by an old man, and after being planted, 7 gourds grew out, which became the 7 Calabash Brothers. However, they were targeted by the goblins in the mountains, who wanted to capture the 7 Calabash Brothers and refine them into the supreme golden pill. It was just that something went wrong during the process of refining the pill, the 7. The Calabash Brothers merged into the King Kong Calabash Brothers. The King Kong Calabash Brothers killed the demon. The King Kong Calabash Brothers have a magical power. He can split into 7 Calabash Brothers again to suppress the snake demon. But, are the 7 Calabash Brothers after the splitting still the Calabash Brothers of the past? What kind of existence is the King Kong Calabash Brothers? What is the answer? I don't know, but I believe you will know it later." Gon Pu looked at Lu Mingqiong, who was lost in thought, walked to the front desk to settle the bill, put on a fisherman's hat, and left the restaurant. When Lu Mingqiong came back to her senses, Si Tian had already gone outside. He turned his back, waved, and left. Lu Mingqiong returned home, logged into the website, and registered an account. 12C. Si Sui officially logged in. At this time, she noticed that there were multiple people on the website. Si Tian, Si Di, Si Ming, Si Chen, Si Sui, Si Zui, Si Li, Si Shu, Si Hung, Si Ji, Si Yi, Si Wu. Welcome new friends. I am Si Shu. I am 17 years old this year. Si Shu, who was wearing a blue twin-tailed girl avatar holding a book, welcomed warmly and sent multiple emoticons in the group in succession, full of youthful vitality. Facing the welcome from the secretary, Lu Mingqiong was a little speechless. Years of laboratory life made her socialize very little. But she was not interested in this kind of self-acquainted girl. Welcome. Welcome. Warm welcome. Si said. Others showed up indifferently and went about their own business. The secretary said, Si Sui, the end of the world is coming soon. Let's prepare quickly. We are almost ready. If you don't know what to prepare, it doesn't matter. You can get an admission quota to the official shelter in advance and survive first if you have any problems. Si Sui said, thank you. The secretary said, you're welcome. By the way, this is also our information exchange station. You can edit and upload any information you have. And you can browse directly if you want to know anything. There are 26 days left until the end of the world. What preparations should I make? Take a look at this post. It has been deleted. According to our speculation, the clues in it are very important. Si Shu really knows everything. And she speaks everything. Like a little girl without any ulterior motives. Not long after, the information about Si Sui's power to control the changes of the 4 seasons was obtained. Or, it was Si Sui who took the initiative to expose his power. If the end of the world really comes, then the one who controls food will be the master of the world. At the same time, Si Sui realized for the first time that Si Shu, this little girl, was not simple at all. Si Di said, Si Sui, I can provide you with material sites. I will give you any place you want. Si Di, who is rich and powerful, controls many large companies, and has land in various places, said, the end of the world is coming soon. There is no point in keeping my land and company. Si Sui said, okay. Si Zui said, if you need to kill someone to solve the problem, you can contact me. Si Shu said, I was here first. Si Sui, I will send you a secretary lady. She is very capable. Si Li said, children should not drive recklessly. Si Shu said, Uncle, I am 17 years old. Not young anymore. I already have driver's license, Gundam driver's license. Si Hung said, welcome Si Sui, it's so lively today. Si Ji said, hypocrisy, you've seen it long ago, but you show up at this time, hoping to attract attention, but not paying much attention, your balance power is simply sick. Si Yi said, don't worry about Si Ji, he controls the power of wisdom, just like peeping into the bubble in the myth of Cthulhu. It's good enough that he is not driven crazy by endless knowledge. Si Ji said, Yi, what are you afraid of? Si Tian said, everyone, build your foundation for the end of the world as soon as possible, the end of the world is coming soon. At Si Ming, do you have anything to say? Si Ming said, I don't have anything to say, Si Shu should have something to say. Si Shu said, I forgot, I found a book from another world, which has evil power, can deceive people, saying that blood sacrifice can gain endless power. The book is called Blood Magic. I wanted to catch it, but it escaped. I was thinking, if we catch blood magic, find out which world it comes from, and then migrate there, can we avoid the end of the world? I want everyone to pay attention to it. Everyone responded. Si Sui wrote this down. Not long after, Si Sui Lu Mingqiong took over the company and land given by Si Di, and quickly built a private base with these resources. Here, she used her power to make large areas of rice and wheat grow and mature quickly. Looking at the food growing in the fields underground, Lu Mingqiong smiled. She succeeded. Relying on these food, her private base developed rapidly. Not surprisingly, she became the nominal number 2 person in the 12 divisions with the help of food. The number 1 person is naturally Si Tian. Because many people were contacted by Si Tian, the power controlled by Si Tian can quickly find other members, which once made people very afraid. In any case, everything in the organization is thriving. The 12 divisions have grown into a behemoth without anyone noticing. In the process, Occasionally other organizations with special abilities emerge, and are either incorporated by the 12 divisions, or crushed, or simply manipulated as pawns. This feeling is really great. In addition, considering that the private base is too small, C-Sway boldly proposed a plan to control the shelter. This plan was quickly responded to by most members of the 12 divisions. However, C-Tion stepped forward to stop it. Official shelters are necessary. We can control them, but not completely. Some things are beyond our control. It would be better to let them control them. This is too conservative. C-Sway disagreed in her heart, but she agreed out of respect for C-Tion, the senior guide. It was just a compensation for the good times. C-Tion posted a message in the group. Si-Ming has fallen, but a new Si-Ming has appeared, which means that power can be plundered and inherited. I hope everyone will be careful. I will assess the new Si-Ming, and I will pull people into the organization if they pass the assessment. The mysterious and powerful Si-Ming actually fell silently. This news shocked the members of the 12 divisions. Afterwards, they learned that the second-generation Si-Ming was a pure virus, and they more or less understood Si-Ming's fall, but it was still unacceptable. They began to study power, to enhance their own strength, and the original plan to control the shelter was shelved. Without absolute strength, even if you control the shelter, what can you do? Yanshan Shelter, Library. Si-Tion Ganpu and Si-Ming Pei Xiaomiao sat face to face. Ganpu said, "You are young. I didn't expect you to do such crazy things." Pei Xiaomiao said, "The plan has been terminated. Isn't this the best result?" Ganpu said, "Stripping power. Do you know how painful it will be?" Pei Xiaomiao shook her head. "I only stripped some of the power, and then reshaped some of it. At most, I lost a lot of power, and became weak for a long time." Ganpu frowned. "You succeeded?" Pei Xiaomiao shook her head. "No." Ganpu showed a lonely look. "The second-generation Si-Ming did whatever he wanted in the shelter, and the person you chose was not very good." Pei Xiaomiao said, "If necessary, I hope you can take action." Ganpu nodded. "Okay." Pei Xiaomiao shook his head. "No." Ganpu looked lonely. "The second-generation Si-Ming did whatever he wanted in the shelter, and the person you chose was not very good." Pei Xiaomiao said, "If necessary, I hope you can take action." Ganpu nodded. "Okay." Miao looked at Ganpu and said, "Your condition is very unstable. You can't continue to devour their nightmares." Ganpu waved his hand. "I know my condition. I hope you can succeed soon." Pei Xiaomiao nodded. "Okay. One more thing. Which Su Miao is about to arrive at Yanshan Shelter. If necessary, you can arrange for her to deal with the second-generation Si-Ming. Then you can try to devour the incomplete Si-Ming power." Ganpu said. "What about you?" Pei Xiaomiao said. "My power is still complete." Ganpu was silent for a while, and said, "I found a good seedling. But she is only 9 years old. A little girl." Pei Xiaomiao stared into Ganpu's eyes, revealing an extremely dangerous look. Ganpu smiled. "Don't worry. I won't lose control. Plans are sometimes good, but changes come unexpectedly." C-Sway Lu Mingqiong received new news. Yanshan Shelter has undergone a major change. The second-generation Si-Ming died. Si-Tion Ganpu lost control, killed 160,000 people in the base, and was killed by the witch Su Miao. At this moment, Lu Mingqiong was terrified. She was afraid of the powerful power controlled by the witch Su Miao, and wanted to kill Su Miao. But her intuition told her that she couldn't do this. On the one hand, she realized how powerful the power she controlled was. Si-Tion Ganpu could actually kill 160,000 people at once, and in such a short time. This is already the power of God. Unconsciously, C-Sway Lu Mingqiong began to forget her original intention and began to twist. Most importantly, without Si-Tion, within the 12 departments, she became the real leader. However, where did Si-Tion, Si-Ming's power, go? C-Sway always remember the King Kong Calabash boy that Si-Tion Ganpu said. If she got these two powers, what would happen? Unfortunately, Si-Tion's power was in a little girl next to the witch Su Miao, which was difficult to start with. And Si-Ming Pei Xiaomiao. She reappeared. This situation is too weird. The members of the 12 divisions, none of them can be trusted. No matter what. The end of the world is coming. And their first problem is to survive. Finding blood magic, accumulating enough power, and opening the inner world are the first priority. At this time, they have learned about the existence of the inner world. The information is provided by the mysterious Si Wu. Sharing information within the 12 divisions is normal. For important matters, the information will not be biased. And Si Sui expressed his trust in this. Si Sui Lu Mingqiong felt that she was getting stronger and stronger. This strength came from the inside out. She could control the changes of the 4 seasons in the area with a wave of her hand, allowing more rice and wheat to mature. She could also make powerful people go from young to old and die in a very short time. However, she was very concerned about the power of the members of the 12 divisions and wanted to conduct experiments. What she cared about most was Si Chen Tuguihai's ability. She was Si Sui, and her ability was part of the law of time. Si Chen's ability was also related to time. If it was swallowed, would it be possible? Just as she started planning, Lu Mingqiong got a piece of information that Si Chen Tuguihai survived the witch Su Miao. After receiving this news, she immediately gave up her plan. Si Sui thought of Simon Pei Xiao Miao again. This person's power was even more terrifying. He could pull the soul of the ability user out of the body and directly annihilate and purify it. Lu Mingqiong didn't know how she had the courage to arrange the ability user to test it before. Fortunately, her arrangement was very clever. Pei Xiaomiao didn't know that she was behind it. Later, Lu Mingqiong found the real identity of Si Shu. Su Cheng. A little girl who likes books. I didn't expect that she was really a little girl. Lu Mingqiong decided to give it a try. However, the people sent there were frightened. Because what they saw was the secretary standing innocently in the snow, turning thousands of people who surrounded her into books. A few days later, the secretary walked into a private base and turned everyone in the base into books. Is this still the innocent little girl? Lu Mingqiong was silent. The secretary Su Cheng was simply a lunatic. From then on, Lu Mingqiong decided to take a long-term view. Later, CD and Si Shu had a conflict over the killing of Su Miao. Si Shu, who was always easy to talk to, showed a tough attitude in the chat group for the first time. And a big fight broke out with CD in the wilderness. CD Luo Dongjie scolded Si Shu as a madman. Lu Mingqiong was deeply touched. Speaking of which, it was she who leaked the true identity of Si Shu Su Cheng to CD. Lu Mingqiong didn't think of picking up the leak this time. She really wanted to help CD Luo Dongjie. But she didn't expect that CD Luo Dongjie would die in the hands of the witch Su Cheng. Si Tiangan Pu died too early. Too far away. She had no time to see him. She only knew that Si Tian's strength was comparable to that of a god. When she saw CD fighting the witch Su Miao, Lu Mingqiong knew her own insignificance. CD Luo Dongjie. It turned out that he had also reached that point. What 12 heads of the ministry? They were all fake. CD fell. Died at the hands of the witch Su Miao. No matter how many questions and plans she had in her heart, Lu Mingqiong suppressed them all. Fortunately, with the help of Si Shu, the subsequent plans went smoothly, and they successfully opened the passage to the inner world. Then, the countdown of the 12 divisions began. Si Sui Lu Mingqiong found a lot of resources in the inner world, and her strength reached the level of Demon King and Evil God. She thought she could start planning, and began to experiment with Si Heng's power. As a result, before she could do anything, Si Wu exploded. The past scenes came one after another. Si Sui Lu Mingqiong looked at Si Wu's arm that pierced her heart, and smiled miserably. From the beginning to the end, she, like the other members of the 12 divisions, was a tool trained by Si Wu. At the same time, Lu Mingqiong understood why Simon Pei Xiaomiao and Xu Su Cheng would try to get so close to the witch Su Miao, because that was the only chance they could seize. Si Wu, I'm waiting for you in hell. I've seen your future. You will die at the hands of the witch Su Miao. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Lu Mingqiong looked at Si Wu, his body turning gray, completely dissipating, and annihilated. Chapter 451, Tang Tingting at the Starry Base. The end of the world has come. It happened so suddenly, and no one was prepared. At the beginning, many people expected rescue, but there was no news after waiting for a long time. Until a long time later, someone learned through intermittent mobile phone signals that the rescuers had died on the way. Tang Tingting knew that no one would come, and she had to take her mother away from here, because they had been out of water and food for a long time. But the whole city was flooded. How to leave? Looking at the vast flood, Tang Tingting was desperate. If only she could have superpowers. Just thinking about this, she found herself flying. Tang Tingting stood in the air, very surprised. Because she was too happy, she fell from the air. Fortunately, this height was nothing. Tang Tingting was not injured. She continued to try a few more times, and succeeded in flying again. How to say it specifically, she just wanted to fly, and she flew. Not only that, she can also control things that are far away if she wants them to fly over. After many studies, Tang Tingting called her ability telekinesis, and more functions need to be explored. In addition, after using her ability, she will feel her physical strength rapidly depleted and her body will become very hungry. But no matter what, she has a way to escape from here with her mother. With this ability, she can go out to find food in the heavy rain and flood. A few days later, Tang Tingting found an empty hotel. There were people living here originally, but because of the lack of food, the people living here fought internally to protect the remaining food, and finally all perished. Oh no, someone won, but the winner was seriously injured, and no one treated him, so he died soon. When Tang Tingting came here, she accidentally found 2 boxes of biscuits, several bottles of red wine, several boxes of mineral water, etc. Mom, I found a good place, I'll take you there right now. Daughter, is it dangerous? It's raining so hard outside? The thin mother was very worried. Mom, don't worry. My daughter is very strong now, Tang Tingting said confidently. In fact, this time when she went out, she met several people with special abilities and almost lost her life. However, she was quick-witted and killed several people. With this battle, Tang Tingting understood more about her own ability control. Mom looked at the heavy rain outside and asked, Daughter, will you be okay? Tang Tingting said, Don't worry. Without waiting for her mother to refuse, she carried her mother in a raincoat on her back, flew directly into the rain, and came to the hotel. With the hotel as their base, the lives of the mother and daughter became better and better. Noticing that the hotel was inhabited, occasionally a person with special abilities passed by and wanted to explore, but they were all repelled by Tang Tingting. Before long, the news that a powerful person with special abilities lived in the hotel spread in the neighborhood. But not long after, the extreme cold began to arrive. Tang Tingting knew that if she continued to stay in the hotel, she would probably freeze to death. Through various channels, she learned that there were several private bases that accepted people. In fact, compared to private bases, she wanted to go to the official shelter more. But unfortunately, there was no official shelter nearby. Turtle Mountain Base, Starry Base, Tianhe Base, Jinshan Base, Hardware Base. Tang Tingting went to find out. The head of the Guishan Base was a sex maniac, and had bad intentions when he saw Tang Tingting. She burst out with power, killed several people, and escaped from the Guishan Base. This experience made her glad that she didn't bring her mother with her. Otherwise, things would be dangerous. Tang Tingting turned to look at the Tianhe Base, Jinshan Base, but there were many dangerous mutant animals and mutated insects along the way. It was no problem for her to go alone, but it might be difficult to go with her mother. At this time, she noticed that many people were going to the Starry Base. People with special abilities can bring their relatives to stay. Tang Tingting looked at the map, and then looked at the recruitment conditions of the Starry Base, and was excited. In addition, the Starry Base also provided special conditions. The Starry Base has the technology to make people with special abilities stronger. Anyone who joins the base can participate voluntarily. If I can become stronger, I can better protect my mother. At this moment, Tang Tingting made a decision that she would bring her mother to join the Starry Base. The people at the Starry Base were very welcoming. They handled the formalities for Tang Tingting and her mother, and directly allocated 2 houses. Why 2? According to the Starry Base, this is because the ability users may have many missions, and occasionally have other things, so it is better to live separately. Of course, they may not be able to adapt to the base when they just joined it, but it is okay to continue living together. In the base, Tang Tingting lived very happily. Her mother was also very happy. This period of time was the happiest time for both mother and daughter. At the same time, Tang Tingting looked at the people who participated in the experiment of the ability users, and confirmed that those people became stronger after participating voluntarily. Mom, I want to become stronger, I am ready to participate in the experiment, Tang Tingting said to her mother. Mom said, I heard that there will be certain risks. Daughter, Mom does not understand this kind of thing, but the ancestors are right. Some things develop naturally, and it is best not to force things to grow. Tang Tingting said, Mom, don't worry, I have seen many people become stronger, there will definitely be no problem. Mom said, then before you go, Mom will make you a delicious meal. Mom dug some wild vegetables these days, it's snowing outside, and there may be no wild vegetables to eat soon. Tang Tingting hugged her mother, and said, okay. At the warm dining table, Tang Tingting ate happily. The mother was worried and hesitated for a long time. She advised again, "Daughter, why don't you go?" Tang Tingting said, "It's okay." The next day, Tang Tingting did not listen to her mother's advice and entered the hall of the starry base. There were many people with abilities here. They looked at each other, talked and laughed, and wished each other well. Seeing so many people, Tang Tingting felt more relieved. They lay in the experimental cabin and gradually fell asleep according to the guidance of the mysterious voice. "No, this is not. This is hypnosis." Tang Tingting realized that something was wrong and tried to resist, but the other party's ability was stronger. "No, this is not the ability of one person, but of many people." She was fighting against many people alone. Go to sleep, go to sleep. You will become stronger after you wake up." A strange tone sounded. In the hall, extremely special music sounded, and it hit her brain wave after wave. "Ah!" Tang Tingting completely exploded, and directly blew up the experimental cabin. She opened her eyes, and saw a huge jellyfish bearing its fangs and claws in the center of the hall. "Buzz!" An invisible tone sounded, and Tang Tingting was hit hard. "Human girl, you are the strongest person with special abilities I have ever seen. Outside, I am no match for you. But this is my home court." The big jellyfish said, "Here, everyone is controlled by me. Every time you resist, a group of people will die here." One by one, the experimental chambers were opened, and the people with special abilities inside had already died suddenly, dying under her ability. Tang Tingting's eyes widened. "You." The big jellyfish said, "Sleep peacefully, you will become stronger after you wake up. Your mother can continue to live in the starry base. We will take care of her until she dies." Tang Tingting said, "Are you threatening me?" The big jellyfish said, "No, this is because we are kind and willing to abide by the contract." Tang Tingting said, "Don't even think about it." The big jellyfish said, "It's a pity, you don't have a chance, you shouldn't talk nonsense with me. Humans have a very good saying, it is called a villain dies because of talking too much. The description here may be a little incorrect. In your eyes, I am a villain. But in my eyes, you are a villain." Tang Tingting lowered her head. Only then did she notice that several small jellyfish had grown on her body. They were attached to her when she lay in the experimental chamber. The big octopus talked so much nonsense, just to delay time. Her body shook, and her eyes were confused. "Sleep peacefully. Your body will be inherited by my most outstanding children, and your reputation will resound throughout the world in the future. I am unwilling." Tang Tingting looked at the big jellyfish angrily, and delivered a fatal blow. The invisible telekinetic arrow pierced the giant jellyfish, and the giant jellyfish fell into the pool with a splash. "You." At the same time, Tang Tingting fell to the ground, parasitized by a mutant jellyfish. 7 days later, a brand new Tang Tingting walked out of the laboratory. She had a brief meeting with her mother, and then went on a mission. The mother noticed that her daughter was different, wiped her tears, and dared not speak. Good news, the daughter is alive. Bad news, the daughter is not a daughter anymore. No, the fact that the daughter is alive may be a self-deception. The mother began to observe other families with special abilities, and became more and more certain of her guess. "Yes, my daughter is dead." She made an important decision, hoping that someone would come to destroy this demon base. Even if it could not be destroyed, she would not be fooled. That day, she saw a girl walking towards this side. The girl was very beautiful and kind. Seeing the girl, the old mother thought of her daughter. She approached Su Miao with a basket of vegetables, and whispered, "Oh, girl, go quickly. There are demons in there. You can't come here." The man in charge of guarding the checkpoint knocked the big car next to him with a steel pipe, looked over here, and shouted, "Old woman, what are you going to say? Do you believe it or not? I will tear your mouth apart. Go and dig wild vegetables quickly. If you can't dig wild vegetables, don't think about coming back." Tang Tingting's mother immediately turned around and smiled, and left happily. Chapter 452 General Chapter Queen of the Undead. When did I have the memory? In the Vulcan base, the awakened undead looked at her cold body, with a confused look. "Who am I? Where am I? What should I do?" She saw many people running back and forth in the base. Many of them were injured. Seriously, blood was everywhere. It smelled very good, sweet, and there was endless hatred. The intuition told them to kill them. The undead could not help but rush over, greedily drinking blood. As she drank more and more blood from people with special abilities, She felt herself getting stronger. After a few hours, there was no one alive in the huge Vulcan base. Suddenly, she felt guided and came outside the base. It was icy and snowy outside, and she was wearing thin clothes. But she didn't feel cold at all. Outside, she saw a girl with beautiful long pink hair. She instinctively knelt down and surrendered. "Your Highness!" the undead shouted in a hoarse voice. The witch looked at her with curious eyes, and seemed very surprised that she could speak. But in just a few seconds, she felt that she had become stronger, and became the queen of the undead. From today on, she was the queen of the undead. Her Highness the witch left. Her order was to return to the Vulcan base. The queen of the undead returned to the Vulcan base. She was confused, and didn't know what to do next. She saw the corpses in the base, and had an idea. She asked the undead elites and ordinary undead to collect all the corpses and build a blood pool. As long as she stayed by the blood pool, she would feel energetic. In addition, the queen of the undead asked her subordinates to clean up the mixed venom in the Vulcan base, and collect all the mixed venom together, which might be useful in the future. After an unknown number of days, she saw the undead fall one by one. She felt a little tired. The blood pool was drying up, which made her feel a sense of crisis. It might be because the Vulcan base was warmer, and there were wandering ability users approaching from time to time, becoming part of the blood pool. She didn't know when she felt that she had become stronger, but she didn't know how strong she was. One day, many new undead came from outside. They were all transformed by Her Highness the Witch. Now, they were under the jurisdiction of the Undead Queen, and the Undead Queen felt very good. She hoped that things would continue like this. War broke out outside. The Undead Queen received Her Highness the Witch's order, and the fallen undead stood up one after another. She arranged for the undead army to go out. Outside, she saw the Seahide base, and the horrific war of the cannibals. The Undead Queen was not afraid of such a battlefield, or rather, the undead did not have such a feeling of fear. Release? Countless mixed venoms were thrown into the battlefield. No matter how powerful the ability users were, after being exposed to the mixed venom, they would be poisoned and decayed in a very short time. With the magic of Her Highness the Witch, there would be more and more undead on the battlefield. However, the Queen of the Undead underestimated the power of the ability users. The aftermath of Lan Xiaokong's explosion cut the Queen of the Undead into pieces, making her unable to move. The Queen of the Undead was buried in the snow, and it felt like she was going to rest. Time passed little by little. It could be a year, or 10,000 years. The Queen of the Undead stood up again. She saw His Highness, and knelt on one knee again. There were only a few dozen elite undead left around her. There were only a few of her former subordinates left. They were all dead. Completely dead. Lan Xiaokong and the King of the Great West, who had fought a horrific battle, had both fallen. I don't know if it was because of the blood of the strong that the Queen of the Undead had stronger abilities. She knelt on one knee. "Your Highness." How long had it been? The Queen of the Undead stood on the city wall, looking at the green fields, with a puzzled look on her face. This city was built by several human minions that His Highness had taken in. Although His Highness the Witch had left, she might come back at any time. Affected by the apocalyptic disaster, the mountain where His Highness had originally lived collapsed and shattered, and they were worried that His Highness would be dissatisfied. However, the city was built, and His Highness had never come back. "Who are you?" One day, the Queen of the Dead saw a woman in a blood-red starlight dress coming over. The aura on the other person was extremely powerful, extremely terrifying, but she could feel that. The power that the other person possessed was the same as hers, and came from His Highness the Witch. "Are you willing to go to the other world with me?" Du Wenqian asked. The Queen of the Dead said, "I won't go." Du Wenqian said, "Okay. Then you will rule all the dead in this world." The Queen of the Dead asked, "Have you seen His Highness?" Du Wenqian looked into the distance leisurely. "Yes." The Queen of the Dead said, "I will wait here for His Highness to return." Du Wenqian said, "If one day, you can no longer stay on Earth, come to the other world to find me." The Queen of the Dead shook her head. "Thank you." One day, a starling fell down. It was that starling. "Hey, Queen of the Dead, you built such a big city here?" Mina asked as it landed on a branch. The Queen of the Dead asked, "Your Highness is here?" Mina tilted its head. "You want to see Your Highness?" The Queen of the Dead didn't know how to answer. Mina said, "Your Highness said, you can live according to your own ideas, you don't need to wait." The Queen of the Dead said, "We will." Mina said, "Let's go, the land of the dead is really unbearable." The Queen of the Dead looked up at the sky and watched Mina leave. This is Apricot Mountain. Because there is a mutant apricot tree on the top of the mountain, this place is called Apricot Mountain. There are some undead wandering here all day long. Each undead holds a cage in his hand. The mutant mice in the cage have long been dead, but they still hold the cage. If there are any mutant mice that come here without knowing whether to live or die, they will continue to catch the mutant mice, and then put them in the cage. The ability people in the town at the foot of the mountain came to the vicinity several times. They envy the temperature inside the magic barrier of the mutant apricot tree, and want to live inside. However, these undead spirits kept wandering around, which made them afraid to approach. The most important thing was that these undead spirits were created by the murderous witch. Killing the undead spirits, would that mean going to war with the witch? They couldn't afford such a price. Also, someone tried to enter the range of the magic barrier of the mutated apricot tree, and had a conflict with the undead spirits, and was beaten to death. At this time, they realized that the strength of these undead spirits was extremely terrifying. They couldn't afford to offend them. One day, a starling flew to the apricot mountain, stood on the apricot tree, and summoned all the undead spirits. It was unknown what the starling said to these undead spirits. But these undead spirits actually left the apricot mountain collectively, and walked towards the ruins of the utopia. The nearby people with special abilities cheered when they saw this. They rushed into the mutant apricot tree's magic circle to occupy advantageous positions to build huts, and to enclose a piece of land to grow vegetables. Some people saw the fruits on the mutant apricot tree, and thought that the starlings could fly up, so it would be no problem for them to pick a few fruits. Some people tried to get close to the mutant apricot tree, and tried to pick a fruit. At first, the mutant apricot tree just knocked people away. Who knew that some people would do dangerous things, and try to cut off branches or something? The mutant apricot tree was angry. The tree roots extended from the mountain, killing all the related ability users. For a while, no one dared to approach the area near the mutant apricot tree. However, people saw that the mutant apricot tree did not make trouble for those who kept their distance, so they continued to build houses and grow vegetables, fruits and grains within the magic barrier. About half a year later, the fruits on the mutant apricot tree were big and fragrant, and no one picked them even though they were ripe. Some people couldn't help it. Several powerful ability users decided to give it a try, and picked 1 or 2 fruits. Recently, I often see on apps like Night Snack, Survival, and Weibo that someone with special abilities eats a special mutant fruit. Not only does his strength improve dramatically, but the possibility of mutation is greatly reduced. Who can resist such temptation? The residents in the magic barrier also covet the fruits on the mutant apricot tree, and want to have a bite. They acquiesce to the actions of these strong people. In fact, if they didn't acquiesce, they wouldn't have the strength to stop it. On this day, 18 powerful people with special abilities rushed up the mountain, and attacked the mutant apricot tree in different directions. At first, several people were repelled by the branches of the mutant apricot tree, and only suffered minor injuries. The 18 strong men were angry. They became ruthless, and decided to cut off the branches of the mutant apricot tree directly. Once the branches were cut, wouldn't the fruits on them be easier to pick? Boom, boom, boom. The mutant apricot tree was angry. It resisted hard, but the ability user who came this time was too strong, and it couldn't resist for a while. And 2 large branches were cut off. A space-moving ability user took the opportunity to store the fallen branches in the space storage device, and fled the scene in a flash. The mutant apricot tree went completely crazy, with countless roots, branches and twigs spreading, killing several people in a row. In the end, 18 powerful people went up. 5 came back, and 2 were seriously injured. The 2 seriously injured people stood at the foot of the mountain, smiling and taking out ripe apricots to eat. Suddenly, the injuries of the 2 people recovered quickly, and they exuded an extremely powerful aura. The effects described on the app are all true. The 2 were ecstatic. The 5 people began to share the fruit, and everyone got a satisfactory result. In order to avoid the occurrence of black eating black, the ability holders who got the fruit first ate one to improve their own strength. However, less than 15 minutes later, they suddenly realized something was wrong. The magic barrier protecting the mutant apricot trees in the area of dozens of miles disappeared. The extremely terrifying cold weather descended. Many people who lived in the barrier had no time to react and were directly frozen to death. This death meant hundreds of people, and many more were on the verge of death. The affected people realized what kind of disaster this was. They regretted not trying their best to stop the picking of fruits. But it was too late. In the extreme cold, even the mutant apricot tree. A lot of green leaves are withering in this situation. The mutant apricot tree is also very scared, and keeps absorbing the energy in the fruit to feed back to the body. But unfortunately this feeding is useless, because the magic runes on its body were destroyed in the previous battle. As for the ability users who ate the fruit, they desperately fled. Not long after escaping, they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their stomachs, and their bodies fell involuntarily in the ice and snow. He looked at his stomach, and was shocked to find that his stomach had already been corroded by the poison into liquid. He scratched the hard ice and snow, and said hatefully, "The fruit is poisonous." Chapter 453 General Chapter, Witch Tea Party. The Cosmic Tree? This is called the Cosmic Tree, but in fact it can be seen as an extremely huge world. In a sense, one leaf, one world, is possible here. Every leaf here is a world. At the top of the Cosmic Tree, there is a field, and on the field there is a 3-story villa. There are some vegetable fields outside the villa, and further away there is a fruit forest, which is lush and green, and growing well. In the garden in front of the villa, a table was set up today, and on the table were placed various precious fruits, black tea, and rare delicacies. Looking at the food on the table, Su Luoli wanted to take a bite, but she held back, because a witch wearing an astrologer's robe came over. Just by looking at each other, Su Luoli felt that everything about her was seen through by the other party. "You are so lucky," the astrologer praised, and picked up a grape from the table and threw it. Su Luoli hurriedly caught it. Only when she caught it did she feel how terrifying the law energy contained in the grape was. The astrologer said, "Su Miao is not stingy with you, but this grape really can't be eaten by you. You can eat this smaller grape, although you need to sleep for about 3,000 years after eating it. It is very beneficial." Sleep for 3,000 years? Su Luoli looked at the grapes in front of her, and was dumbfounded for a moment, not knowing whether she should eat it or not. "But when I got it in my hand, I really wanted to eat it." "You still like to play tricks on people." A witch with long pink hair and a side ponytail came. She held a magic book in her hand. There were very special runes on the magic book, which made Su Luoli dare not look directly at it. "Put on this bracelet, and you will be fine if you eat grapes again. By the way, you can call me an illustrator." The illustrator smiled and said, "Thank you." Su Luoli took the bracelet and put it on, and ate the grapes. Sure enough, nothing happened, and the terrifying power brought by the grapes did not cause any damage to her body. The illustrator asked, "Where is Su Miao?" Su Luoli said, "I don't know, Your Highness went out this morning, I don't know where she went." The illustrator said, "Astrologer, do you know?" The astrologer said, "I don't know, not everyone's fate line can be observed by me, for example, yours." The illustrator looked at the empty seats. "There are still 3 empty seats here, who will come?" The astrologer poured a cup of black tea, took a sip. "You will know when you come." A few minutes later, a witch with twin ponytails wearing a JK-style witch robe arrived. "Hello, I am a lost witch. You can also call me a detective, or summoner." The astrologer said, "I know, you are the one who summons the ancient demon god to defraud on a daily basis." The summoner said, "What do you mean I am a fraud? I just wanted to ask them how to get home, but none of them knew. And if you insist, you went to the inner world several times, and blew up the inner world, causing me to get lost several times again." The astrologer said, "I didn't know anything at the time." The summoner was speechless. "I don't believe you don't know." She took a sip of black tea, and asked in confusion, "Strange, this time it was Su Miao who held the tea party, where is she?" The astrologer shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. "In addition, there is one more seat here, and it seems to be a new witch, but no one knows who it is." At this time, a witch with long white ponytails and an elf-like face came over. "Hello. I am from Hell. You can call me the Witch of Hell." The illustrator, astrologer, and summoner saw the new Witch of Hell and smiled. "Welcome to the Witch Tea Party." The Witch of Hell sat down gracefully. "Thank you." Seeing so many witches, Su Luoli was numb. After eating a grape, she felt her legs were a little weak. She sensed the extremely terrifying fluctuations of the law. If she moved a little, she might die. The illustrator raised his hand and sent the starling out of the tea party. "Little Luoli, go play outside first." The Hell Witch said, "Sorry, I can't control it well for the time being." "It doesn't matter." The astrologer said, "Oh, look, the real master is here." Several witches looked into the void, and saw Su Miao walking out of the void with a bucket of water. The clear water in the bucket exudes the pure breath of life, and the breath of the most sublimated law. It seems that as long as you take care of the spring water, elves can be born in it. This is the elf spring water of the universe tree, which is extremely precious. Take a drop of this spring water, no matter which universe or world it is thrown into. It can create a strong person. Sorry, I went to get the spring water and was a little delayed. Su Miao came to her position, took out a part and poured it into the mixed juice that was refined in advance. Suddenly, this mixed juice became the most delicious juice in the chaos. The juice was poured out, and the fragrance was refreshing. The illustrator, the astrologer, the summoner, and the hell witch each had a cup. Drinking the mixed juice, it was a great enjoyment. Seeing that everyone liked it, Su Miao was very happy. The astrologer said, if there is a chance, ask Xi and Miao Miao to come over and give her some spring water. Let her take it to Philia, and you can exchange it for more food. Su Miao smiled slightly. I will ask Xi and Miao Miao to send the extra part this time. No, I plan to go there myself. The astrologer smiled and said nothing more. After tasting the juice, several witches began to taste the food on the table. After eating for a while, everyone began to exchange magic and talk about interesting things in their own worlds. The witches' tea party officially began.